little buddy.
Prepare
It's in
for
the
battle.
bag. Here I am. See no evil. Quickly,
30 seconds to battle.
post haste. Silent as smoke. Yes. I fight. Steel and temper from the shadows. Peekaboo. I sprint. Since you put it like that. Quietly now. As you bid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Feel my steel. Dispatched.
Your middle tower is under attack.
As you bid. Yes. The veil is drawn. Where's the rush? Yes. I go in silence. At your service. Oh, look, it's me. Whom shall I kill? Quiet as cat's feet. Bid. Quickly. I go in silence. Oh, yes. Faster and stronger. At your service. Denied. Oh, as you bid. I sprint. Silent as smoke. Since you put it like that. Oh, look, it's me. Cut to the quick. Quickly, quickly. Dispatched. Spur. I'm under attack. See no kill. Post haste. Quiet as cat's feet. Here I am. Quietly now. Service is rendered. At your service. Here I am. Silent as smoke. Whom shall I kill? Quiet as cat's feet. Even stealthier. Oh, yes. Oh, as you bid. As you bid. Ah. Yes. Quietly now. Put it like that. Oh, look, it's me.
Ten seconds remaining.
cut quite a figure, don't I? I'll sort this.
Prepare for battle.
One step at a time. Indeed. Yes. His faces need mashing. Yes. That way. Time for a good scrap. By all means. Here we go.
30 seconds to battle.
Under attack. Get me blood up now.
The battle begins.
I am not ready. This is what I'm talking about. Bit of work to do. First blood. It is not time. Electric. Yeah, proper thrashing. Oi, one step at a time. You don't say. By all means. Time for a good scrap. One step at a time. You don't say. His faces need mashing. Oi, one step at a time. It's not time yet, mate. Here we go. Yes. Yes. Bit of work to do. Black bastard. Oh, they got the drop on me. That way. Indeed. I'm under attack. I'll sort this out. You don't say. Oi, one step at a time. Ah! I'll sort it. One step at a time.
The temple decreed your death.
For a little bashing. Bit of work to do. Here we go. Yes. I'll sort this out. Indeed. Yes. Oi. Boom. Not yet. There's more of that. His face don't say. Here we go. Yes. Oi, one step at a time. These faces need mashing. I'll sort this. Bit of work to do. You don't say. Indeed. That way. I'll sort this out.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Time for a good scrap. Oi, one step at a time. By all means. Here we go. One step at a time. That way. This'll sort you out. Here we go. You don't say. I'll sort this. Bit of work to do. I'll sort this out. Oi! Back me to screw by all means. Yes. Time for a good scrap. One step at a time. Indeed. These faces need mashing. Oi, one step at a time. Yes. By all means. It cannot be. Back for me first. One step at a time. Indeed.
Your top tower is under attack.
You don't say. That way. Time for a good scrap.
Clearly not.
I'll sort this. Bit of work. Unstoppable. Oi, one step at a time. Yes. Have some of that. I'll sort this out.
Every coin helps.
Your middle tower is under attack.
These faces need mashing. Yes.
No, I'm not ready.
No, mother! Ah! Here we go. By all means, dirty bastard.
You never could be secret. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
What's this?
Your top
Back
tower
again?
is under attack.
That way.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Indeed. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
I'll sort this out. Bit of work to do. Boy, one step at a time. Put your lights out. Oh, concave your head. These faces need mashing. I'll sort this. One step at a time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. I'll sort this out. By all means. Shot. Oi, one step at a time. That way. Yes. Bit of work to do. Here we go. One step at a time. You don't say. Here we go. It's basically mashing. These faces need mashing. Yes. Well, what do you know?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You wear it well, mate. Hey. Oh, excuse me. Oh. By all means. time for a good scrap. I'll sort this out. One step at a time. I'm under attack. Away from me. This bit of work to do. More that came from sunshine. Bright and breezy. You want some of this, son? You want it? Where are mine?
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll sort this. Oi, one step at a time. Here we go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Every coin helps.
Bit of work to do. I'll sort this out. Yes! One step at a time. Back we go. Look, they got the top on me. Here we go. Yes. You don't say. Indeed. By all means.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That way.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Here we go. Yes. Wicked sick. Oi, one step at a time. Indeed. Yes.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Monster kill.
You know it coming.
Sort this. That way.
A soldier's
Here we go.
fortune.
Dead broke. You don't say.
Ninja.
Oh, excuse me. Have some of that. Step aside. Where are my hands? Time for a good scrap. I'm under attack.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Peace out.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll sort this out.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oi, one step at a time. You don't say. You're dead. Yes. One step at a time. By all means. There's some faces need mashing. I'll sort this out. That way. Dash of the honey. I'll sort this. Yes. Here we go. You're getting your blood up now. Bit of work to do. By all means. I'll sort this out.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
You don't say. step at a time. This'll sort you out. Bright and breezy by all means. Yes. One step at a time. Fashion brand. These faces need mashing. You don't say. I'll sort this out. Boy, one step at a time. Indeed.
Radiant structures are
I'll
fortified.
give you all you can handle. Time for a good scrap.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Bit of work to do.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Heist. That way. Here we go. More some of this, son. On it. There's more where that came from. Yes. I'll sort this.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
That way. You don't say. Here we go. I'm under attack. I'll sort this. Yes. By all means. Gate broke. One step at a time. Bit of work to do. Indeed. These faces need mashing. Boy, one step at a time. Man, it's good on you, that does, mate. I'll sort this out. Time for a good scrap. Indeed. One step at a time. Here we go. faces need mashing. Yes. Tough luck.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll sort this. I'm a right proper basher. You know, son.
Every coin helps.
By all means.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yes. Concave your head.
Your top tower is under attack.
Down for meeting. You don't say. These faces need mashing.
Your top tower is under attack.
Scrap. Invisibility. One step at a time.
I welcome
Oi,
the
one step at a time. Here we go. I'll sort this out. Now this. Yeah, this is proper smart. Oopsie daisy. That's what's on you. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
By all means. Devil's in the details. That way. You're dead. Indeed. I'll sort this. Mega kill. You want some of this, son? You want it?
Your middle
don't
tower
suck.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle
we
tower has fallen.
Yes. Bit of work. These faces need mashing. That's for me. time. Yeah, I'm getting me blood up now. I'll sort this out.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
One step at a time.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Triple kill!
If we're still alive, I'd still be shooting.
My power returns. Now my enemies pay. Yes! That way! That's for me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Boy, one step at a time. Yes!
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Indeed. Here we go. Monster kill. By all means. Yes. Time for a good scrap. I'm under attack. Where you like that? Back we go. I'll sort this out. One step at a time. They got the drop on me. These faces ain't back here. They're the worst. Bit of work to do.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A dash of the honey. Yes. Oi, one step at a time. I'll sort this out. Yes. Here we go. By all means. Time for a good scrap. I'm under attack! Whoa, look at me! Excuse me! Slap! One step at a time. Of the old all mine.
Invisibility!
I didn't need that anyway. Bright and breezy. Here we go. Time for a good scrap. Bit of work to do. I'll sort this out. That way. I'll sort this. Yes. You don't say. One step at a time. By all means, this these faces need mashing. I'll bash you dim. Oi, one step at a time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Time for a good scrap.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality.
Yes. By all means. Bit of work to do. You don't say.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Here we go.
Radiant
I'm
structures
a
are
right
fortified.
proper basher.
Your middle tower has fallen.
For your troubles,
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll sort this out. Oh, they got the drop on me. Here we go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
One step at a time.
Your bottom tower is
For
under
your
attack.
troubles. Boy, one step at a time.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bit of work to do.
Dead.
Time for a good scrap. Boy, one step at a time. Indeed. One step at a time. By all means. What do you know? The faces need mashing. Yes. Oh, contain your thing. That way. More that cake road, sunshine. You don't say. Here we go. I'll sort this out. By all means. Yes. Bit of work to do.
Your top tower is under attack.
That way. What's Daisy? Bring your lights out. I'm under attack. Yes. Oh, they got the drop on me.
Your top tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
step at a time.
Here we go.
His faces need mashing. You don't say. Black bastard. One step at a time. I'll sort this out. Here we go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
That way. Yes. Have some of that. Fresh and brand. Boom! His faces need mashing. I'll sort this out. Here we go. One step at a time. I'll sort this. You don't say. Time for a good scrap. Time for a good scrap.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
His faces need mashing. You're getting me blood. sort this out.
Regeneration.
Here we go. You don't suck. Boys, one step at a time. Yes. The clubbing. By all means.
A soldier's fortune.
General. I'll sort this. That way. One step at a time. Yes. Indeed.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
King reigns again.
Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
and gentlemen, from around the world and from here in the stadium, welcome to the International 2025 Hamburg final day today. By the end of the day, Tsunami, we will get a king. Someone will be claiming this Aegis, and no matter what, each one of our final 3 teams has an incredible story.
I can't believe we've reached this point. Falcons have already made their way into the grand final. Crit! Any Crit fans in the house? For years and years of competition has finally reached his very first grand final, and he's flanked by 2 people looking for their second Aegis with Snaking and Skitter, not to mention AUI, the only man in Dota history to perhaps see 3 separate teams to an Aegis lift. That's Falcons already in grand finals. P-Vision. No one. Any no one fans in the house right now. Any Brazilian Estini fans in the house right now. Any Eastern European Dota fans in the house. For years, he was in his prime on Virtus Pro. Faded away into irrelevancy for a little while, but has now resurgenced to a peak and is looking forward to lifting that Aegis for the very first time. And he is joined by 3 Royal Roaders, 3 players who are attending TI for their very first time and are looking to convert it to a win.
Absolutely, Tsunami. I'll do the last team. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the uncrowned king may finally get his crown over on Extreme Gaming. Can we hear a little something for Ave? There we go. And I gotta take some Aegis smoke for this one. Whoa! And could this be the year that China wins TI again? We see China #1, and they don't throw the grand finals!
Well, Slacks, there's one order of business, and they have to get there first.
Oh, yeah.
So Barclays Arena, are you ready to get the last day of the International 2025 started?
It's our final day. The energy is already so electric here in Barclays Arena. I cannot wait to see who is going to be matching up against Falcons in the grand final. Of course, we've got to look towards that lower bracket. I'm going to be your host for the final day here at Nat T. And joining me is, of course, Jenkins, looking so fabulous today, Winter and Lacoste.
Yeah, good to be here. I mean, I'm already excited. It's the final day of the International. We saw yesterday pretty much everything. The comebacks, long games, new heroes, new stuff coming out, new tech from the teams as well, Divine Rapiers, and some of the best games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I can't believe that we're actually already on to our final day, though, Winter. After everything that happened yesterday, it felt like that was the pinnacle already of Dota.
Yeah, I can't wait for things to get even better today. You know, even more new tech, more new heroes, you know, and longer games, you know, maybe a 1.5-hour game, you know.
Yeah, I agree. It's been such an unbelievable TI. Like, the games yesterday were so intense. We had rapiers, we had comebacks, we had 3-game series. The last series of the day was like 8 hours ago or something.
Yeah, it was basically today.
It was today.
It was pretty much today.
It was today.
Finished today.
It literally was today.
Well, look, maybe some people at home need a little bit of a refresher, or you just want to relive some of those hypest moments. So we're going to go ahead and do just that.
Going to try and get in onto X-Nova. Sunshine coming in as well. X-Nova will get taken out with the arena. Traps the 2 of them, and Exen, he's in perfect position to do the damage. Noob, he has to get back out of there, but the Assassinate comes in, stops him getting back through the Fiend's Gate. It's another disaster of a fight here for Nigma Galaxy. Another hook shot for Nigma Galaxy. They know they're going to try and push this for more. The arena will be dropped down to try and hold them back. Exen peeping and goes to to the side, but the battle chances up. Ghost gets the ultimate off, and now he's ready to start getting the hits in. Closes the gap over towards the snap. They clean it up in Enigma Galaxy. They turn towards XXS. Ghost getting focused by Noob and Samel as they push the sniper out of the fight, and they bring him down. GH gets a triple kill. Comes in, they make the jump, that's GH gone. And Arme, he's in onto Ghost. The slam comes through, the hook shot's attempted, but Ghost, he's gone. Samel, he'll go for the Requiem, but the bash comes in. He's dead. Noob will get the roar, but he's the last one left alive on Enigma Galaxy as XG deal with him as well. It's game over. Extreme knock Enigma Galaxy out of the International.
He's on top of the Ancients. Perfect opportunity for a big Echo Slam. A ton of damage. Miro, he's going to go for the shapeshift, and they don't have enough stuns. In fact, they're going to turn back around. The Earthshaker's in trouble. A Static Storm on 2. The Quamp runs out of it, but the cores are stuck inside. Schofield makes his blink away. A glimpse to pull him back to his doom.
Need to find something here. He has no buyback.
A quick pick up on Schofield would do wonder for them. They do have a Static Storm. There's no BKB, so Solar Guardian goes out. They've got the black hole. It's catching the gyrocopter. Sonic Wave trying to push him away. Here with the Satanic. It's keeping himself up. 1 versus 4 for them all. Trying to take down one of these cores. He's fighting up against Analog, and he's getting the lifesteal to keep himself up. This is an opportunity, a moment for greatness. Can he hit the black hole? That sets up everything for Heroic. God damn it, not enough. Pure hits the Satanic, and everything is wasted for Heroic.
Amar fights to Malrine. Could be a start.
Absolutely. Get the stun lock. And DM is the bigger prize. No, Malrine comes with the Echo Slam, but the black hole comes to fruition. Boundless Strike from alone from 9 Glass. There's a huge Sonic Wave onto 2. As the Rolling Thunder comes in right on top of Satanic with the roar used on Malrine. The Force Touch can even say it's a double black hole with the Mortimers from above. Do they have the damage? The BKBs mitigate most of it though. And now P-Vision on the retreat. Big swashbuckler coming in from Malrine with the shield crash to follow. No one is dead just outside his base. Satanic drops as well. Nine Glass onto the high ground. He's stuck up here now. Oh no, he's dead. Helm of the Undying activates as no one completely out of bed. He's gonna get frostbite. Oh my god! That's Satanic trying to get away. Only 2 members up. Actually, he's the lone member. Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment, but the Ghost Blades are too much. And that means Falcons will be going to the grand final. Q jumps away. Miro finds the follow-up and a good control onto all the other heroes. They try and back out. XM onto Katomi, keeping him out of this fight, and X-Nova is living for forever. And there's the jump onto Pure! Eliminated! What if, oh no! Oh no, 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 no! Not like that, Miro! Pure, they see him there. He jumps in, Echo Slam, refresher, combo. Ame's coming! Ame's coming! Pure. He chose for a moment. He just jumped. And there it is, the Chrono already onto XM, trying to kill him off. Aeon disc out, but Ame is hitting hard. Do they have another? The Chrono just barely able to hit onto Ame. Does he have the damage that he needs? It's not quite looking like it. The Dual Scepter is there. Ame hits him one time. Pure, you gotta run. Where are you back and forth and defends himself, but ZQ is right there. And X-Nova, he takes away all the armor. He's gone. Empty. They are top 3.
Every series yesterday delivered. We had Aegis snatches, we had 4-man black holes. There was just everything left on the table Lacoste, where we unfortunately had to say goodbye to 3 teams. But we did, at the end of it, get our top 3.
We did. We had some crazy games, especially that game number 3 against the BB team against Heroic. That was just like 10 out of 10. It doesn't get better than this. You know, back and forth games, comebacks, divine rapiers, and everything. Unfortunately, we did see Enigma Galaxy did lose Uncrowned King, eliminating the King from the tournament as well. But you know, somebody has to go home at the end of the day.
Yeah, that refresher purchase by King Jungles was like, this was so close to being such a legendary moment at TI. I mean, it was a legendary moment at TI. The fact that he can do that and it still doesn't work speaks to the resilience of BB Team. And then they get knocked out by XG, who played all day yesterday. Like, it was just an insane day of Dota.
Yeah, and then on top of that, we haven't even really mentioned just seeing the 3 games of who is going to the grand finals. It just, yeah, everything really truly did deliver when it came to that. And now it's a question of, is it going to get better today, Winter? How do you even hit the same levels of the peak Dota we saw yesterday?
I mean, it's definitely going to be harder, you know. XG, they had to play so many games yesterday. Now they're back here again. They have to recharge their batteries so quickly, and they have to come up with more, you know, new tech, you know, against an opponent, which I feel like it's definitely going to be a very, very tough day for them.
Yeah, that's the difficult part about being in the lower bracket. But of course, we have seen teams in the past, in previous internationals, make that lower bracket run and lift the Aegis. It's not out of the question for them. They've already been able to do it for themselves up until this point to make a top 3. We've seen it before, TI2, TI5, 6, and, sorry, number 7 and number 10 as well.
Yeah, some of these teams power on.
The more games you play, especially for, I'd say, Team Liquid at the TI7, Team Spirit at the TI10, they kind of barely qualified for that TI as well, played so many games. It does allow you to power up, but you also need to start thinking about new tech, new strategies that you need to come up with, because you're pretty much showing everything. And we do have, you know, some of the teams still doing this lower bracket run. Extreme Gaming, they are on to round 3 right now, and they might play into the grand finals as well, playing quite a lot of games. Yesterday they played 2 series. Today they might be playing another 8 games. They didn't have much time to rest, so I want to see how much that's going to influence them.
We have a potential like fairy tale story happening here, because the TIs that we saw on the screen, it doesn't happen that often where you have these lower bracket runs. But when it does happen, like, these are the ones we remember, like Liquid, TI7, EG. Of course, well, North Americans are going to remember that one for sure. Like, so there's potential here for one of these teams to be a very, very memorable TI winner. I think almost no matter what, it's going to happen.
I mean, it's difficult not just because of the fatigue, but because you're revealing so much of your strategies, right? Are you going to be able to come up with more, or you're just done, you know, and your opponent's going to figure you out and you kind of can't win anymore?
Yeah, you're going to have enough in the tank to get there, and just that little bit extra to push yourself over the line as well. And of course, making those lower bracket runs, that's not the only memorable thing that has been able to come out of the international in the past. We've also seen players of a variety of different ages come and lift that Aegis, conquer, and get that championship for themselves. One of the oldest players actually to do it was last year in Insania. He was the oldest player that we had at the time, 30, to lift TI, taking the record off of Snake King, who was 27 when he won his first one.
30 is pretty old, yeah, that is correct. For Dota community, this is still pretty young, but yeah, we see that, you know, Saksa, Jarek's Fear, even like Old Man Fear, as we like to call him, did win TI at 27.
He's young there. I can't,
yeah,
this is crazy to see a young man.
For that point of the time, because we were kind of starting back then, but yeah, we could also take a look at some of the younger players as well that did manage to.
Well, I actually wanted to quickly inform everyone that if we were to see Falcons win today, Snake King would take back that record. He would beat Insania by 1 month to be the oldest TI winner. So there's that one up for grabs as well.
There's hope for everyone.
This is great. I was going to say, this is great for all the 30-year-olds in the Dota community, which, of course, there are a lot of very old game. We've all played for a very long time. But here's some of the oldest players that we have at this current international, some of the big legends from the various teams. Of course, like the story that we've been telling for the past few TIs is there's always this mix of like older players with a lot of experience, and then the younger, like new blood that's bringing that energy to the teams.
And usually the roles also as well. The older players are either the coaches or the support players, and the mid players are usually the star young hungry players. You know, you want them to be diving your opponents, going into the fountain and winning the game for you.
Yeah, you definitely need that experience combination with the raw new talent coming into the scene. I think throughout Dota history, with the most successful teams were the combination between the two.
Yeah, P-Vision actually does have that combination, right? We saw no one there on the oldest players that are still currently in this top 3. He's their mid laner, but if we had a look at the youngest players that are still currently in the international, it would be their carry player, Satanic. He is still there as our youngest. He's only 17. Can you believe that? Top 3, your first TI at 17? It's insane to really think about.
Yeah, I mean, this is half of P-Vision, right? It's like, there's only 3 teams remaining, so it does make sense. But the age gap between some of the oldest players that we're seeing and the youngest players is quite insane. Satanic 9 class and Ducalis, also it's their very first TI that they're playing. Malorine and Amar have a little bit more experience, but still, 20 years old in Dota, like that is very young. They have a lot of years to grow still. And then here's some of the youngest TI winners of history.
Yeah, Satanic, he wants to squeeze in there. Samael did win that one with EG, but yeah, you can see the Wings Gaming, Y and Bak, Yatro and Ana from OG and Team Spirit. A lot of them are very young, like winning TI at this early age can make, you know, you can just start thinking about what you're gonna do next, because you kind of reach the peak of your career so early, and like, what is next?
The crazy thing about that list is that Ana is also the next position at the next year.
Right, if we,
when he was 19.
To go one more.
Yeah, like you have some of these legendary players in history that it is crazy how young they were when they first won. Because I feel like I look at Yatoro and I'm like, this is an old man. You look in his eyes and the guy's got so much experience, and yet would be one of the youngest players here still after winning 2 TIs.
Oh, I was going to say, Lucas says, you know, you're at a young age, you win your first TI, what do you do next? Well, a lot of them go on to win a second one, right? And we do still have some players in this tournament that are potential 2-time repeat TI winners here. Of course, we had to say goodbye to so many before, but those 2 remaining there, Snaking and Skeeter on the side of Falcons, they could potentially be going for the number 2 here.
They definitely could. I mean, they are potentially only 3 wins away from it, and so far they showed a great performance. But seeing a lot of the names in gray, a lot of the pictures in gray, you know, seeing how many players were so close to it, like a lot of them, you know, the winning TI is the biggest achievement you can get, but then you're like, okay, what about the second one? What about that third one?
Yeah, well, speaking of the third one, there is that potential in that Coach Owie, right? He won one as a player. Saw him win one back on the side of Tundra at TI 11. That felt like so long ago. But now, it could be the first person to have 3 championship rings.
That is something that I think we have to talk about. We have Zhao, we have Owie, 2 TI winners, and then Astini. This man wants to prove himself. This man wants to win a TI as a coach. I feel like everybody disrespected him for so long, because it's like, this guy, you know, he's not that high MMR. What does he know, you know? Well, I mean, I think he showed it this year, but you know that he's hungry for more. Like, that guy is not okay with just winning majors all year. Like, he needs to win TI.
Yeah, he's definitely the brains of the operation. Even 100%. Though he's not like not like Aoi or Xiao 8 when they have like TI wins under their belt, but he is a very, very smart guy. You know, when you talk to him, he offers a lot of insights. I mean, I've worked with him before, and he's always a really smart guy, and I respect him a lot.
Yeah, well, you know, we're not seeing Falcons until later in the grand finals, but we still kind of wanted to set up the story around these guys, right? The potential in the 3 wins for Owie, the potential for Skeeter and Snake King getting their repeat. We've got the 2 youngest players there on the side of Malorine and Amar, but of course Crit, who's come to TI so many times. The 9th in the row for him is this one, actually.
Yeah, he played at 1 TI, and he was like, you know what? I want to be at every single TI after. Like,
this list is so long. Look at this.
Like,
this is like just a rainbow of colors. And it's his first grand final. I think that's a really important thing here, is that persistence is key in Dota. It takes a very, very long time to get good at this game. The amount of people that I've seen with 5,000 games and they're still Herald, it happens. It's a incredibly complicated, incredibly deep game.
There is a chance.
There's a chance for all of us.
In the crowd.
I mean, it's
Everyone
also
in the crowd, yes.
meeting the right people. Like, I feel like sometimes you have a long journey. The reason why you only find success later down is because you meet the right person or right teammate down the road. You know, it's a very complex game. It's not just about your individual
What
skill.
do they say? Luck is a combination of opportunity and skill.
I thought it was opportunity and preparation.
I think there's a few quotes that are very similar, but it's all the same vibe, you know? It's like you just have to keep trying, and be skilled the entire time. And I don't think anybody has ever questioned Crit's skill. He's always been one of the best position force in the entire world.
Yeah, the biggest jump for TI results was definitely from that Seattle TI to the Copenhagen one, where we do see him change regions. He was really playing with the team as well. But we want to change the shift and have a look more at the teams that we are going to be seeing to start off that day, right? P-Vision up against XG. And for P-Vision, the biggest thing here is the fact they have 3 TI debutants. The fact that we have 3 players on a roster coming to TI for the very first time. It feels very rare that you're going to come along a player who is just ready to be at the peak competition level.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was going to influence them not being on the main stage. Sure, they did win some of the majors throughout the year, but I was thinking, you know, it's their first TI. The nerves are going to kick in, and then you see them play their first series against Heroic. It's nothing. It's like they've been here multiple times with only 3 players that never played at TI's main stage. That is pretty impressive.
I got to ask, out of the 3 that are remaining, who are your champions? We talked about this day one. I'm still siding with P-Vision. I still think that they've got it. The 9 class factor, this guy is just insane. We've never seen a Dota player like him before. What do you guys think?
The team fight overlords, XG.
You think
I was going to say, as if Winter is going to go.
You're saying that because they have an SEA player. Don't sit here and lie to me.
Okay, you got me. Fine, you got me.
I mean,
How could you not?
he's a god.
He's so good as well. Who are you going for, Lacoste?
I think I have to go with XG. Like their team fighting capabilities, the way they draft Zhao 8 as well wants to lift another Aegis, and of course Ame, the uncrowned king.
None of us picked the upper bracket team. Nobody picked Falcon. What's your pick?
I don't want to put my prediction out there.
Okay, she doesn't. Right, I see. Okay. You don't want to jinx things.
I don't want to jinx things.
Somebody's got to say Falcons, though, right?
All right, I'll say Falcons then.
Okay, now we're even. That's fine. There's going to be one team that's 2 of us choose.
Right, because there's 4 of us and
There's
only
4 of
3.
us.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, we're gonna have a look at our schedule so you guys know exactly when all of our games are going to be taking place. Because whilst we do love to talk about Dota so much, we do love to see it even more. Of course, we're going to be starting off with P-Vision up against Extreme Gaming. That one's going to be starting very soon. 10 a.m. is the time that we're hoping to begin, and of course our grand finals, which switches up to a best of 5 with only 1 confirmed team so far, that's Falcons, is going to be happening at 1 p.m. There's a lot of stuff that happens in between, so make sure you're still around in the arena tuning into the stream, because there's a lot of goodies between lower bracket and grand finals.
I just realized we're sitting in an audience of like 10,000 people. We could just ask them who's going to win.
Okay. Which team do you want to start with?
Let's start with who thinks P-Vision is going to win the International?
What about Extreme Gaming?
Okay, and anyone out there who thinks Falcons is going to win TI?
Wow. Okay.
The loudest one, huh?
That was the loudest, but that might have been because that was the 3rd cheer. We have to do it again, except
No,
reverse
no.
order.
No, we can't do that. We got more important things we want to talk about because everyone sitting in this arena loves Dota, right? That's something that's brought us all together. So let's break it down. Let's talk about it a little bit more of what we've been seeing accumulate over the past 4 days here on the main stage, how that meta is sort of shifting, and if you guys feel that there is something different about being on the main stage.
I think we got to talk about the one big elephant in the room, and that's going to be Helm of the Dominator as an item. Like, this item has been super popular coming into TI. I don't think many people expected to see it as much, maybe like 1 week before, but it kind of defined the meta at TI as well, because we've seen so many crazy stuff coming out. This Muerta mid that Enigma Galaxy did pull out, and we can see at the Road to International, the average number of times it was purchased in the game was 1.19. Day 1 of the International, 1.78. Day 2, it really peaked, and then Day 3, it's starting to lower down. I think it comes down to the teams that we did have played yesterday, because Extreme Gaming, they only buy it on Ame's Faceless Void. Anti-Mage, XXS, he's buying it on Lycan and Beast, and then you have Heroic and Falcons, who are really not big fans of the item.
I mean, it's also the fact that, you know, when this sort of meta arises, people are going to be like, oh, do we just follow? Because if you don't have time to find a solution, what do? You just follow what everyone's doing, right?
There's an
and then when there's a break, there's a few days break, and you see some teams play, they're showcasing their solutions, right? So then you think, you watch, oh, do we copy their solution? Or do we just change up certain things? So the number will go up and down and up and down. And finally, I think right now we are at a stage where teams are figuring out what are the most optimal heroes to buy it. So the number is slowly going down, but it still has a really, really good win rate.
I will say that see a lot of comparisons to Wraith Pact. I do not think that it's like that. Wraith Pact was extremely boring, extremely easy to use. Helm Dom, we have seen some highlights of Helm Dom. Of course, it's funny when you see creep versus creep in lane, but we got them Muerto mid. We've gotten some really interesting picks because of Helm Dom. I think it should be nerfed after TI. But
you're trying to save yourself here, you know?
I'm happy that we have this like goofy, wacky storyline, you know, because it's led to some really interesting picks and scenarios. Like the skeletons blocking camps.
I was about to say, it's not just the heroes that are coming out from it as well. It's the way that people are using it if they're picking it up in different roles. Are you
It's
doing
high
it
skill.
to help you farm? Are you doing it to shut down the opponents a little bit? But the fact that it helps also for the hero picks, we're seeing a Faceless Voids feel more comfortable. We're seeing anti-mages as well, who I would say has been having a great showing so far on the main
pretty
stage.
much. This is the only reason why some of these heroes are popular. The anti-mage that you did mention, we saw, I believe, only one Spectre as well. I don't think without Helm of the Dominator would be seeing this hero being picked at all, because she's really not the strongest hero at the moment. But it does allow you to go for different strategies. It does allow you to play map differently, and who better to do it than 9 class? This guy is just an insane and figuring things out, how he's moving across the map. We see these offlaners, these Zoo offlaners, that you give them another creep, another way of ghost pushing the lanes. You have this Lycan who's super popular as well with his shard. So there's a lot of things that you need to focus on, and I feel like in this current meta, if you make like one small mistake in the draft, you could easily get punished for it.
I still think that the meta has not caught up to the stuff that 9 class is doing. Sure, if they lose, maybe there's an over-adjustment happening there, and you could point at him and say, look at this guy, he's 0-7, what is he doing? But he's taking Watchers, he's sniping wards and sniping sentry wards. He's actually got a very high, I think he's like 3rd on average D wards. That's a 4 position. This guy's not a 5, he's a 4 position. But it's almost like he plays Dota and he's focused on these other objectives that everyone else kind of doesn't value highly enough.
Yeah, in the last 7 matches that they did play, they did have 5 games that they did win with Slark and that Monkey King. And in the 2 games that they did lose, there was no Slark, there was no Monkey King. So coming into this series, I think Extreme Gaming is not going to allow them to get the hands on those 2 heroes.
I mean, that's going to be the story for today. Even we saw this story continue yesterday, where he was trying to find a replacement for those heroes with the Centaur. But it kind of doesn't feel like, I mean, I get what he was trying to do. And within the time frame, he probably didn't have time to figure other things out. So I think that's going to be the main talking point of today, whether he already found a 3rd hero or he's just going to run out of heroes today.
Yeah, so P-Vision very, I wouldn't say dependent on their supports, but that obviously garners them so much space. That's what really helps a lot of their cores there. On the side of Extreme Gaming, though, I don't want to say it's the same story. It feels like they're very team fight orientated. That's the heroes that they're going for. That's the late game or their game plan that they strive for.
Yeah, but they also have some crazy stuff that they can pull out. I mean, yesterday we saw CK with Fundamental Forging as his facet, allowing him to get Sticky and Desolator 35 minutes into the game, so you have insane amount of minus armor, and they're ready to close out the game. Like, this is something that I don't think many people would expect that this hero is going to get picked. They picked Dead Prophet, they picked Sniper, so they're very, very, in terms of heroes that they can play, Xiao 8 is going to be bringing that oomph to the draft.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite teams in Dota, in TI history, because for the entire year, they were kind of the, cheesy, we were going to last pick XM Sniper mid or Viper, something goofy that just like dominates the lane. They were a very cheesy team. Or Ame will be on Juggernaut when Juggernaut's like totally not in the meta and complete garbage, Spectre, things like that, where we laughed at Ame as like kind of forcing things. And now they are a team where you can give them completely normal heroes and they will dominate you in a team fight. This synergy between the players, something that they did just made everything click. Like, they have a fundamental understanding of Dota that looks better than every other team. And you have to be worried about their cheese picks, because they have in the last 2 days shown they're still willing to pick it. They're still willing to whip out the Sniper mid and dominate you.
I mean, the team fights are very, very important in a meta where it's a lot more, I don't want to say slow, but there's just a lot of action going on the map, whether you're fighting for small things like the Lotus or the Shrine, everything else. And so having a team fight lineup means most of the time it's easier for you to execute it and fight for the objective, whereas you compare that to how their opponents P-Vision. P-Vision adopts a very different type of method where they use vision with the 9 class heroes.
I am going to be missing the sound of this horn, because when we hear it, it means only one thing. Barclays Arena, get ready for our final day of the International.
The Aegis of Champions. It bears the record, reminding us of the battles we all hold sacred. The triumphs we still celebrate. The legends we will forever revere. It summons the world's finest contenders, allowing us, empowering us to honor the giants of the past, to realize the magic of the present, to witness the origins of the epic stories of tomorrow. Now we gather at the final proving ground, where the path to victory is ever-changing. But the cheers of the arena will always guide the way. The Aegis of Champions arrives in Hamburg, Germany. A beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 3 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Only 3 teams left. No more time for preparation. That's done and dusted. You have to be ready to show up today. This is where it's about to happen. This is where you make a name for yourself, Jenkins.
Yeah, and I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. No matter what happens, it is devastation of the highest degree that we are losing one of these teams today. You have XG, the pride and joy of China. Ame has some of the best history in all of Dota. Like, carry players, they respect him. And on the other side, you have Satanic, probably the most standout new player of all time. You've 9-class, bunch of newcomers. Like, either way, it's devastating.
Well, look, I know that our viewers, whether you're here in the arena or at home, are ready. And I just got word, so are our teams. Let's start bringing them out on stage. One of the strongest teams to come into the competitive scene this year. You have veteran knowledge, of course, in no one. You have 3 TI newbies when it comes to Satanic, 9-class, and Ducalis. So what exactly is this 5-stack going to be able to do against their opponent?
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Extreme Gaming!
It was only 9 hours ago this team was walking out on stage to secure themselves a spot in the top 3. They could do it yesterday. Can they do it again today? We crowned them as the team fight specialists, but how do you answer that? Are you able to bring that A game again when it comes to it, when it is that final day of the International?
To be honest, I feel like adrenaline powers you through at this point. Like, these guys are in the lower bracket finals of TI. I think they can absolutely do it. What's crazy to me is that if we're looking at this matchup, the team that we can say is like more dominant in terms of team fighting and raw skill is Extreme. That's what it looks like this tournament. This is not how it's been all year, and P-Vision is more like they're going to cheese you on the map.
Last time they met, P-Vision did beat them 2-0 at TI, and it was the game number 1 was one of the weirdest games that we've seen in quite some time, ending with only 9-3 score, where there's only one team fight. Slark steals the Aegis 9 class at his finest, making sure that it's going to be in his hands. He doesn't even die there, and they just end the game. I think 9 class is the best player in the world when it comes down to buying time, understanding what needs to be done. You were talking about these lotuses, all the stuff that he does on the map behind enemy towers, killing couriers and such. But I think it's very, very important to not give him the hero that he wants to play. We're talking about this Slark, we're talking about this Monkey King, but I'm pretty sure that Astini definitely has a couple of aces up his sleeve.
I mean, it's also the fact that I feel like actually has to figure out the right hero to fight him in the lane. You know, I'm thinking about heroes like Bane, because the way that 9 class likes to play is running around, he's playing creeps, and Bane is like the perfect hero for that.
That's
you
true.
see him, go to sleep, good night, go home, stop the pull. So I think this is going to be like one of the few things that they could do against 9 class.
Something for chasing him, essentially, because like the way Bane wants to play in general is running around in the trees. Like you even see Bane's pick up a Quelling Blade just so they can like cut little tree paths and hide. So something to match 9 class. But he's been doing this for so long. He has been doing this at such a high level that I do feel like in terms of play style, it is very difficult to match him, especially if Astini and 9 class have cooked something that people don't really understand for this series.
Yeah, it feels like he's gone through the trials and tribulations of every hero that could potentially try and stop what he does, but there is no end in sight, it feels, apart from banning out those heroes. I do have to say, Astini was riling up the crowd, getting the energy going. If any team is going to benefit off of a crowd buff in this series, it's definitely P-Vision. I think they love taking to the stage. They love hearing the audience and everything that they get to do about just playing good Dota.
I mean, we're talking about Astini, we're talking about 9 class, but I feel like Zhao Wade and Almay have also been cooking some pretty incredible heroes for him. They played Clinks for the first time. They've been picking a lot of anti-mage. Chaos Knight, Lacoste, as you mentioned yesterday, going for the facet where you get the neutral item, the tier 5 neutral item at 35 minutes. Like, this is stuff that we've never seen before. This is stuff that even if you're, you know, the big brains of P-Vision, cooking up this, like, crazy, wacky gameplay, you've still never played against this before.
Yeah,
both sides are cooking here.
You're going to be worried about how deep this hero pool is. It feels like every game we see, Almay is just bringing something new out for himself. And we can see a pretty good comparison here. There's actually only 3 heroes that overlap between the two of them here. Of course, something very unique for Satanic is that carry Tinker there. But yeah, Almay playing the AUG, that's very unique to him if you compared any character.
This must be the least overlap that we've seen out of any comparison so far.
And also you see the difference. The difference there, you know, Almay is like more, like he has the more active role, whereas I think Satanic has the more greedy roles, you know, the greedier heroes.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, you know, we keep saying Almay is this uncrowned king, but it's like he's been here before. So even though we talk about P-Vision having a crowd buff, I think there's something in stability of having been at the stage before, having made it so far time and time again at multiple TIs.
Yeah, I mean, this is his 7th TI. Almay is just a legend for a good reason. The LGD run at TI8, he got 2nd place. It was him and X-Nova, by the way. And then LGD TI10, it was him and Shinkyu also getting that 2nd place. A lot of achievements for Almay, getting so close so many times, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this is his year.
Really, Lacoste, you're all
I
in
can
that
feel
way.
it in my bones, yeah.
He just somehow makes it so far into the tournament every time.
The patch is also really favorable for his type of playstyle where the game is sort of slower, you get more time to farm, you get this helm and then you hit creeps and you know when to join the fight, you know. So I think this could be his year.
Well, I don't want to stall this out any longer. Our players are now ready. They're out on the stage in their booths, so let's get this lower bracket going.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 1.
A best of 3 to decide if you're going home or going to the grand finals. A chance here for these two teams to make it there. Our game 1 draft on our screens now, and we do wonder who exactly is going to be targeted, who's going to be able to excel and show their strengths in this series.
Is this a prediction for the entire draft?
An Aegis, that's what they're going to draft first.
And an Aegis. Well, you have to take Roche at some point.
Oh, it's the opposite way.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Witch Doctor. That was one of them, right?
Yeah.
All right, the crowd is happy. Slark is out.
I mean, also the Mars, right? Like, really interesting. Like, we saw a couple of really good performances from XXS on the Mars, and we highlighted that they are the team fight team. You know, Mars is the hero for that.
It's probably the perfect hero, I would say, for this team. Like, the way that it lets you split up fights is very important. But I remember XM in an interview, like ages ago, he said, if you give us SF, we will win with SF, and then you will ban SF. So they still value it. We've not seen a huge amount of success from the hero, but I feel like when we have seen it, it's been picked in scenarios where they needed other stuff. They needed some spirit type hero, and then SF was picked as the answer there, and I don't think it's that. I think if you draft an entire draft around SF, it's very good, especially if you can also flex it into the carry position.
Yeah, we saw yesterday NGX having Medusa and Shadowfin. It didn't really work out for them, so I think Shadowfin definitely needs a specific setup. You can't have too greedy cores, because he also takes a good amount of farm. He also wants heroes to go in. He wants these active type of heroes, especially from the off lane, maybe even an active carry, because this hero is going to be carrying, if we're talking about Shadowfin, from the mid role, and XM did play it 3 times so far and did win every single game on it.
He's probably better slightly as a mid hero right now after the little nerfs that he had in the last patch, but we'll see. I think it's still open as a flex for them, and I think I'd like to also mention that the fact that whenever you're playing high level dollar like this, it's very important to have control over the mid section of the map. Something like SF or Sniper, you know, you shove the wave out and you can pressure the tower. I think this is something that maybe actually felt like it brought them success in previous series, especially when they had the Sniper. So they're trying to find a hero which you can pick early, but also not get counter, right? Because we talked a little bit about the Sniper, where you don't really want to open the drop with until you see your matchup.
Yeah.
I think SF has a little bit more leeway with that because you can move it to the carry.
Both of the teams are putting a lot of pressure, having I would say this is a flex pick for P-Vision.
I agree.
I think they're trying to bait this potential Sniper that could come out, something that we've seen yesterday that they did against the same matchup, and I kind of feel it that this could be position 4 or position 5 Invoker that they want to run if it gets countered.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because I do think that Invoker, with the current way that you play him, getting the Dom, you're playing around Cold Snap, tons of summons, it's very good against SF, because SF mid wants to go Blink and Yasha and Kaya. He doesn't get the BKB until later on, so it's almost impossible to get the Requiem off because of all of Invoker's stuns. So because of that, maybe XG is thinking, okay, this is going to be an Invoker mid, but of course, there was a while there, 9 class was playing Invoker. In pro-level pubs before this tournament, Invoker was a 4 position, not a mid laner.
I mean,
People were playing
it's
it.
also the fact that you can easily gank the SF if SF is mid as Invoker support. You know, you have the Tornado and the Cold Step like you guys mentioned, so I feel like we're probably going to see maybe XG move away from that and move him to the carry, which is more safer right now.
Yeah.
Considering all the options they have. But the other option is also to go for like really, really strong supports like Clock. Thus, you need supports that can secure the runes and protect the SF in the mid lane. Those are the supports that I'm going to be definitely looking at.
I do love the bans coming out from Extreme Gaming, by the way. I just want to take note that that was the exact same ban opening that Falcons did against them yesterday when they beat them in that game number 3. And then, of course, you continue it on. You want to take out more of 9-class hero pool, the Pudge, the Act, just everything that is too annoying.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of ET. ET on the main stage of TI, he does have 100% win rate over 6 games for a good reason. This is something that has been paired up with another team fighting offlaner, especially like these Marses that can keep them in place, so ET lands a really good stun on top of them. It's also a hero that amplifies your damage, so you have Invoker as well, could be insanely good.
It's also a block pick, right? Because XG really likes to play this hero.
And they've looked really good on it. Teamfight counter initiators is exactly how they like to play.
Yeah, on the other hand, I feel like these two heroes, the ET and Invoker, they're both kind of weak against something like Clockwork, you know. So I would like to see a Clockwork here, probably like dealing with both of these heroes from Paravision, and the Clockwork also serves as a bodyguard for the SF, you know, regardless of where the SF is going to lane, mid or carry.
Did you guys like the clock it was seen yesterday on the side of P-Vision?
The Clockwork?
Yeah, because Winter was just talking about it.
Yeah,
I potentially be picked up, and
I think Clockwork through this whole tournament has looked like a very strong hero. People have gotten a lot better at utilizing the cog knockback I think just in general, people have skilled up when it comes to Clock. It's probably just an underrated hero coming into this. Warlock SF lane seems a little weird, right?
Yeah, it's not the partner that you want to have with Shadowfin, because usually he doesn't have a problem with the sustain, so most likely
and also
the Shadowfin being mid.
Yeah, and also SF doesn't like to push out the wave in the safe lane, right? Because Warlock, you're going to use Fatal Bond, so I think the lane probably is not that great. So
right.
Like probably it's going to go mid, like what Lacoste mentioned here.
And the reason I bring up the Warlock is because Clockwork would also be 5 position, but they go for Nyx.
Wow, this is... I mean, Warlock and Nyx is a very, very good combination because Warlock is a team fight hero, and Nyx kind of does the other thing, right? Because whenever you're playing into Warlock, you're trying to dodge, you're trying to avoid the rock, and Nyx hunts you down.
Nyx pretty much makes up for everything the Warlock lacks, and Warlock does the same thing for Nyx.
It's a very rare hero that we get to see. It's only been twice at this tournament that we've gotten to see it. 1 win, 1 loss for itself.
It's a big counter to Elder Titan.
Yes.
So it really makes it very, very difficult for Elder Titan to set up his storms. And obviously also really good against the Invoker here. But the downside of Nyx is he is very, very weak in the lane after they remove the one-shotting creeps, you know.
Yes, there is no recovery mechanism for Nyx Assassin now. You need to have a good lane.
All right.
Wow. Enigma and Void Spirit here.
Well, we're going to get some epic team fights in this match, I can tell you that much.
I also want to see which one of these two heroes is going to be played as a position 4, either Void Spirit or Invoker. I mean, we did see yesterday position 5 Enigma from KJ. It did look insanely good because he was stacking 3 camps at the same time, making sure that enemies are not getting the stacks, and still being able to scale into the mid and late game with the itemization that he was going for.
You know, in the green room a while ago, somebody said 9 class is going to play Void Spirit today. So maybe that's what we're going to see here.
Well, who said that? You can't just say somebody said that.
Somebody, I'm not going to reveal who.
No, that's fair. You gotta keep your
secret.
sources.
Okay.
So you think it's more likely to be a Void Spirit that's going to support than an Invoker?
Because they've been really theory crafting about what melee heroes could replace the Slug.
Okay, I understand.
It's one of the most difficult heroes to beat catch. Like, it's almost impossible to catch Void Spirit. Kind of fits what 9 class wants to do. Be very annoying. You have 2 astral step charges. You have the simulate as well, so very difficult to catch. Be annoying. If you get the shard, you can farm the camp. You just put down 1 remnant and you're going to be getting the farm. But to your point, Jenkins, about this Dawnbreaker, I assume they pick Nyx Assassin to block the Dawnbreaker and then take it for themselves.
I think so. You cannot pick Dawn into Nyx. It's like Nyx Silencer, but Warlock and Elder Titan had already been picked, and Silencer is played as a 5. So they picked the only 4 position that counters Dawnbreaker that PV is willing to play, that 9 class is willing to play, which is Nyx Assassin, and then they get the Dawnbreaker uncountered. And we saw yesterday in the Heroic Series how strong Dawnbreaker can look, especially into Enigma as a counter to the Black Hole. There's straight up nothing you can do. It's an AoE disable global BKB piercing.
I mean, you're not winning that team fight against the Rock, the SF Requiem, and the Dawn coming down. You know, it's so difficult. And at the same time, why their draft is so solid right now? If you don't take the team fight, there's a Nyx hunting you with the Solar Guardian.
With the Dawn coming in, yeah, exactly.
It is so hard.
Cheap setup that they can get the kills pretty much anywhere on the map. But also looking at the P-Vision's draft, you do have a lot of team fight as well. Invoker with the Cataclysm, ET, Ulti, and
it takes time though.
But it does take time. I think this lineup is a bit on the slower side. If it's going to be Invoker from the mid lane, which I think it's going to be, with the Helm of the Dom and this Void Spirit position 4, it's still going to give you a good time. You're going to hit Enigma, you're building into Helm, you're building into drums, these type of items, you're building into potentially a pipe. You just want to be tanking up, and then you're going to hit the crucial timing with all these summons, all these zoos, and you're going to be ready to take the fight, but it needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, I agree. I do think an Invoker mid lane looks better here. All of the things that we talked about against the SF, Cold Snap, the small instances of damage, like, all very good against Dawnbreaker as well. She ults in, Invoker drops a Meteor plus Cold Snap, like, she can definitely feed. Whereas a Void Spirit, you're kind of initiating, and Dawnbreaker ult can counter that initiation, so you probably want to put that on less of an important role. I also feel like for 9 class, Void Spirit makes a lot of sense. He's really hard to kill. You just need to get level 6. That's the only concern here, is that he can't really run around pre-level 6 and be invulnerable like he could on Monkey King by jumping on the trees.
I mean, the issue with the Void Spirit is like he seems like a very different replacement for the Slug and Monkey, right? Because the way you set up for the ganks, I think it's a lot harder as a Void Spirit. Like you see someone, you have to jump in and then land your Aether Remnant, and the disable is not as reliable, I would say, as a Slug or Monkey King. So I think the execution level of this hero, if it's indeed a position 4, is going to be way, way higher.
Something else that 9 Class is doing on these heroes is the vision game, right? That's something that at least Void Spirit is pretty good to do. And a Phantom Lancer.
Oh, May, what are you doing?
He just knows how to deliver on the main stage. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much in the way of clearing the PL illusion.
And also, it's a very good lane matchup into the Enigma, which I suspect is the biggest reason they wanted the Phantom Lancer here. And it's also really good against the Invoker. You dodge the spells, you can land the combo.
Vision will need some AoE, something that can build into Battle Fury. I'm thinking about, you know, these jugs maybe. They played a lot of Kunkka in the safe lane a couple of months back. He built into Radiance, not the best thing against Nyx Assassin, but you have Cleave, you have Radiance against PL Illusions. Could be something that they are going to be willing to pick up.
Yeah, if you're thinking about jugs, I think you should focus on the draft, but maybe Juggernaut or Lifestealer? Like you've Radiance against the PL.
And you have the Rage against the Nyx. Yeah, there you go.
It felt really good against the other heroes of Extreme Gaming, and I think against PL, it's an okay matchup. It's decent. You know, you can slowly clear through all the illusions, like kite the fight for long enough to kill the PL.
But the thing you have to worry about is the BKB piercing disable from the Dawn and the Warlock, which is going to be very, very annoying for the Lifestealer in the team fights.
Yeah, 100%. And I do think there comes a point in Dota where Lifestealer does not answer PL. Once he has enough items, once he has a pipe to back him up, so the Radiance is clearing through the illusions and revealing who the real PL is, I do think that late game, PL destroys Lifestealer.
But are they going to be able to get there, right? We've seen Phantom Lancer only one time so far. It did not have any success, and it felt like because you were able to close the game out a lot earlier than those items required for PL, he needs a lot of time.
I mean, I don't think they need to get there though. I think in the early stages, their team fight with the SF, Warlock, and Dawn is just going to be enough to carry them through the game. They're going to get the objectives easily, get Roshan on their hand, and the game does not have to get to late game for the PL to beat the Lifestealer.
I will say, when played from ahead, I do really like Lifestealer against PL. And let me just read some of Satanic's records real quick. These are records across all TIs. He's #1 for least deaths, #1 for GPM, #1 for XP per minute, #1 for last hits per minute. This guy is good. If somebody's going to be ahead, it's him.
It's definitely him. I think this game is going to be very, very slow. I think we're going to be seeing only a couple of kills in the first 10 minutes, and that's going to benefit both of the teams. I also feel that Jinkyu will need to do a lot of work because he is pretty much the only stun. He's going to be setting things up. Sure, you have Warlock ulti, you have Dawnbreaker ulti, but he needs to be the one in the front line. Pretty much everything is a follow-up.
All right. I like where you guys are putting this. It feels like there's going to be so much on the line about these lanes, exactly how this game is going to go out. But I want to get some words of confidence from one of our team's coaches, and that's Estinian Slacks.
Absolutely, words of confidence coming from this man many times before in this tournament. Just as the first one. You feeling confident now?
Yes, it's impossible not to feel with this energy from the crowd, South Americans, Brazilians, CIS, everyone cheering for us. Thanks, guys.
Impossible to fail. You know, that's not what everybody says. I've been reading a few threads. Says, you know, ban the Slark, ban the Monkey, or playing against Paravision, easy win. Do you agree with that?
This TI team is stars aligned. I thought Nigma would win, and then they lose. And then I have no option of hero. They ban full hero pool. Then I look, everything purple, and it's Void Spirit. They couldn't count with it.
That's a coach right there. I look around, see something in the room, and go, that seems like a good hero. Hell yeah, all right, I like that.
You came dressed for it.
Yes, thank you. I am actually Void Spirit. I'm glad I can motivate you, my friend. All right, let's get serious here for a second, though. We do have some pretty interesting picks here. Phantom Lancer, what the hell is this? I would never ask that to the director. Do you have any idea what they're planning with that hero, and are you ready for it?
We tried 2 times ourselves. We always lost. Maybe they make it work. I'd be happy to see it work on the sense PL can work, then I play next game, but I think it will not.
Okay, does not think it's going to work. All right. Now, I know I'm not supposed to ask a father about his children, who's his favorite child, but out of the team here, come on, you got to make one choice. Who's going to be your MVP on this game to get you a first win?
9 class.
9 class! All right, we'll see it. Will he be the 9 class that we've seen so many times before, or that position 7 centaur? We'll find out very shortly. Thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure to see you, and we'll get it to game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Saxon. Indeed. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Barclays Arena. Let's get into the action here. The lower bracket final. It, of course, is Extreme Gaming up against P-Vision and Fog. We're getting some exciting heroes coming through on the final day of the International. 9 class bringing out this Void Spirit. And obviously on the side of Extreme Gaming, we're getting an Arme PL. I think we saw the stat. It's only been picked once in this tournament. Did not win.
Nope.
Arme, he's ready to try and show us how it's done.
I mean, we're in for a treat here, right? We have masterminds, of course, from both coaches, but so many iconic heroes coming in. Even though, like you said, we don't see the PL too much, a lot of these players do love to play it. It just unfortunately doesn't work in a lot of situations nowadays. But we're in for a treat for sure. Look at all the team fight we've got, Owen. Some of these games, they've gone, I mean, most of these games have gone quite long. And if this one does go long, holy moly, look at the wombo combos that can come in, right? We've got Exort Invoker, so we have the potential for the Cataclysms later on with Black Hole. And then, of course, from the side of XG, Fatal Bonds with the Dawnbreaker, with the SF. Let's see who can execute better.
And talking about some of these other heroes that we haven't really been seeing too much, you know, Jinkyu has had some insane games yesterday. He was popping off time and time again. Definitely given them the confidence to bring in something that we just haven't been seeing that much as well, the Nyx Assassin. I mean, why haven't we been seeing this hero? And what do you think's made it this game for the one that Jinkyu said, hey, give me the Nyx Assassin?
I think Panel touched on it pretty well there, right? They were trying to cover and make sure that this Dawnbreaker can have a good time, but also with what he had seen already, he saw the ET and the Invoker. So a pretty good matchup in terms of mid-game and late game for that Nyx Assassin to disrupt combos. Top lane.
So we're going to be able to trade back pretty nicely here with the punches of Dakalis.
And you're asking also, sorry, why we don't see it as much. The weak lane, right? That's just what's always been the case. After they removed the Mind Flare, one-shotting those creeps to have that recovery outlet, it did make it a lot more difficult to play the Nyx Assassin in some situations.
And the PL, so why are other carries not touching this hero? It feels like they're not even considering it. I mean, we heard from Astini, right? He himself didn't have a lot of faith in this hero. So he's, of course, going to be watching with, it feels like, the rest of the world to just see what PL can do as a carry in this day and age.
On paper, we've seen, especially in pubs, it's been running rampant. It's winning a ton of games just because once the game gets to these later stages, it can be very difficult just to deal with these illusions. You tend to just run out of steam with your draft, which could potentially happen if this PL gets too far ahead or if the game gets too late and the Lifestealer isn't ahead in particular, right? It could be pretty problematic. There's ways to stop the Black Hole. There's ways to prevent the Invoker from getting spells off as XXS.
They're going to have the Sunstrike. It's going to connect onto Jinkyu. Got the Spike Carapace up with the Blood Grenade. That'll do it to Dakalis. Laying down the Blood Grenades here to get that first blood secured.
A very, very strong lane that P-Vision has set themselves up top. Pretty much completely countering the Dawn and the Nyx in terms of laning phase.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. I mean, we're seeing, right, you know, XXS and Jinkyu, they can step up, drop their spells, but if the burst of those combos doesn't get the kill, the right clicks and the chase down from Dakalis and Satanic, it feels like it's going to win out pretty much all the time.
It really should, honestly. The problem with Nyx Assassin, like we were saying with the laning phase, he hates laning versus strength melee heroes.
Yes.
It just is the case.
He's got to be a bit cautious here. Getting caught, stepped up, the Sunstrike off the mark,
close.
But he will still be chased out here.
I look at Jinkyu, he's hugging XXS with the Carapace to try to reflect that Sunstrike back. Off the mark there slightly though, no one. As we get the chance to look at these other lanes, XM versus no one, having a very good time so far. And same thing for bottom. We're seeing that PL, Ame, feeling no threat versus the Void Spirit and the Enigma so far here. As I don't think he will. That's probably why they also wanted this PL. They see the lane, it's a Void Spirit Enigma, and they have a Warlock, which is going to keep him completely sustained in the lane. So Ame is set up for success to get that farm.
Overall, if he does get this good start, hits these timings as the PL, you know, how well kitted out is P-Vision's lineup to deal with a farmed Phantom Lancer in the later stages of the game?
Later, in very late game, it can be very problematic. The one really good thing that they have is the ET and the Invoker combos, right? ET, we saw yesterday what Natural Order can do in later stages, especially when you're versus a hard agility carry, since it puts you to 0 for that armor if you don't have any plus armor. So can make a difference for a Lifestealer to focus fire, and also the spells are going to clear those illusions.
maybe a bit easier than some other games.
As we're sitting in the mid, no one doing well to be able to match the last hits really of XM, but overall the pressure from XM continuously keeping the wave shoved in. It's getting to the point now where he's starting to get a few hits onto that tower. So rotation coming in from 9 class.
This top lane, XXS is getting 0 CS. He's at 9-1. He was at 8-1 2 minutes ago, and immediately they're just constantly pushing him off the lane. So the problem of that dual lane, dual melee,
it's going to be a rough start for him. It's almost to the point where it's going to require some sort of big play to happen as soon as he hits the 6 so he can get involved somewhere else and pick up some action.
No, absolutely.
From this lane, unlikely to be finding anything too much with how Ducalis and Satanic are playing it against him.
And we do have to mention, right, Jinkyu and XXS kind of have been pretty strong dictators of mid-game.
They've crushed a lot of lanes.
They've been amazing in a lot of these games to get XG to a good purpose.
Yeah,
and if XXS has no game...
Sunstrike coming in.
He might...
He's right-clicked with Ducalis.
Super close to dying there. Ducalis having boots and windlace already this early is proving to be very problem. This is a level 3 Dawnbreaker, Owen.
This has got to be one of the roughest starts we've seen XXS have here on the main stage, right?
I think it's the roughest start in the entire tournament that I've seen from him so far. So that lane in particular is looking fantastic for P-Vision.
Oh yeah, Satanic is having an absolute dream of a time.
They'll get
in the mid. Jinkyu able to make himself useful as he turns up, helps out XM take out a kill on Ducalis.
So far, 9 class, literally just been stacking neutrals. He's just running around. He was trying to manipulate creep waves, but now it's just been the stack game. DM, the nice thing about this Enigma pick versus the PL and the Warlock is it's a very passive lane from PL Warlock, so DM isn't getting sacked down here, even though this, the Void Spirit isn't really doing too much just yet. As we see no one, put the point in the Wex, he'll meteor the camp, and they'll give the Void Spirit the mid lane to make sure that 9 class can get something at the least here. But he won't get any CS.
And talking about 9 class, obviously this was expected that he was going to be trying something different after his sort of 2 main roaming melee supports that he has been winning game after game on get banned out. In this case, of course, being the Monkey King and the Slark. Do you sort of see the concept behind the support Void Spirit?
Not as much as some of the other options that we have seen. I think there's some interesting potential with the Call of the Void that is untested, but we'll have to see.
Battle for the Wisdom. We're going to have Satanic and Ducalis pushing on. TP's coming in. XXS, he's going to get taken out. XM will turn up to make sure the P-Vision pay for this one, but not before they take out a second kill P-Vision. I mean, they're going to have to try and deal with Satanic, but he's still not that easy to take out. As he's going to be able to step across, he's got Infest at the ready, so he'll be able to hop into the creep. XM at least will secure the Shrine of Wisdom for them, but the Sunstrike coming in. Satanic essentially getting the cleanup on what pretty much was, 4 heroes that he's getting the XP from. I mean, they may have got the XP from the Wisdom on XG, but overall, Satanic absolutely coming out on top of this.
That's a lot of extra health already for this Lifestealer.
And the game for XXS just continues to crumble.
That is an unbelievable start for this Lifestealer, and it's a hero, as we said, versus PL. You want to be ahead. He's going to have really good timing on this Radiance.
Oh, yeah.
Getting kills like that. The Lotus, as we saw coming into play massively, heals up his mana HP, has that creep, and wow.
I mean, that's huge. The tips coming out between the two of them, Satanic and Ducalis, because they know that they have absolutely crushed the start of this game in that top lane.
Absolutely, and DM, he's actually getting pressure on this bottom
This is a lot, 8 minutes in.
This is a phenomenal start for the side of P-Vision, even though, as we said, Ame is having a free farm start. That death on XM hurts a ton. A tower drops. This is a crazy early game here so far from P-Vision. Yeah, as you said, XXS, how's he going to recover? Level 4 Dawnbreaker, almost 9 minutes in. Rarely see this from these offlaners to get sacked this hard, to get punished this hard.
And if P-Vision are able to sort of keep this pressure up and continue to grow this early game lead and start sort of taking these objectives off XG's side of the map, when you have a PL as the carry, like how early can Ame turn up, or how difficult will it be for him to get involved if sort of the time starts ticking and he has to?
He might just have to. I see he's going the defusal route, but we'll have to see, because it is Ame. Ame really does like to hit those creeps until he feels like he has that ideal timing, but yeah, we'll have to see, because this early game is devastating. P-Vision able to maximize the farm, as we see no one. Dominator's finished. He's jungling. They're giving the Void Spirit the mid lane. They have pressure in the bottom lane for the Dominator, so they have the double Dominators already going.
Yeah.
So the farm is going to increase massively, and for the side of XG, making a rotation to Satanic, that's not possible. How are you going to kill this Lifestealer? At this point in the game, it's not going to happen.
I mean, Satanic is going to be a huge issue. The Radiance timing is going to be fantastic on Satanic.
Yeah.
And,
a solo kill.
Somebody just head over and take that down. Both Arme and XM not able to do anything to save their support in that situation.
All right, this is a massive problem for the side of XG right now. DM is already starting to take over and swing toward
He's just ready to walk over. Gets the Eidolons out. No one's got the setup. Xingqiu, they'll try and run. The cold snap is going to stop his escape. Another kill for P-Vision as they just continue to dominate this early game.
And look at the push, right? With the double dominators, with the Forge Spirits, they can really start to knock down this tower. And for XG, maybe not the best wave clear. They kind of have to take a fight if they want to try to defend this tower. Dawnbreaker has hit 6.
Okay.
So let's see the Solar Guardian.
See what happens here in the mid. With the setup, Solar Guardian's coming in. XM will survive for now.
Only just.
So they are able to keep the SF alive. Sunstrike's attempted, won't connect. But yeah, it does mean that they're not going to be able to try and look for an aggressive move around the Solar Guardian to try and give XXS that chance to catch back up in this game.
It's almost like they poked, forced it, and then just were like, okay, we got the Dawn, back up, everybody farm again. 3K lead, first 11 minutes here. And I believe that is the Relic, essentially done for Satanic.
Got to be one of the faster Radiances, right, at this pace.
100%. I mean, and look at his health, right? I always try to factor this one in because of how much you get from the Feast. That's a lot at the 11-minute mark. He already has 1,400 HP on a Lifestealer with Phase and a Bracer.
And just the nature of the matchup as well, right? You can't be feeling good as the PL having to play a game into what's going to be such an early Radiance Lifestealer.
No, definitely not. Then, like you said, maybe there's no way that Ame wants to turn up until he has 1, 2, maybe even the third item in particular. This is an unreal start. Level 9 as well, too, for Satanic. Have to point that one out. So being completely left alone, all 3 cores super high level.
Yeah, the last pick Lifestealer coming in very hard here from P-Vision.
And they didn't punish, you know, this lane bottom in particular, the Void Spirit plus the Enigma. There was nothing that happened to DM. So 9 class, he's 6. DM is 9. And as you said, the towers really getting pressure here.
No, they really are. And of course, on the other side of things, you look at P-Vision's towers. The middle's taken a little bit of damage, but the side lanes, they've barely been touched at all.
Yep.
So the pressure really adding up here against XG in the early game.
And just not easy for XM and for XG in particular to set up a team fight, right? Because there is a lot of annoying abilities on the side of P-Vision that are just fantastic at countering these fights. The ET, one of the best counter initiators, and the Invoker, if he's not caught in the initial go, he's gonna get his spell combo
Little
off.
timings as well, you know, 9 class able to back up, pick up a lot of bounties.
Big money. 4K lead continues to grow. No one purchasing up the drums as well, too. Very early timings here.
Maybe if they can get sort of the supports, 6s online for where Xingqiu's got his available now, and Xnova, of course, has the option with the Grimoire. They can definitely try and piece together a team fight to sort of slow down what P-Vision is accomplishing in this early stage.
If they get given the opportunity, right? P-Vision is a team that really likes to play around controlling tempo, playing around these Dominators until they have that ideal timing for a fight. So punishing these Dominators, it feels very difficult. Look at the lanes.
And look at the timing. So yeah, Phase Boots, Radiance, 13 minutes on Satanic this game.
Has to be the fastest, right?
XXS, nothing that he can do right now about this Lifestealer, and there we have it. Indeed, nearly 2 minutes faster than the fastest that we've seen so far.
Absolutely crazy.
Can Arme, with his PL, have the answer down the line to this incredibly stacked Lifestealer at such an early time?
They're gonna have to play for that later stage for sure, it feels like. Unless Xingqiu can start to make some magic with the Vendetta, with the Solar Guardian to find pickoffs, but they have to be careful because their damage is gonna be limited when they've fallen behind this early game. If they go for a play, can definitely get countered as P-Vision.
They know how strong they are. They're ready to stand here.
Scan comes out.
And bully XG potentially away from this Wisdom. See, at the same time, though, Xingqiu's going to make his way over and try and take theirs. And he should get away with this unless there's quick TPs, but it doesn't look like it, so Xingqiu at least able to balance the situation there.
Nice and sneaky.
Another tower taken. The top one falls. And
All
Sam
3
has to take out his middle as well as it falls in deny range.
Right, all 3 tier 1s dropping, and lane pressure is definitely going to be an issue. As you see, Parrot, like P-Vision can literally just kind of invisibly shove lanes with 2 heroes, with the Forge Spirits plus Dominator, and Lifestealer, as you said, feels pretty free to show on lanes. They can catch him with some
a very, very high execution combo if he has his Radiance on in the laning phase. A Carapace comes in and stuns, but it's very difficult with their limited damage. With this start, a 5k lead, and it's very early to have this.
Obviously, item timings that XG is going to be looking towards. You know, Aghadim's obviously on the Dawnbreaker, still a while away for XXS. And yeah, for the other two cores as well, yeah, both Arme and XM. Definitely no interest in turning up to a fight right now. So doing the best they can to scramble together that next bit of progression.
Yeah, the question is really going to be is if they can land their Wombo combo in a good way versus P-Vision, and if that damage is going to be enough. Because it is significant with the Fatal Bonds, with the Requiem. Says P-Vision is getting a lot out of the map, and these auras are going to soon start to be built up for TM.
Definitely a bit of a saving grace for them that they do have, you know, such a bountiful option of ways to stop the black hole, right? It's never going to be easy for DM to just get in, black hole, Alame's PL, give Satanic the chance to kill him off. They will always have the opportunity to stop that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll build too much for the black hole this game, right? He'll build the aura so that he can just tank up his team, I'd imagine, since there is, yeah, 2 BKB piercing disables in particular that can just completely counter him in terms of black hole. XM, Yashikaya is finished. As we said, though, difficult for him to get the combo off because of the ET plus the Invoker little mini stuns can cause some difficulties. But with this amp damage...
Yeah, we might see something happen here. They're looking towards the top tower.
Let's see if they want to try to at least get that tower, like you said, because yeah,
I guess the question
not
is,
able to hit towers.
If you're P-Vision, do you feel strong enough that you're turning up for these tier 1 defenses?
I think they absolutely can, right? With the ET, they have insane counter initiation.
Yes, they're smoking and coming through the twin gate. So if XG do want to try and push for this, it will absolutely go answered by P-Vision.
DM has the pipe finished. So a lot of that damage, in particular XM, who is the majority of the early game, might just get answered.
I think if you're XG, you do not want to walk into this right now. P-Vision, very, very ready for any sort of fight.
They want to take the fight themselves. They see X-Nova.
They're going to make the quick jump. They get the grab here. 9 class able to set up. That's X-Nova gone.
More HP for Satanic. That's that pipe being delivered. They can start to threaten Roche with all those summons. It does feel like they can start to poke that with the Forge Spirit, with the double Dominators. The ward is prepared, though, so XG was at the ready that this move can potentially happen.
Maybe if they had the Warlock up. I mean, we'll be back up, of course, in 5 seconds, but is that going to be soon enough for them to feel that they can try for some sort of risky play around the pit?
Does Xingqiu try for potential steal play with a Golem and then just running in?
I think it might be tempting.
Let's see what they want to do here.
Let's have a look. Can they get the timing here, XG? Xingqiu. He's going to try and get in, but indeed the dust is there. Put the Spike Carapace, but they've got the control with the Tornado and the Ice Wall. P-Vision, they'll get the kill, they'll get the Roshan, and they'll get the Aegis. They get everything.
They are just so ready for every single one of the moves. Decent attempt there from XG, but going to be answered immediately. Manta finished up for Ame, so he hasn't died yet. He is getting that farm. It's just the differential between him and Satanic. You know, Satanic is going to have that matchup versus him.
I mean, it's going to be exciting to see. Will it get to the point where Ame does turn up and he's just sort of able to take the game on his shoulders as a PL, as you know, the PL of age back in the day? This hero used to be able to do that, folks.
For sure. We'll just have to see, because the fact, you know, have to factor in the Invoker spells, which have traditionally been pretty good, and just the ET aura, how much that's going to be able to do also, versus the PL of buffing up the Radiance and the overall physical damage if he can actually get on top of them.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, that's true. You would even consider that if this PL was kind of back at prime PL stages in the past, this would not be an easy draft still to defeat.
No. Definitely not.
So Ame, he's definitely got his work cut out here.
Lifestealer, it's a pretty good matchup versus PL in terms of like mid and early game, even toward later stages if you are ahead. And he is keeping himself in a good margin ahead, and he has a lot of team fights surrounding him.
Just under 4 minutes here to play with the Aegis. Almost certainly expect the P-Vision will be eyeing up these tier 2 towers.
Looking to continue constricting the map, as they've gotten all the pressure on these buildings. XG, next item is finished, so XM Blink is done. But as you said, it's not easy for him to get the combos off versus all the disables.
Stepping up, gets caught underneath the vision. They get the setup here with the Remnants. XXS will try and drag himself out with the hammer.
He's gone.
But he is gone indeed. Another kill for P-Vision. As they just have to be so careful how close they get. P-Vision will immediately make the jump in numerous ways, keep the pressure on. Fortification comes out momentarily, but P-Vision, they're not going anywhere. They'll stick around, take out this tier 2 20 minutes in.
And no one, he's got the Aghanims already done. And as we said, he did go the Exort facet this time around, so the Cataclysm potential is there.
Absurd amount of damage. The mid-9 class.
XM
is ready to start playing around with the Remnant. Will miss, and XM does get the chance to grab that haste stream. He's trying to fight back against 9 class, but doesn't want to head up to the high ground.
Off the mark with it. If he clips, if he gets him with that there, he's dead. Very likely, XM. Perhaps getting a little lucky, the 9 class does not connect with that Remnant.
They're going to try and do something and get Arme involved.
Let's see what they can get. It's been a very quiet game.
Yeah, this seems like a risky play, but again, I really feel in the position that XG have, they have to try something like this to catch P-Vision by surprise. They'll find Ducalis. TPs are coming in. Ducalis, he's going to get buffed up by the pipe. He's fine. And now they're ready to turn. The Satanic is going to try and find the real Arme. They're going to grab him with the Rev, and they've caught the real one. Solar Guardian heal coming in, but Satanic able to stay on top of the PL. Arme is gone. The Black Hole will be cancelled. They have the stun follow as well. And XXS goes down. Satanic falls for once, but he's going to be ready for round 2. Jinkyu desperately trying to TP out. He'll make it away. But P-Vision, as expected with the situation of the game so far, they take these fights so easily. Extreme, they try and get Arme involved. Ducalis will end up dying to the Tormentor. Gets rewarded, though, for his efforts there with the Shard. But it's just so hard to enter into these team fights as the PL. They've got the wave clear, and they've got this just incredibly farmed Satanic Lifestealer staying on top of you the entire fight.
As soon as the Solar Guardian comes out too, Enigma can cast that Black Hole. As we see, he's got positioning for it. Even if it's just a second or two, it's enough. As they try, I mean, the starting on Ducalis isn't bad there, that positioning, but he's got the whole backup of the team. XM's Requiem does next to nothing, and yeah, a fantastic fight again. The Splitter as well, I believe, caught, what, 3 heroes coming through there.
I mean, these sort of fights, for XG to come out on top, they have to be perfect. They have to almost sort of find a pick-off before the fight starts. And we did see them attempt that there, but they just couldn't kill Ducalis.
Nope. And the Aegis coverage there, even though Satanic did die once, he's right back. And I think they took a gem as well there too, right? I think it was purchased. Oh, actually, they recovered it, sorry. Xnova was able to recover his gem. But Satanic got, what, 2 more kills out of that fight also? So I'm just going to keep looking at that bonus HP. He has so much health to really go through here when they are behind.
Perfect game so far from him. 5-0-5 on the Lifestealer.
Full SNY finished up too. How do you bring this man down?
Another tower to be taken.
And XG, they were trying to really fight around that Tormentor timing just to prevent that extra gain from P-Vision, but immediately stopped in their tracks again. Blink, Jinkyu, getting closer. When he has Blink, then they can actually look for plays on these side lanes a little easier as well too with XM. If they do see someone split up. The problem is that P-Vision isn't really splitting too much now. Feeling their power of grouping up.
Trying to get the catch onto XXS there, top.
Off the mark.
And the space is there for them to continue taking these towers. As all tier 2s now taken, 23 minutes in.
And only 1 tower that XG's been able to bring down. Yeah, this P-Vision early game is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah,
they're even
playing it
knocking on
fast.
the high ground already.
We've not been seeing this a lot in this tournament. 23 minutes in. This is very, very early.
There's no golem. Okay, it does come back up now. So they force people back, and then they go back and actually just farm, and potentially even look for a catch. See, 9 class and no one looking for a setup.
And they're going to catch onto the illusions, though. Oh, well, maybe not. 9 class. He's got the read. Arme's going to try and turn. He's going to try and bait them out with the micro. It's going to work. P-Vision, they won't try and search any longer, so Arme gets out.
Does TP back to base, though. This gets sent all the way back. I just keep looking at these lanes, and every time XG looks to get out on the map, look at the positioning. Top, Dominator plus Eidolons. Mid, Dominator plus Forge Spirits for a second. Bottom also shoved in, so difficult for Jinkyu to make a move, which isn't kind of telegraphed, right? Because they're going to see all these lanes shoved in, and they're like, yeah, okay, they're trying to perhaps make a move since nobody's shoving those lanes out.
Jinkyu trying to just get some information.
Oh, and Satanic is carrying the gem now. So he can keep toggling the Radiance, make sure he doesn't get caught by that Carapace, and he'll always just know when Jinkyu is trying to make a move on him. Covering their bases, not giving an opportunity on XG to get the kill on this Lifestealer.
Yeah, they're just going to get out of here, the two of them. They know that they can't try and set up for some sort of surprise play from the high ground. They head to the top side, and they do have the three of them up here, and it is no one TPing in on his own. Still a very tough target to take down.
He's been pretty sneaky.
That's the Aghanims online now for Arme. So a little bit more potential in the team fights.
He probably wants, I think once he has that next item, then he can start to feel quite powerful, but the separation between him and the lifestealer actually just continues to grow. Went from 2K to 3K to 4, now it's at a 5K separation.
Yeah. I mean, I guess these sort of things happen, right? Especially when it's Satanic and he gets such a fast Radiance timing.
Very true. And his itemization, you know, we have to talk about it for Satanic. It's normal, but it's very, very good this game. He's going to have the AC finished up after the armlet. So
25 minutes in.
Like, super strong versus physical and magical.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff.
And all these wards are being taken out since he does have that gem picked up. AC, there it is. Breaking records.
Absolutely smashing the fastest timings. I'd imagine on pretty much most of these items with this sort of build-up. Just hasn't been slowed down one bit this game.
If anything, he's only been accelerated, it feels like, after that laning phase.
And there we go, Yendi. No surprises. It's not even close.
Nope.
Arme, looking towards the Bloodthorn next. Wants to make sure that if they do kind of get that jump in with Xingqiu, they are able to just focus the target and kill them off.
Ways away from it, though.
Radiant are scanning.
P-Vision, they can definitely look to kind of calm things down, hold onto the map, set things up for the next Roshan.
It's a quick spawn, too. And definitely difficult for XG to contest that next Rosh as well. Is the BKB finished up yet for XM? I believe it is. So at the least he'll be able to potentially get that Requiem off unless he gets caught from either like a splitter interrupt or a black hole in particular.
And I think that they've got to go for it, right? If you're XG, you try and contest this next Rosh. You really want to sit back and have to try and defend high ground against an Aegis push from P-Vision?
It feels like they do have to.
You got to get out there.
Especially after that situation we saw last time, right? Big team fight ultimates are good and all, but when there's an Aegis carrier, it does counteract that very heavily.
And they'll scout things out, P-Vision, as they step up into the pit. Extreme, what do they want to do about this? Doesn't look like they're making any initial moves, so maybe the call is indeed just going to be hold the high ground.
They still just they have lane issues again. Look at the positioning of these lanes. Bottom is shoved in, mid shoved in, top also. They're going to smoke it for an attempt.
Let's see if they can get there in time.
It's dying pretty quick.
And you see the positioning from Ducalis, DM, and No One. They're all ready to interrupt any sort of initiation from Extreme.
9 classes throwing down those remnants. XM.
Watching from the side, Xingqiu, ready with the step in, but Satanic's already out with the range. Meatball comes down straight away, Xingqiu's gone. The sleep with the side, they managed to catch XM.
He's in trouble.
There in the spinner will get the BKB off, but the Black Hole comes in, gets put to a stop with the Solar Guardian. They turn with the raises, they kill off the air.
The Rosh.
Satanic's got it. Aegis picked up by the Lifestealer. Arme has to be careful here how close he gets to the Lifestealer. Satanic's ready to step across. Chase down XXS as XG. They pretty much threw everything into the effort at the start of the fight. He'll go for the TPL, will make it away. XXS. They try there to interrupt Extreme. They get a kill against the Enigma, but they don't manage to stop the Rosh and stop the Aegis going into the hands again of Satanic.
Attempt at the black hole, immediately canceled. They'll be able to get that set up. XM survives though, which is at least a small silver lining, of course, for them, but Satanic, Aegis now coverage, next item soon on the horizon. It's difficult for them to actually get in and contest in any way. XXS getting a bit lucky to survive as see Midas picked up for the Warlock. As you said, they want to take it to super late stages.
They do. Extreme know that that's pretty much the only way out of this game. If they can somehow push this one later and later, they have been able to do it before. This time around in this situation definitely is going to be one of, if not the hardest, to try and stop P-Vision from ending the game against them.
Yep.
But maybe if they can, we'll get to see the game get to a point where Arme can show us what the late game PL can do.
It would be so impressive to see, especially, you know, because of this ET, because of this Invoker as well too, that adds that extra complication for him. We will see if he can. As Satanic, he's been queuing up a couple different items. We'll see which way he does really look to go. The BKB looking to be that probably safest option so he doesn't get his mana burned completely and can't use the Rage of the Infest.
No, for sure, yeah. If he can sort of survive in these fights on the front lines through a Rage, a BKB, and a Rage, it's hard to not see most of the heroes just dying on XG.
Yeah, absolutely.
If the Lifestealer lives that long in a team fight.
Nine Class also getting pretty dangerously close to an Aghanims, which is a pretty big deal this game since he's a support position. It can be very disruptive for these backline heroes.
Down bottom, no one.
XM.
Gonna find the setup. XM does have Xingqiu by his side. BKBs are out from both mids here, as they'll split for now.
They swap the gem over to the Invoker. Since there's no slot on Satanic, they're protecting no one now with that gem. So he can play he can play a bit safer and a bit more aggressive in terms of pushing out these side lanes, since he'll know when the Nyx is on him. There's that BKB, still with the Aegis for about 2.5 minutes.
Nine Class. It's gonna have the setup here with the Yules into the random. So this is gonna be a very dead X-Nova, trying to do his best to get towards that big item pickup, wants to work his way towards this refresher. It's going to take him a fair bit of time, though.
A very, very long time.
But does have, you know, a lot of potential XP still, has the Grimoire, has his Midas ready to go, so...
P-Vision might look to force a bit here again, since they still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Lanes are in a good position for them to do so as well.
Yeah, they're in a perfect spot to just hit the high ground, see what happens.
Yeah, at least like force a reaction, in particular, from the side of XG. They're going to smoke in the back line. They have a banner at the ready. What do you do, XG? Lift is forced.
See what they can do after this.
But the banner is down already, so that catapult is going to survive.
They're going to have everybody back up. The tier 3's gone. Satanic on towards the barracks. They'll try and lead in. They'll have the Yule set up into the Remnant on towards XM.
The Raxes are dying.
Can they do anything? The Rage comes out for Satanic as he stands his ground, cleans up the full set top. They couldn't do anything to stop them. They're going to try now, looking towards the Void Spirit. Pike gets popped, the Infest comes in as well. They're able to keep 9 Class easily alive.
Too scared to commit for the fight. If they lose that fight, it's probably just the game, so just try to poke and prod. But the Rax, P-Vision just comes in and claims it. Big amount of gold acquired. As you said, the Ags now for 9 Class is about to be finished. DM, he's about to have a blink now too with that BKB after having the aura, so might find the angles for these black holes soon, even versus the double BKB piercing disables.
Now for sure. I mean, at the least, you know, forces out these sort of saves to come out immediately at the start of the fight, kind of leaving the area then free for Satanic to clean up in the longer drawn-out team fight.
I swear they just can never get the lanes out, Owen. Every time I've looked, completely shoved on the side of XG.
Another tier 3 falling.
It's just Creeps this time taking it out.
Ame trying to lead in. Can't touch Satanic quite now.
30 seconds.
Just burned down to the Radiance.
Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. They're getting so much done. Yeah, big items coming out, as we said. Full. Well, Lotus Orb soon being picked up for Ducalis. I think a Shiva's soon finished up, so starting to get more and more answers for that PL. Once that Shiva's comes out for no one, it's a fantastic option just to be able to identify which PL is real at all times, too. XG, as you said, waiting and waiting toward that later stages, but how much is it going to benefit them with how far ahead P-Vision continues to climb?
Now, Ame is close to having the Bloodthorn.
Okay.
But then finding for the opportunity to be able to weave in and out of these team fights.
Also playing into BKB, Rage, another Rage if he doesn't get the kill during that initial Bloodthorn. Yeah, very difficult. And it's only really him doing the damage, it feels like now at this point, with that single target. There's a lot of targets he's got to go through. We've been talking about Satanic, but also no one is very high on that net worth, as we see after getting that shard too. He is a problem. Oh, and they're kind of trapped in their base. Look at this. It feels like it's been a long time that they haven't been able to come outside.
All they can do is just sort of set up and make sure that when Ame steps out to get farm, he's not going to be jumped.
Yeah, true. They have not been able to find any combos with the Vendetta plus that Solar Guardian in 30 minutes with the way that that start happened.
And we'll see what Ame looks towards next. He's going to try and get the shard, so just continue to get these little sort of incremental steps forward in his item build.
He's going to have
just
to...
anything he can get together before that big team fight is forced against him.
He's going to have to be so tricky in the fights because he's super fragile, it still feels like, with this itemization. It's a very aggressive build he's gone for.
And I like this build as well from Satanic. Yeah, going for the late game Maelstrom into the Mjolnir just to throw something else into the mix, which it's just going to give these illusions from PL not a chance to survive in a team fight. They're going to get cleared out so quickly.
I can just throw it on himself, run in, and yeah, it'll all die. Sure, it's been nerfed versus Illusions, as we do know, in this last 7.39D, but it is still pretty effective when you are ahead in terms of net worth like this. Yeah, gets rid of the armlet. That is a pretty nice anti-PL inventory.
Yeah, he's massive. P-Vision probably just going to sit back, look for the next Roshan.
Does feel like it. They have complete control of the map. They're farming everything.
They know that there's pretty much no threat of Extreme coming out to find them, even though Extreme is trying to go for this smoke.
Maybe just claiming their shrine, just trying to get something out of the map. And crazy amounts of farm. 9 class is getting infested up, so it looks like perhaps P-Vision is going to look for a move if they do suspect them starting to get outside at all.
P-Vision on the way over. 9 class.
GQ.
They look for the setup, but GQ is equipped with the Spike Carapace. Will be able to get away with the Vendetta as he scurries up to the high ground.
The second XG gets outside, though, immediately forced back into their base within a split second. No one.
Right, Xinqiu's got his eyes on him. He's going to try for the setup. Straight away the stun into the Requiem, but it's not enough. No one's able to block the BKB. Run away. In fact, he's ready to run back at them. As XM and Xinqiu have to back off to the side. They've caught Arme. He's caught in the Remnant. Will be able to get out away from the Deafening Blast in time, but Satanic's going to try and chase on forward. They'll sneak away with the Invis. So getting out, but only just, I mean, just continue to show how terrifying these team fights are for Arme to try and get in on.
Not carrying a gem on any of the heroes, just carrying a bunch of dusts. Maybe 9 class will bring it out soon, but the 2 cores don't have it there. Okay, it's coming on the courier now for no one. That's a lot used there from XG. That's their Requiem, that's their Solar Guardian. P-Vision used nothing.
They're ready to push it. DM ready to make that jump, of course, with the Black Hole at the ready.
GQ.
He's going to get caught out here, burnt down low. He'll survive, but only just here thanks to the Shadow Word of X-Nova.
Almost died to that full combo. Satanic. Do they want to keep pushing here?
Let's have a look, because potential Roche will be pretty soon.
They'll get the tower. Spending all their gold, backing up. Roche, about 30 seconds. We saw the Requiem combo with the Nyx Assassin. They go on the Invoker, but something about... I actually haven't mentioned this much this tournament, but something about Invoker, of course, since he's one of those super high int heroes, his magic resist is also high. I think he got piped at the end of it, too, and it didn't even do half of his HP.
It was, yeah, but close to half his HP.
Yeah,
they didn't quite get the perfect position, of course, getting as close as they could to him, but even if they did, I don't think it was killing him.
No, I don't think so. Also difficult to ever get that catch there. As we said, you know, he didn't have the gem this time, but I imagine he's going to start carrying it pretty soon on that Invoker again. As Roche, it is up. P-Vision in the pit.
And XG, I mean, they've pretty much just got to take this time to try and get Arme out on the map so he can work towards his next item.
His growth is just not really there. Courier gets grabbed as well, XXS.
That's a rough one. He would have had the money for the full refresher on the Dawn, but now that's going to be taken out of the game for nearly 3 minutes.
Roche.
I mean, they are approaching. XG, can they time this?
Cataclysm to scout.
It's going to scout everything. As they know what's up, Arme's trying to step up, but they cannot get into the pit. Satanic's going to be able to finish off. Xinqiu steps up. Won't be able to stop them from getting the pickups and the kill, though. P-Vision get everything again.
Uncontested. They just can't walk in. XG's too scared to look for that fight. And now it's a refresher shard as well that they can get either to the Enigma or the Invoker if they want, or even maybe to the Lifestealer if he just wants to have BKB Rage. Could just look to close up the racks in particular with
I think so. Yeah, because no one's going to have another slot complete. He goes to the Eon Disc, so even now, if they do get this sort of setup to try and blow him up with the Requiem, it's just not going to happen. 9 class in the mid, look for the setup. They'll catch Xinqiu. Arme is going to try and step back in, but he's got to be careful. DM coming out with the BKB. The Black Hole will be put to stop with the Solar Guardian. They'll kill DM off. But can they now get out of the fight? XG is XM. It's going to be split from the rest of the team. He's out. Dead for 80. We'll see 9 class fall, so XG at least able to get a second kill. But can Xinqiu get out of this? The meatballs come down. Xinqiu's gone.
These fights are impossible. Even there where they kind of land most of the spells in decent unison, P-Vision just too far ahead. They'll kill, you know, the support, but,
they just can't touch
Satanic.
They absolutely cannot.
Arme goes in and immediately has to retreat every single time because he just gets burnt down so quickly. Basher now picked up. But in terms of his actual standing toe-to-toe with any of these heroes on P-Vision, it's just not the case. As the racks, there's no glyph.
Arme. Tries to step up here with a tornado. Into the meteor on the deafening blast. He's in pretty much at like 10% HP. He's got to run. He has to get back. Sunstrike's going to be thrown in, doesn't connect, but the space is there for P-Vision to push on, take out the bottom set of barracks, and definitely continue to move over towards the mid. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis. XG, if they got anything left in the tank to be able to sort of stop this.
That's Megas.
Arme's going to look for no one. Straight away, going for the backlash, but the Eon Disc is there. Solar Guardian will connect. Arme trying to get back in over towards the Invoker, but no one's able to step away. Arme has to keep his distance once more from Satanic.
He just has to dance and run away. Can't actually stick on targets. Megas are claimed. All of P-Vision's back up. Still an Aegis for 3 minutes as well on Satanic. And another item finished up. The overwhelming blink coming out on that courier. Very soon.
Yeah, P-Vision, they've certainly made this game one look pretty easy, folks, so far.
I mean, it's all from these lanes in particular, right? Top lane went, I think, as good as you could have ever asked for, maybe even better, keeping the Dawnbreaker completely behind. Bottom lane, Enigma was unpunished, untouched. And mid lane, no one stood his own. He stood tall versus that Shadow Fiend. Every move is hit, and Satanic, as you said, a flawless game, breaking records.
And coming in with that last pick, it really caught them by surprise, or at least presented something that XG just did not have an answer for.
No, not
seemingly in this game so far.
It seems like there wasn't many answers for a lot of things. As P-Vision,
Satanic's in. Xnova at least does have the luxury of buyback.
Whittling down the towers.
XXS through courier now, respawning, so he does have the refresher at least.
Still 100 seconds on this Aegis.
P-Vision onto the tier 4s. Make the jump, they do get the Omni Stun on the Satanic, but not the Chain Stun. He's able to get the rage off. They couldn't lock him down. He turns over towards Arme. Arme has to run. We'll be able to manage off the open wound slow, so he'll get back to the fountain.
The buildings, though.
Xnova coming in with a buyback. Does have the Golem ready to drop. If they can find some sort of opportunity to try for a fight. Xingqiu's in, but immediate rage reaction there from Satanic. Arme tries to step forward, the silence catches him. Arme's gone. No buyback on him. The Ancient's exposed. P-Vision ready to close up this game one. DM will close it up with a black hole. Cataclysm gets put to a stop, but they will not be stopped in closing up this game. The fortification buying them only a few more seconds in this game one XG, as they will lose against P-Vision coming in a dominating fashion at the start of this series. Fog,
this was not close.
They looked unstoppable.
Yeah, this was not close. P-Vision showing, even if they don't have their Monkey King and their Slark, they have ways to play. The passive style from XG did not work this time, trying to play this farm game for the Phantom Lancer, but he never could get online. He never could even come close to that net worth of Satanic, who he just accelerated so massively. And you have to look at this top lane, right? You have to look at XXS and Xingqiu
just because of how much we've come to expect from them, right?
Exactly.
And how much we've seen from that top lane of XG in so many of the series in this TI. They weren't able to perform here with these heroes. Maybe sort of the Nyx Assassin, something a little too risky. We just don't see it a lot, and maybe for good reason. A tough game one here for XG as P-Vision dominate and get the victory.
Expectations are high, but the pressure is even higher, and we had P-Vision stepping up to the plate here. It felt like just a significant outdraft. The way that they were able to play everything and ensure that there was never a team fight that was enabled from Extreme Gaming. In fact, there wasn't really any team fight at all at cost.
Yeah, pretty much never happened. I think this top lane that they did play, Dawnbreaker getting completely shut down, pretty much set the tempo of the game. We said that Nyx Assassin is going to need to be the playmaker for the team, needs to be in, needs to be scouting things out, trying to set things up for the Dawnbreaker, who was really playing from behind throughout the whole game. Not an easy game for him by any means. And also mid lane, I think no one did a very good job, and then you had the Enigma in the bottom lane who was kind of farming, and I really love the timings coming out from P-Vision in this game, understanding their own timings, going for this double dominator, drums from the Invoker, plus you have Forge Spirits, and you also have Pipe and Enigma. Very difficult fights to take for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the replays here of just how unstoppable P-Vision were. We've got to give credit where credit is due. Satanic just having a fantastic one, and this Void Spirit on a position 4, was it going to work out? Well, yeah, we got our answer.
Yeah, this was very good. I'm definitely a believer in the build. I think I've seen him do this in pro-level pubs in the past few months. It's not something that's completely new for him. It's just that I think they didn't feel like they had it completely figured out. And for this tournament, obviously it's the International. This is where he had to figure out how to play this hero. And I think 9class did an excellent job. He went for the facet where you get the extra remnants when you press W. That's not a very common thing that you see for Void Spirits. It's almost always the other facet where you get the pure damage shield. But what he was doing in the game was the normal stuff. He was running around, getting watchers, being annoying, setting things up with wards, dewarding vision. So they've definitely found something here. I'm not sure how much you can blame on the draft here, because I feel like this was just a battle of styles, and P-Vision, their style just seems to be better when both of these teams are, because I actually think Extreme played quite well. Maybe,
I mean, you don't want to blame the draft for everything, but at the same time, it was really, really difficult for the Knicks and Dawn to play their lane against the Lifestealer, right? If you go back there, in the last phase, they opted to remove the Faceless Void and Anti-Mage, but at the same time, you also have to be thinking, you have Dawn and you have Nyx. You know, those heroes have a common enemy, which is Lifestealer. They don't do anything to Lifestealer. And what happened in the game was the Lifestealer kind of balled out of control, and he went to the enemy side Ancients to farm. You know, that's how strong he got in the early game, and that was a huge problem for Extreme.
It is very difficult to, you know, theory craft what you're supposed to do in that lane, because, you know, the obvious choice is you're playing Dawn Nyx. Just cut the wave. Just do lane shenanigans, and sure, the carry is going to free farm, but you're going to 50-50 the lane. At least the Dawn's going to get something. This is Satanic we're talking about. Do you really want to give this carry player, out of all the carry players in the world, free farm? I don't think so. This is the worst guy to do it to.
Sometimes you got to cut your losses where it is. It was a really tough one for XSS and Xinkyu as well. We weren't really sure where it was going to go. It went a little bit worse than we were expecting, but someone that can help us break it down is, of course, Purge.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to look at that laning stage because the network difference at the 10-minute mark was so completely different that we need to really look at how different this is. Lifestealer's innate. He's getting 2% heal based on the max HP. So every single time that he attacks the Dawnbreaker, he's giving himself 20 health, which is a nice advantage. And something crucial that happens here in a lot of cases is a little bit earlier. When Dawn does use a skill to get a last hit like he does here, what she does is AoE damage. And that means that your creeps are going to end up pushing towards the enemy base. And on the other side, the P-Vision side, they didn't have AoEs on their side. So what ends up happening is Satanic gets to control this large ball of creeps over here. And as a result, they also get to benefit from using the Elder Titan Astral Spirit. So even when they're trying to get last hits, Ducalis can be up here in front of XXS's faces, just denying things. And then that ball just kind of sits there consistently. Even the time that they do try to kill Ducalis and they used all their spells on him, there just isn't enough oomph. And using open wounds here is going to result in both of them healing every time they hit that target. So they just don't get nearly as much response hits as possible. Again, a huge ball up of creeps here that ends up happening. They're just going to use open wounds and run down XXS. They almost kill him here. He ends up running all the way back to Fountain, which is tough. And he comes back to lane, and watch how little effort they have to put into this harass. Satanic walks forward, open wounds, and he goes back to last hitting. And now Ducalis, when he hits him, is healing for 32 HP. That means any damage that Xinkyu does to him while he's doing this doesn't matter. He took 0 damage doing that harass and sends Dawn back to base for a second time before the 6-minute mark. So XXS finally has had enough. He starts jungling, and this unfortunately ends up the big wisdom fight. He's level 3 here. Satanic is level 5 with a huge amount of last hits and denies. He's gotten 44 last hits, 24 denies at this point in the game. So he's got extra HP. He's got as many items as he can possibly want, and he's life-stealing from every single attack. So obviously a great outplay here when he ends up going to the neutral camp. This was fantastic, but just a showing of how weak the laning stage was for them. Got Dawnbreaker stupidly behind. Take a look at this net worth difference here. He's sitting at 1,800 gold, very similar to the supports. And then up at the top, we've got Lifesteal at 3,900. So they lose a hero's advantage, and Satanic gets super far ahead, which completely changes the game.
Thank you, Purge. We knew it was a tough one for them, but seeing it broken down that way, all of the details as to how it happened and the end result there, at the very first Wisdom Shrine, that's where we see their offlaner, and that's a tough one because they're the ones that are trying to buy time, right? These 4 other heroes are trying to buy time for this Phantom Lancer to get online, to be able to actually participate in the game and feel like a hero.
Yeah, P-Vision has such a great understanding of what needs to be done in the game. In this one, they figured out who needs to be shut down. It's this Nyx Assassin, it's this Dawnbreaker. These are kind of the playmakers because Shadowfiend, he needs a setup PL, he needs a little bit more time, he needs other lanes to go well. And I think at one point somebody said, just play for the late game. You saw Warlock trying to go for Hand of Midas, try to go for Refresher, play for that high ground, but it never really came down to that. You could still feel that in most of these fights, they were lacking something. They were definitely lacking the damage. And the carry-to-carry matchup, I think it's also not that easy, especially if you leave Lifestealer, who's playing so far ahead of him, having that extra bit of an item, maybe even item and a half. Even though Ame was getting good amount of farm, he still can't punch back because of what he's playing into. He's playing into this like Void Spirit, who caught him multiple times as well. But you're playing into Black Hole. It's really not an easy matchup for him by any means. Maybe not until he gets 5th, 6th item, but it never came down to that.
Yeah, I think something else that really didn't help them here is we talked about that snowball, but what kept the snowball going is, of course, the vision that came out, right? To not give Extreme Gaming any part of the map, to make them feel like at any point they were susceptible to a gank, to 2 or 3 people rotating on top of them.
Yeah, to me, the MVP of this game was 9 Class because, of course, the advantage was created using that laning stage in Satanic, but 9 Class, he kept the advantage going. You can see that he's putting down these deep wards and setting up kills with position for Void Spirit, and a very smart strategic move. If you're playing to anyone else, you are going to get Dawnbreaker ulted on, so you have to play to kill the Dawnbreaker. So there's this level of understanding that comes from knowing what the enemy team is going to do. And X-Nova, what he's doing is also very smart. He has to get the gem to counter the gem that Satanic had, and had the courier with him so that could pick it up. But 9 Class, realizing that X-Nova is making this intelligent support play to come back into the game, he sees him on a ward, and X-Nova is so good at the game. Like, these are both such high caliber teams. X-Nova doesn't even try to deward the ward that he sees with the gem. He realizes, uh-oh, they're coming. Like, he respects P-Vision enough that he knows they're going to immediately respond, which they did, but it was still too slow. He could not get out quick enough, and he ends up losing the gem. And to me, that's when the game instantly ended. You are not going to win the Vision game against P-Vision without a gem when they have a gem. And if you don't win the Vision game against this team, you are not beating them. That is how they dominate. That's how they've dominated all years, this map control.
Yeah, it also feels bad to see your position 5 essentially have to just continuously sweep the map to make way for your cause. But of course, that is the role of a support there, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really tough game, you know. I felt like he did as much as he could on the position 5, but at the end of the day, you're just a Warlock, right? We saw him still having his Black Grima at, what, 20 plus minutes.
Yeah.
He didn't get to use it, or he just didn't find any fights that he needed to use it, you know. So I felt like he did everything he could. It just came down to the fact that they were not really set up for success with the heroes that they have, you know.
And this fight, I wanted to highlight the way that they are team fighting on the side of P-Vision. You can see the pipe pretty much hitting every single hero. So for the next 8 seconds, they're going to be more than fine. Even though Dawnbreaker comes in onto Ame, he still caught him off with that Remnant. I think he did a very good job throughout the whole game, figuring out which PL is going to be real. And at the end, they're just going to be able to clean up. Shadowfiend, he can't really go in because he needs a setup. He needs somebody to stun them to be able to land his raises, somebody to soak up the damage for him. But the overwhelming damage with these 2 Helm of the Dominators, with the pipe, with the drums, they have all the attack speed. And after that, they're going to be taking the Tormentor. I really like how P-Vision is moving across the map because you always have 9 Class on one side of the map being very annoying, collecting these Lotuses, and the rest of the team, they're getting the farm, they're getting all the objectives, going for Roshans as well. A couple of times they try to go for Roshan. Jin Q, you know, he was relatively sneaky, try to sneak in, maybe steal the Aegis, get the last hit on Roche. It never really happened, and I think the big issue in this one was this Phantom Lancer. I think Castini talked about it, that, you know, they've been losing a lot with this hero, so at least we know that P-Vision is also not going to be picking Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, I want to take a very quick moment because we've got something special. We've got to have a little bit of a listen into P-Vision, and that comes during that game.
Nice. Try to stay alive, Alan, just.
I'll define, all good.
Yeah.
8 seconds, Sunstrike, 5 seconds.
You have stun.
Good job, Alan. Sunstrike 1 second, I maybe kill him.
Okay. Nice play.
Amazing,
Boys, you can
amazing.
right now, I have a call.
I like it that it was really clean comms, and I just like how they were able to turn that 7 minutes really was the start of everything that went right for P-Vision. This Extreme Gaming lineup, I'm not really sure how you're going to reset to this one, Winter. You're going to have to, but how exactly do you take an approach for a game?
Oh, simple. Rule number one, don't pick PL, I think they kind of needed a more flexible carry hero. I think the PL maybe could have worked if everything didn't start so bad. But at the same time, your picks need to be determined by some uncertain factors, right? You need to have a backup plan. What if the lanes don't go well, So then you need to have those type of heroes to, come and join the fights. And also the fact that I think the Shadow Fiend with PL duo didn't really feel like it was going to be working very well in the game, even if the laning phase maybe went a little bit better, because they both need a lot of farm to
one of them
to function.
Needs to be active, Enigma Galaxy.
And you have an off-lane Dawn, the Dawn is going to be taking so much as well.
I was going to say a lot of that comes from the off-lane problem. You have a Nyx Assassin, which is supposed to set everything up in the game because your mid is not a puck, it's an SF. So if the Nyx is completely behind because of the laning stage, then who's setting things up? You just wait and go to late game. I don't think that's going to work against a team as high caliber as P-Vision. Not at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, they needed something like maybe like some Ursa or some Sven or anything along the lines where it's not as greedy as PL. Even the AM might actually be better because AM feel like he can actually do something. But PL just he's just like waiting for his item timing. He needs 4 items.
Yeah.
And before the 4 items, you're not going to see him show up anywhere, Even at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine there, some of the carriers will be keen to joining that fight, because your offlaner is getting shut down so hard. So if you don't help him, there won't be a game, right? But he couldn't help because he was PL.
Yeah, you're like, if I join right now, then I'm kind of just going to keep adding to the problem there. Well, we've talked about this Void Spirit a lot, and we've talked about 9 class a lot as our players are returning to the stage, returning to the booths, and getting ready for game number 2. In that game 1 draft, there were a lot of bans targeted towards the way of position 4, and whilst we know Nyx is something that you don't want to leave in the pool if you're picking up Dawnbreaker, I do wonder what is left there. What do you take out? What do you pick up for yourself? Where is the wave support's going to go for these 2 teams in the future of this series?
They targeted him heavily. 4 out of 5 bans were towards 9 class, and he still found a new hero, and he played it really well. And this time around, he was buying, let's call them normal items. He was going for the Yule Scepter, he got that Shard, he got that Aghanim Scepter, but he was still doing his own type of a gameplay, being super annoying, being hard to catch, providing vision for his team as well. And I think this also comes down to the matchup, because the last time these 2 teams met, they only managed to get 3 kills on side of Extreme Gaming. In this game, they got only 6 kills, so I want to see Extreme Gaming play a slightly different type of a Dota. I want them to play aggressive, even though when we talk about like these more aggressive teams, Extreme Gaming is definitely not up there. But if we go back to Road to TI playoffs, they had some really strong performances in the laning stage, and I do think that they need to speed it up a bit.
I agree. The more we talk about it, the more I am thinking that the draft needs to change pretty dramatically here. I think that one of the reasons that this game is a perfect example of why we're not seeing Dawnbreaker picked in this tournament at all at this point, because you have to do so much to cover it. Because in the second phase of picks, you have so much to counter.
The thing is, you can't just say it's just the Dawn. The reason they struggle in the game is just because they didn't pick. They picked the Dawn and then they didn't get to give Dawn the game, But at the same time, I feel like there's too many combination of things, right? You could also say that the way they started the draft, right, with the SF, the way they built the draft, if they already wanted to build the draft in this manner, the SF, and then they wanted the Dawn, then why are they picking the PL right at the end, right? They needed to enable everything.
It felt like a mix of like 2 items.
And also, I felt like the feeling of the draft going is, I think Xiao A is reacting a lot towards what P-Vision is doing.
Yeah.
I think in certain games, maybe it's fine, but I felt like in this game in particular, when you're already open with the SF, I don't think you should be reacting so much. You have to build the draft to enable the SF or the Dawn, If you react, because they were picking the PR because it was, I think, a reaction towards the Enigma. They wanted a good lane setup for the carry. But when they did that, it kind of ruined the whole synergy of the draft.
Yeah, and the Dawn as well. Like, I think Dawn is an Enigma answer. Like, you're playing against DM, you need to address Enigma at some point in the draft. Like, I think this is just a respect to the player, which should be there, right? But when it's so much respect that you are basically gimping your draft, then I think that's where you have issue.
They need to focus on themselves. I don't think like they should be worried too much about, okay, do we need to change our draft? Do we need to worry about what they have in the next game? Instead, they should be focusing on, okay, what didn't we get right in the first game? We need to fix ourselves first. If we worry about the opponents too much, then we forget who we are.
There is one big problem. 9 class is in their back of their heads because this guy, you know that he's going to be playing like this, and I don't think many other 4s that we've seen play like this. Maybe they're trying to replicate, but they are not being as annoying. And knowing how Zhao 8 historically drafts after they lose game 1, I would expect that they're going to be picking 5 completely different heroes in this one.
Also, I wouldn't say back of their heads, I would say fully in their heads. It feels like he does dominate a lot of what people are thinking about with this team, and then that's what is the perfect setup for them to be able to get this last pick Lifestealer, this last pick Gotcha. What are you looking at, Jenkins?
Pick Weaver. It's a good hero.
I was going to say, do you feel it?
Carry.
It's playable, it's active.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Weaver's better than PL.
Skeeter will pick Weaver. You'll see that later.
There's a chance we might be seeing it today. In fact, we might even be seeing it in our next game, which is ready.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
Our game 2, this could be it. Sending P-Vision up to the grand finals and Extreme Gaming home. Otherwise, we'll be seeing a game at number 3. A lot relies on this draft. Where are the bands going to be changing up? Or is it really going to be predominantly in those picks for themselves?
I'm super glad that it's actually going to be the same side, same pick order. So we're going to see whether what other changes are going to go here.
But that also means both teams are somewhat getting their comfort.
Actually, second pick this time. They were first pick the last game, but they are on the same side. They're also on the Radiant side. So they have, I think the bands are quite similar.
They're effectively the same.
Yeah.
I also think that P-Vision did a very good job understanding the way that Extreme Gaming is playing with these heavy team fight from the offlane, these blink initiators, the shaker that can be flexed from the mid lane to the offlane if necessary. Mars, XXS had insanely good performances so far on his Mars and removing those heroes immediately, and now P-Vision, they're going to take the Beastmaster for themselves. This is something that DM even played before the Helm of the Dominator was such a popular item. It was always good on Beastmaster, so he's definitely back in the meta, and this is also something that they can flex to the mid lane as well if it's not a good matchup. For example, if they go for the Gyrocopter, they could potentially put this Beastmaster on the mid lane and pick a different offlaner.
Dustleaf Invoker still in the pool. We have seen that hero get punished in the mid lane. You know, Broodmother is an option, Sniper is an option.
I mean, it's kind of tricky if you don't know your matchup for sure, especially for Sniper. I think Invoker, maybe you have a little bit more leeway, but for Sniper, it's probably hard at this junction. I mean, you have to, I feel like, pick either a support here or a flexible core, which you can swap the roles around, you know. Which I don't know if there's any ideal heroes here because mostly are banned. So they go for the support, which is, I think, their next best option here with the Snapfire. You kind of block it away from P-Vision as well because you have this Beast plus Snapfire combo. And I do feel like Snapfire is one of the best position 5s that 4 heroes.
Her and Hoodwink, most definitely. It gives you the team fight, it gives you the damage, it gives you the easy 1-2 pairing with any kind of a stunner from the offlane that they could pick. And I think this time around they're going to be swapping things around.
I mean, the thing with Snapfire is I do think the hero needs a right partner because in their previous series, was it Silencer? They picked the Snap with a Silencer one game and it actually went really, really bad for XG. And I would like to see more of like a Snap with like at least a Bane.
Yeah, they had like a mid-Earth Shaker that game too, I think, and he was struggling to get the blink. Like something that's...
Yeah, because he lost his lane against a Pop.
Yeah, something at least that's very active on the mid lane to play with Snap always feels very good. Or a support, like Clockwork feels like one of the best heroes.
Yeah. I think Clock and Bane are the top 2 heroes to pair with Snapfire right now. And we're going to see whether they're going to be able to get their hands on those heroes. Whereas for P-Vision, they've removed the Undying, one of the, I think, better heroes against Beastmaster in the team fight. With the Tombstone, you can kind of control the team fights on your side to do with the Beastmaster. And Snap is also a really good counter towards the Tombstone, but their opponents actually already have it, so probably a good idea to remove the Undying.
Imagine P-Vision whips out a Nyx Assassin just to
show them.
Because it does counter Snap. You cannot ever ult. You will always have the Nyx running in.
Well, you can if you get a BKB.
Yeah,
or you can if you kill the Nyx Assassin first.
Good luck with that, too.
A lot of tough requirements to be met there. The other band they're going to go for, of course, is this Pacquiao. Just trying to set themselves up for the best mid lane potential.
I mean, other than the Nyx, I think the Silencer is probably your second biggest enemy at Snapfire because it'll be hard for you to get your ulti off. I mean, you can buy a Grease, but then you also have to like wait for the ulti to be used before you can use your ulti, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, there's one more extra hero from position 5 that we didn't mention. I think Disruptor could work out really well for them. But like, I also like the Snapfire plus the Disruptor combination because it does give you enough team fight. It gives you a way of also...
I think the main thing is catch though, because Snapfire
BKB
is
versus
not...
Gold is better, but we've seen some performances from Disruptor because the games are relatively long still, that you are getting that Aghanim Scepter, you're still having that influence, relatively strong laner as well, and the Glimpse, it's the best catch tool in the game.
With the puck ban, do you think this is just an XM specialty they don't want to let through into the second phase, or is there some Quap Storm type hero coming here?
Maybe, I think Quap Storm type of hero is possible. I mean, we do know that XM doesn't have a very wide hero pool compared to No One, so maybe they are trying to figure out what is his go-to right now, and they're going to try to set up something that makes it really hard for XM to pick his hero, you know. And this hero is also quite frequently banned in the first phase, and we also mentioned that P-Vision has a very clear game plan in their initial bans. They remove the Mars, Earthshaker, ET, all the team fighting heroes. 2 of them are off-lane heroes. I think Centaur is kind of like a viable replacement for that, and he also sets up for Snapfire in the team fight, and it's really good with Snapfire in the lane.
We get to see it again. To be fair, could still be carried. Satanic has played...
They have a 100% win rate on this hero, right?
They do. 4 games, it's been played as a position 4, 100% win rate.
9 classes.
There were a couple of games when he was playing that Alchemist that he wasn't really doing that much, like the rest of the team.
Yeah. Maybe not in fighting, but what he was given the rest of his team was pretty impactful.
Say, this man is ruining pubs everywhere, picking definitely.
He's either griefing the game or he's carrying the game. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Well, stats show carrying it apparently with this Alchemist.
Yeah.
Had some, when I say good showings, of course it doesn't reflect in all the stats when you look at it, but there is still a lot of impact in having that support.
All right, there we go.
I thought maybe they were setting up for this because you pick the Centaur to block the Centaur counter to the Sniper coming out on the other side. And I do think that one of the better answers to Oracle is just Sniper. Like, you save somebody and he can peep the Oracle in the back line. He can just change targets to somebody else. Oracle's not really going to jump you. There's no real jump heroes on P-Vision.
I mean, they need like the Quap, I think, right now. And the fact that there's an Oracle in the game as well. I think Oracle is really good against the Snap. You block out some of the magic damage, but the other thing that's really good about having Oracle is the rune control. You know, you get to see the runes, you get to know where the rune is spawning.
Yeah, you want to have that mid laner.
And we know that in this matchup, there's a lot of emphasis placed between the 3 against 3 when they are fighting for runes.
Surely it's Storm, right? You're talking best rune user in the game and hero that's good against Sniper.
But the thing with Storm is in the lane matchup, it's not as good as the Quap. Quap beats Sniper, or at least pressures the Sniper.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I do just think that the way with static slide facet now, Storm doesn't really lose any mid lane. Like, I know this is a pretty commonly held opinion that it's not as bad in the early game.
And have in mind that they just picked Oracle into Centaur as well, and look at the amount of saves that they do have for this Sniper. You have Snapfire with the Cookie, potentially a 4-step, you have Stampede as well, Nightmare, so there's going to be a lot to protect this Sniper, and right now I'm not seeing the jump, and the reason why they picked up Bane is because of these heroes that we were just talking about.
That's why we were feeling like maybe a hero like Quap, you know, like they need someone to get near the Sniper, and Quap loves Oracle, he loves a safe support on the team.
Yeah, 100%.
For him to go crazy in the team fight.
And then Winter, it's the Snap plus Bane combo that you mentioned. This is one of the higher win rate support duos that you can run together. Bane loves to run in and set up, and Snap loves to have a hero that's doing that across the map.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Oracle can kind of deal with both of them, you know, the save with the ulti, and then the Fate's Edict against the Snapfire. But here, I feel like we are going to see the mid hero, and I don't think it's going to be the Beastmaster here. They're going to decide what they're going to do with the Beast here. So it's going to be the Storm. They feel like the lane's going to be okay with the static slide, and as long as you're controlling runes with the Oracle, then you're going to be able to become an answer eventually against the Sniper.
And I think it's much more okay picking Storm into Bane, who has excellent lockdown for you when you first start with the Oracle pick. very similar to like Silencer Storm combo. You see a lot of teams run, it covers for it. So.
I mean, there's going to be wards around the river, so I think it's going to be so crucial. So one thing you need to do as the team that's facing the Oracle, you need to follow the Oracle, because he's going to tell you where the rune is going to spawn.
Yes, yeah.
And maybe there's going to be some mind games where you try to trick them, you go to the wrong side.
Yeah. We've never seen that happen before.
I think it might happen.
I would like to see it.
So basically what you do is you don't show the core hero, the Storm hides out of vision, and then the Oracle intentionally shows up vision.
Both the supports. You gotta send both the supports.
And it could be something that decides the early game, because when you get the runes on Storm, you're gonna be able to kill the sniper.
Yeah, pretty much any rune.
Is that better than just trying to have the better vision game?
I mean, that's why I'm saying you're gonna need, no matter what, you're gonna need to place wards on both sides, and you have to be creative, because teams are getting really, really good at placing the sentries to cover all the areas. So you probably have to place it a little bit further up, but still give you enough vision to see the rune.
And something we talked about, that Extreme Gaming will probably just get 5 different heroes, because they felt that the game #1 draft didn't really work out for them. And this draft checks a lot of the boxes. You have good scaling, you have good laning stage, you have nice pairing with the Snapfire. 2 supports can actually get out on the map and go for the solo kills as well. Like with the 1 grip with the Snapfire kisses, you could definitely kill a hero.
Okay, so what are the carries made? AM. AM is back. He is also one of the better heroes at finding the sniper. I mean, I do think that right now XG needs something, maybe a CK again. They need someone that can fight at the runes, because the runes is going to be extremely crucial to determining how well XG can move into the mid game with the sniper.
You know, if Ame were willing to whip out a Meepo, this would be an insane Meepo game. I don't know if he will do it.
There's still a Sven. There's still a Sven, right? Sven is still in the game.
Sven is still in the
I think Sven and CK are both really, really good options to enable the sniper here.
And a little bit more in Ame's traditional hero pool.
Yeah, 100%. I think the AM is also a block pick.
Yeah. What about some good old Faceless Void as a counter to Anti-Mage? Even though they do have saves, we saw Faceless Void's not caring too much about what they want to get, but it's
this is
another old school classic as well.
It's an AM counter. I mean, they are valuing the carry to carry matchup more than, like, I feel like picking the best hero to enable the sniper here. I mean, I understand why they did it, but I'm not sure. I feel like this is going to give them the easiest path to creating a game tree here.
I think it's a pretty good pick. It's safer than a lot of the ones that we were mentioning. I mean, you get the Beast Auras whenever you use Terrorblade's Q, so that's a pretty big deal. It means DM now has to consider, like, does he go for an Axe
build, right?
instead?
Yeah.
Satanic, you're going to get an illusion of him, mana burn himself. A lot of the times, CB can end up solo killing an anti-mage because he mana burns himself so much. But it is a sniper Terrorblade lineup. That is
got some of their best
greedy.
heroes. Jin Q on his Snapfire performances that he did have so far at DI have been amazing. Like, this guy is all over the place, not dying, I would say, in 1 or 2 games
He
as well.
needs to secure the Centaur lane, because
definitely, and it's a strong lane. Like, also you're playing into Anti-Mage where he doesn't like the lane.
Yeah,
Centaur. Centaur doesn't use much mana. You can also try to go for double edge and try to surprise him with the kill as well, with the 1 stomp into Snapfire. With you're playing into Lil Shredder. Sure, you're playing with Oracle, so there's going to be some of the healing coming out, but this is not an easy lane for Satanic.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the key thing again is going to be this off lane, Xin-Q and XXS, if they can actually create enough pressure, because the main space makers is going to be the Centaur. If he actually gets a good lane, he'll be able to stabilize the game, even though the Sniper and Terrorblade is so greedy.
I will say, on a individual level, you always have to respect the XM Sniper. He seems to be one of the few players that can make it work, where he's actually making space in the early game. He's actually having the impact that, like, a Spirit-type hero would, just because he's so good at this hero.
Do you know who they're all chanting for, by the way, this crowd?
XM.
XG.
They're actually cheering for, I mean, yes, Extreme Gaming, you are right about that, but also their coach, Zhao 8, who is now on stage to give us some words about the draft in the game.
Absolutely, my friends. I am here with Zhao 8. Mr. Director, Badong, Zhao Bao. In a beautiful masterpiece, there is always adversity before the good guys end up winning. These guys have been your villains for this tournament. Tell me, how do you feel about this draft? How did this draft get you guys into the victorious climax here coming up in your store?
报道每个伟大的作品前期的时候，主角都会遇到很多阻碍，但是他们会冲破阻碍，去到游戏的转折点。你觉得这一个 BP 能够将你们带去这个转折点，并且击败你们的宿敌 PV 吗？
我觉得肯定可以，相信 M1。
Of course it will. Believe in AME.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, they do have a lot of comfort heroes from this team. You guys, of course, must have been prepared. Going into this draft, how confident are you in your draft against heroes like 9 Classes Alchemist that has yet to lose a game?
对面选了其实很多舒适的英雄，我们知道你肯定也是做过功课的。你对自己的阵容有多大的信心去击败对面的阵容呢？因为9 Class 他的炼金到目前为止还是没有输过的。
我们对他研究也比较深，然后我们这个阵容是我们自己想要的，所以我们打好自己的就行了。
We studied him quite a lot, and this draft is what we want. So as long as we play according to our plan, we'll be fine.
All right, really quick, the crowd has been here for you this entire event, and they want to know, from the words of the director, will we be going to a game 3?
我们会不会有第3把？
肯定会。
Let's go! All right, see you there.
Indeed, can't wait to see it. Let's see what we get, ladies and gentlemen. This game 2 between Extreme and P-Vision. It was a very tough game 1 for them, folks, but it definitely does feel that this game 2, with the draft that they have, they've got some of the classics coming out.
Yeah, much better in terms of early game. Late game also is strong, but yeah, this top lane in particular is the one we have to probably talk about. Jinq and XXS playing an actual lane, right? The last one, the game, especially in that lane, was pretty much over in like the first 5 minutes, gotta be honest with you, because just he had no game whatsoever, and they've been the playmakers, they've been the space makers for the team. So let's see how they're gonna be able to do in that much better matchup in terms of that one. And XM, he's playing a classic, right? The only one who can play it, the sniper, as we've seen so far this tournament. Busted it out yesterday for the first time throughout the tournament out of anybody, and it looked good.
It looked so good, yeah.
Yeah, no one, of course, he is going to snap pick that Storm. In terms of the laning phase, I've seen the Storms do better than they used to versus the Sniper, but it's more about the catches in the mid-game, right? Being able to close the gap on that Sniper.
Of course, that last pick coming in from Extreme, getting Arme the Terrorblade this time round. Of course, as the panel talked about, you do have that matchup that's going to benefit you with the illusions coming out against the anti-mage. Obviously, there are other things in the match that will definitely threaten the Terrorblade, but I do feel that that's not really going to be the end of the world for Extreme because they have the XM Sniper as well, right? We've seen this before. Even if Arme is on a carry that does get punished, XM normally able to pull through from the mid lane when he's on the Sniper as that backup carry and sometimes even the primary carry if he gets a hot start in the mid.
And I think also, in particular, with Ame playing Terrorblade, PL we've talked about a lot, how it can be a very difficult hero to work for most players. They've been wanting to. TB, it does have also a pretty low win rate. I think it was 25% or so.
25%, yeah.
But it is a much stronger hero overall in terms of most games. So love to see what he can do there with it, as he also has given a very good lane in particular. The TB versus a Beastmaster, a classic counter pick, and he's got a very strong laner this time. An aggressive one, too, with X-Nova playing the Bane. You know, X-Nova in that last game playing the Warlock. It's a very difficult hero to pressure an off lane. It just kind of guarantees you farm. So let's see if there's going to be a difference this time.
For sure, and it definitely, yeah, on a Bane, we've seen it from so many of these supports. A hero that you can absolutely pop off and just have incredible sort of impact with those sort of saves. And coming in with these grips in the fight, forcing sort of P-Vision to focus their attention on dropping some of the bigger lockdowns onto a support.
Yeah, I think the saves in particular is something that's been insane for me this tournament, where a hero's chain lockdown, but he gets the BKB off because he gets a little sleep interaction. So definitely gonna have to keep eyes on that, as there's quite a bit of those big stuns. X-Nova, 9 Class is gonna chase him out. He's got Blood Grenade and a boar behind him.
Chase this down, yeah. This might just be the first blood. Couple more punches. Oh, here we go. And one more.
He's fast.
He's surely going to have it. Another concoction comes in. That'll do it. First blood for 9 Class.
Pretty big deal. An Alchemist getting first blood on a Bane. Usually not something that you'd expect a Bane at one of the stronger laners, but able to find that opportunity on the sideline. Great play there from 9class.
So looking at the top lane as well, so you mentioned obviously this time compared to game one, you expect a much more sort of solid showing in the laning stage from XXS and Xingqiu. Is that just in terms of them not really dying in this lane, or can they actually find opportunities to pressure and get kills as these two heroes?
Probably not, because the Centaur always has the mana burn, but this is a lane where you're going to farm. Centaur does excellent versus AM. You have, what, at least a 10 or 8 base damage advantage early on in the lane. And yeah, you're just going to be able to sustain, because your mana, it doesn't really matter. You play around Retaliate. And Xingqiu, he's playing Snapfire. You know, he's not playing Nyx Assassin, which doesn't really contribute much in a lane whatsoever. And we've seen him do work on this Snapfire throughout this tournament. His best hero so far, it feels.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously from P-Vision's side of things, they do have excellent save in the forms of the Oracle. But on Extreme side, they've got a multitude of different ways to bail one another outright, whether it's the Nightmare, later down the line the potential Aghanims on the Snapfire, and of course just having the Centaur with the Stampede. There's so many ways that they can ensure that even if P-Vision do get the jump on someone like XM on the Sniper, they can still get him out of there.
Yeah, repositioning tools are massive, right? Like even Cookie, a little Cookie I've seen so many times throughout this tournament, just save a core and maybe change the tides of a fight.
It kind of gives just that little bit of distance that might just allow the Sniper to turn and get those extra few hits in before he goes down himself.
And it heals. As we've seen, everyone is buying the Shard, or almost buying the Shard immediately when they can on that Snapfire. So it's 200 healing. That's a lot in the early game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Extreme have been able to deal themselves a much better hand this time round in game 2.
Yeah, XM. He is starting to poke the tower. It's already beginning again.
Xingqiu trying to mess around with no one, but they're ready to deal with him as the supports both turn up and make sure that Xingqiu is not going to be able to mess with no one at all here in this situation. We'll be able to run away and survive though, so end of the day it's a fair bit of space being made there by Xingqiu, the fact that both supports were forced to come over and push him back. So he'll take that.
It's a very clever move. They see that their lanes are kind of all already self-sustained in terms of the cores. TB can be left alone. Sniper can sort of be left alone too, so they can look to play wherever they want on the supports right now. Catapult will die in the mid lane, so a bit less pressure as we see 9class does get that acid spray down for it, but already down to about half HP. We saw XM do the same thing yesterday when he just whittled the tower down.
It's not going to be easy to sort of push the Sniper off the tower with the heroes.
9class.
Considering the mid, though, get the chase on to Xnova. See Xnova get the backup of Xingqiu, though, so again, XG able to get away from these attempts.
P-Vision just really trying to protect that jungle for no one so he can get the 6. He's now got it online, so it does have that zip to be able to protect himself top.
Taking out the mana from XXS, but having the damage to kill the Centaur, unlikely at the moment between these two.
No, it would take too long. Satanic doesn't want to miss any extra last hits. Dominator almost finished up on the anti-mage. So his lane is still very good, but XXS is getting a lane. Look at this rotation. Ame, top, making the move. Trying to get a wraparound on Satanic.
Yeah, able to bully him back. See how much he wants to stick up. I mean, do you imagine he will just sort of stick up here, Ame, and try and get some damage onto the tower with this Metamorphosis?
Yeah, he wants to get this tower. I think he wants to take out the whole thing. So let's see if there's going to be a rotation from P-Vision, or if they're going to look to pressure on the flip side from DM.
And these towers are going down early in the mid. I mean, they tried for a deny, but not going to happen. XM gets the last touch on that, so 7 minutes in. XM Sniper taking out the mid-tier 1 away from no one.
I really like this move from Ame. He was getting full free farm bottom, but he's like, we're playing versus anti-mage.
Yeah, this is pretty big.
Yeah, they have difficulties defending towers if you play with any AM lineup, so this is a really cool move.
I mean, we saw what last game, P-Vision playing relatively fast and how they were taking these towers out. I mean, this game, XG's just said, hey, we could do that too, and we can do it even faster.
Yeah, they're looking to play that tempo game a lot more this time around. We have a game on our hands, Owen. Last one, it was already feeling pretty out of control. This one, XG's got game plans. They send XXS bottom, he stops the push. They get the 2 towers.
Let's see where they go next. We'll see. A little smoke coming out from 9class and DM, maybe trying to get a catch with the Primal Roar.
Power Rune, they know where it is.
I mean, XM's positioning as well. Make sure that he's not caught on the bottom side.
I mean, P-Vision, they're always going to know where the rune is. They've got that
still
Oracle.
Find him. XM playing cautious. He's going to step up now, though. TPs are coming in. DM is going to go with the Roar, but the backup has arrived. No one committing in with all the mana. The burst, it's enough to bring XM down. They get the kill.
That did a lot more than expected, I believe.
And no one trying to push his limits as well. He's still got enough mana to play on. They will lose 9class in return, but P-Vision getting what they came for, able to take out XM underneath his own tower.
He still has the regen running. Xingqiu might get caught.
Continue to dive. Xnova Is there at the side, a nightmare to slow this down. No one won't quite go for the tier 2 dive for now. Just keeps both supports low, is able to push them back.
A lot of pressure from that regen rune. The good old prognosticate. They can always pretty much guarantee that no one's going to get that rune unless XG just shows up with the numbers on that setup.
A fantastic hero to have that sort of rune control on as the Storm.
One of the best, in fact. Gets a galvanized stack, of course, there as we saw, bringing down XM. And Satanic is going to get to hit these creeps. It does this. I feel like this is going to be a pretty slow one, Owen. We are very likely to get to these 40+ stages with an AM versus Terrorblade lineup.
And I feel that's going to be a bit risky for P-Vision, if anything, because I feel like XG, when they have like the XM Sniper, the Arme Terrorblade, this lineup is so prepared to play the later team fights.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a very, very exciting game that we have kicking in here in terms of early and even potential late game. I think that XG is going to want to set the tempo, though, with their early moves around these two supports and around XM Sniper.
So if they're going to be ready to go up to the high ground, it's a little bit spooky what's to steal the tier 1 here, so they'll just focus the objective first.
That's a big deal. They're taking out all the towers.
Super early.
Yeah.
10 minutes in, all 3 tier 1s are going to be taken here by XG.
So many games I've seen that P-Vision is able to just come out of lanes, get these Dominators, and just control the lanes, pretty much positioning through the next 10+ minutes. This is not going to be one of those games, as we're seeing XG with very good responses so far. Another power rune, of course, for no one. He's got the haste rune. X-Nova trying to find the level 6. Trying to find level 5. He's getting gone on.
Gonna go for the dive. TP coming in. Not enough burst to kill X-Nova off, and now no one's got to back away. Has got the haste, but can't dance around too close to the tower anymore.
Top. Satanic working on Ame.
See if they can get him out of this one. Stampede comes into play. That's going to be enough to allow Ame to step to the side and get off an easy Sunder. Says thanks for the HP there, no one, as he's just straight back up to full.
No one tried to dodge it there with the ball lightning, but Ame very well prepared, had that Lotus. He actually has both of the Lotuses. They've given it to the Terrorblade to make sure that he doesn't get mana burned.
Satanic still sticking around. Has the backup of Ducalis. Ducalis, of course, yet to hit the level 6 though. Arme with X-Nova by his side. Ready to start pulling Satanic away here with the Metamorphosis.
They're both just playing versus each other with the Dominator. Ame's trying to kill it, but Satanic with the micro gets it away. Bottom, DM starting to get some pressure here. XXS trying to hold it.
I should be able to do a pretty good job.
Ooh, takes the board.
The tower. They've got the kisses coming in, slowing DM down, allowing him to close in to get into the double edge of the stomp, but Ducalis is in with the save. DM, it's going to be fine for now.
Great positioning. Good move there from Ducalis. Clever play from XXS, taking the board with the Dominator, trying to use that slow versus DM, but that is going to be kisses used and not netting a kill. This Oracle pick, we saw it the other day too, or yesterday, how strong it could be versus Snapfire. And potentially always just saving with that Fate's Edict alone.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a concern, though, from P-Vision, the fact that XM is getting so much space. You know, we see so many of these games where he's at the top and he doesn't let it slip away from him in the mid. Nice little bit of a freebie there for the two of them, X-Nova and XM, taking out 9 class.
The fact that Ame is getting slowed down a little bit here, but yeah, XM,
he's getting so much.
Look how aggressive he's posturing as well. He's got the 2 supports behind him. As long as he knows where the Storm is, in most situations, he can survive. And he's not that squishy, right? That's what we've seen from XM time and time again. He builds a bit tanky because he's got this Dragon Lance, he's got all these small stat items.
Yeah, it's not easy to go on him,
no.
Especially when he has the supports in position as he has done. I mean, you know, one of the reasons why XG are so good with the XM Sniper is just because how well as a team, they know how to play around him.
Yeah, does feel like they always do have these like double saving supports in particular to protect some of these riskier picks. Level 6 has been hit, so X-Nova does have that finished on the Bane. The grip is at the ready, but Oracle as well. Ducalis has the counter with the False Promise. And I should have pointed this out way sooner, so sorry about that. But 9 class, an interesting facet choice. I think most of the times we've seen the seed money be the choice. He sometimes passes off a bottle level 1. He's gone for Mixologist, so it's going to be interesting what he's going to be looking to do, either with the Berserk Potion or what it could be. It's 2-2, very slow paced.
Yeah, XG will continue to, of course, keep a presence on this bottom lane. They don't want to allow DM to find any sort of opportunity to take early tier 1s away from them.
This is his home. The Crimson Guard is soon finished up. It's going to block a lot of the early damage, and P-Vision definitely does have perhaps some damage issues early on, but they are looking to just farm. Storm and AM. As we said, this game very potential to go to quite late stages.
And they're all pretty much hitting their timings.
They are.
You know, from the lowest net worth core to the top, it's less than 1k gold between
Q
them. They'll get the jump with a cookie. The XM is here ready to offer up the damage. They get the Hoofstomp connection on towards no one. It's a heavy bit of burst damage, but plenty of mana still at the ready to get out. I'm just going to make the quick move up towards the top. I mean, Satanic and Ducalis are looking to maybe try and make something happen against Arme.
Tough to go for it. Satanic has to be careful.
So much damage here from the Metamorphosized Illusions.
And Ame is just always holding a Healing Lotus, so he has the chance to be able to pop that Lotus and Sunder if anything does go wrong.
And he's got backup.
He does.
We can see the movements from the rest of Extreme, meaning that they have this presence of Jin-Q and X-Nova very close by. And a Stampede at the ready to press.
They're smoked up again. As you said, they have the Fiend's Grip ready, they have the Kisses. Ults are ready to go if they catch a target.
DM doesn't expect this mid maybe with the amount of focus that was being put on the top lane. Might feel a little too safe here. Kisses coming in. They've got the grip at the ready as well. No one wills it forward, be able to stop the grip and make sure the DM is able to walk away.
Too tanky. He's got the Helm finished up already, so a 2,000 HP Beastmaster, even with Kisses. Not able to get that finish up as no one comes in, gets a kill. Another Galvanized stack. Even though it's a very slow-paced game, he is up to 5.
Ends up being, just a little bit too ambitious of a play there from XG.
Really wanting to try to make some type of move to slow down the farm of this Beastmaster, but immediate answer. And that's 2 ultis used. Does P-Vision want to take advantage of that, or are they just going to sit back and farm? It feels like it's just going to be a sit back and farm.
I think as long as Satanic is sort of getting space, they'll be happy. And still on track to hit a very respectable timing here on the Battle Fury.
Bottom, P-Vision wanting to maybe slowly whittle down this tower, but I immediately saw XG. They're pinging it, so they do want to defend this, but it is low.
Let's have a look. I mean, XXS doesn't have a TP at the moment, so he's just going to have to walk down here. Won't be able to get her in time, so finally DM is able to claim that bottom tier 1.
And immediately I see the circle drawn, right, from Ducalis. He's like, we now have access to this bottom side of the map to potentially farm or pressure.
See what they can do down here. 2 of them still hanging around, but I mean, as we've seen, it takes a lot to kill DM.
It does.
Even if they get that opening stun onto it.
I mean, the 2 offlaners are going the exact same build, Owen. Well, besides not upgrading the Dominator to the Overlord on the Centaur, but going for that Crimson Guard afterwards, so gonna mitigate a ton of damage in this early game.
X-Nova.
Vision
ready to
setting
go
up.
And the rest of the boys down here.
I mean, Ame's been up here for a long time.
They really want to try and get him. See if they can. Concoction at the ready. It's good lockdown. Satanic ready to bring in the damage. Can he get anything off? He gets the Thunder's there. Just in time. Those final moments, able to get it out as the lockdown comes to an end.
Gets the heal. He's been carrying it the whole time, that Healing Lotus. The first time he gets the Sunder off because of it, the second time also.
They're so close. They just needed that little bit more. I mean, was there any way they could have better kind of layered the stuns? I don't think so, right? They did it as best they could, but it wasn't enough to stop him from getting the save off.
Oh, 30 HP, he gets it. Ame doing the math.
I mean, he's loving life on this top corner of the map. He's been pretty much for the last
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Literally 10 minutes. Satanic.
Now stepping up.
At the sleep.
Got Ducalis behind him.
Very difficult to punish this anti-mage. Does feel like both teams pretty content, though.
It's a
both are
start.
farming. They're both very happy.
Such a close start this time around. I think this is what you sort of wanted to see here between these 2 teams, rather than a very one-sided affair.
Maybe more kills, in particular for us, but that's okay.
I'm sure they'll come. You know, the later stages of this game are going to be insane. I can already feel it. Let's start just the build-up here for now between XG and P-Vision.
It is pretty crazy how we don't have the craziest amount of team fight in particular. Some games, right, like that last one, we have Solar Guardian, Black Hole, etc. This one, pretty limited team fight spells in particular. It's a lot of single target that's going to be coming out in this game.
I like sort of the balance, though, of like the cores in terms of like the priority and importance of them, right? Both have this kind of traditional hard carry, the Terrorblade, the Anti-Mage, but at the same time, both mid, Sniper, and of course the Storm Spirit, no one. These 2 mids can absolutely scale and carry themselves on their own back, so.
It does feel like a very balanced situation that is coming in here.
Obviously, they'll back off for now, P-Vision.
9 Class, how's he doing? He's got the Blink finished up. Shard almost done as well. Then we'll probably see those Aghanims if he wants to go that route. There's also potential for Lotus Orb. It's a fantastic Lotus game, as we've seen in multiple different situations. Versus either the Bane, versus the TB Sunder. You definitely have a huge effect there. Tormentor contest is going to be an interesting one, because as we've seen in almost every single game, most teams immediately at that 20-minute mark, they start to prepare for it. So let's see if we are going to have that contest and who's going to be more prepared for it. As you said, Ame's been up here for 12 minutes now and has been yet to be pushed out.
Now we're going to see both him and Satanic be so close on farm in this game. And we can see already, just a few hundred gold between the two of them, the Terrorblade and the Anti-Mage.
This will be an interesting pickup if Ame does commit for it. If he does go down the route of this Butterfly,
I like it.
He'll be really strong in terms of the group up when his team goes for it. How do they focus fire him?
And it's just so annoying for these two heroes, right? Anti-Mage does not want to be buying an MKB, let alone at all really normally, and definitely not anytime soon. And the same for the Storm Run. You don't want to be buying any sort of True Strike on the Storm, so that evasion is going to do massive things.
He goes Witchblade at least, right? So at least you do have a bit of that True Strike.
Sure.
Yeah, some of it, but...
Power
Rune?
There's the jump. XXS gets the opening hoof stomp. Concoction thrown down onto him. They'll lay down the kisses. Try to push back P-Vision.
They do not want to go on the tanky hero. XXS trying to chase. He's got another blink up.
I mean, Ame's looking to see if he can kind of get the wraparound on this one. Jump forward. Whoop. The Concoction at the ready. 9 Class able to put a stop to any hoof stomp opportunities that XXS was trying to find. But the pressure there onto the tier 2. XM and Ame ready to push on.
They're looking at the objectives.
Yeah, and again, just sort of matching what we saw in terms of timings from P-Vision in that game 1. XG playing so much faster this time round, and it's giving them such a higher chance of having success in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Ame getting some good timings here, but they're going to sack the Torment.
They'll take the trade, yeah, P-Vision. And XXS is making his way over, but they won't be able to get her in time to stop this. So. Sharp for Ducalis.
Very heads-up play there from P-Vision.
See if they still manage to try and find a fight out of this XG. They're making their way over under the cover of smoke.
They might have to sacrifice 9 Class.
Xnova, watch it from the high ground. Ducalis, he's going to be focused first.
They got
shot down. See what they can look for more, but the counter spell's there. He gets the pick up for the high ground. The assassinate's in. Jump ball with the cookie. The Concoction will hold back Q, but Satanic will fall as they're locked down enough for XM to take him out. And now maybe be able to turn for more as the chase continues over towards 9 Class. That blink up though.
Getting
Should
cut off.
be fun now. They're going to try and continue to chase. Xnova's able to get the range for the sleep. So the chase will be a success as 9 Class killed off as well.
What a play. Great wraparound, understanding we're not going to make it in time for Tormentor, but we can absolutely take the fight. I think the Shrapnel actually woke up the AM, allowed him to get the counterspell off with Zafine's grip, but either way, they have the chain stun afterwards to lock him down and bring him down. XG very prepared this game. Butterfly is getting closer and closer for Ame.
It's so early on this Terrorblade.
How do you fight versus a Butterfly Terrorblade if they're set up as a unit in particular, right? Catching him alone, absolutely. You can perhaps do that, but when he's grouped with a Butterfly, it's going to be very problematic.
It's going to be a super tough kill.
Blocks so much of their damage, right? It's a lot of physical from P-Vision this time around. It's going to be very interesting to see what they want to do here. As a lot of gold saved up. Xnova wondering what build he wants to go for. Is it going to be something like a Blink on the Bane, perhaps, that he wants to go for? We'll have to see what option, as he's quite rich also.
And Ame knowing that he can just continue to live his life up in this top corner. Nobody's able to do anything about him.
It is pretty wild that he's been there for 14 plus minutes without being able to get pushed out.
And P-Vision just not being given any sort of opportunity to really approach any further tier 1s. The tier 1 in the mid lane have also just barely taken any sort of damage from any sort of pressure. P-Vision, they can't really push on outside of DM. They're going to try and bring the action in around the mid now as they get the jump in onto Xingqiu. We'll find him.
Maybe can get some decent damage onto this tower here too with the Reign of Destiny, as we see no one just getting healed up.
Xnova and XXS ready to turn up though for the defense.
Okay, the choice is going to be a Glimmer for Xnova. He's going to be bringing it out soon. XXS, every time a tower push comes out, the Centaur gets parked in front of it. P-Vision wanting to look to strike elsewhere.
going to be difficult to find XM Sniper, though. Typically a sort of step ahead of any sort of sweep of the map that enemies try for against him. It's very hard to find.
And very defensive build that he's gone for, too. As we said, he likes to build a bit tankier on his sniper. Lincoln's is going to be the next choice to prevent either a roar or any of these single target abilities as we see P-Vision have.
They still, of course, have a lot of gap closure.
They do.
2 cores,
They absolutely
both having ways to jump straight on top of the sniper in these team fights.
I mean, this game is, you know, it's low kill count, but it's as tense as ever. Both are getting exactly what they want out of the map here. And that butterfly, it's finished. Let's see what XG wants to do and how they want to force. Are they going to perhaps wait for Roche to shift toward the top side before they look for a potential go on it? Because they can bring that Roche down very quick. 9 Class is looking for a potential setup here.
He's going to try. Satanic's in as well, but XX is in with the stop. Bottom was 9 Class, and they've got the Stampede as well. So 9 Class, he's got to run. The Metamorphosis comes out as 9 Class trying to set something up there with Satanic. Even if XXS wasn't there, I don't know, would these two have been able to deal with Arme at this point? This Terrorblade's massive.
Unlikely versus that butterfly. The
Yeah.
build is working for XG right now, and XXS, he is everywhere. It feels like you look away for a second, and then boom, the Centaur is just there to protect. And there's that Lotus Orb finished up for him.
I mean, they might as well
They're
see what
pushing.
happens when they push the high ground. They've hit the timing here with this butterfly pickup.
They've got a Crimson to slow things down.
Now what? Able to clear out the wave. We'll slow down the push for now.
These are heads-up moves. Nullifier for DM. Very early pickup that he's got this finished. Can't get rid of these Glimmers in particular, but as you said, Lotus, Lincolns, they've got ways to protect each other. And Roche, it is shifting now. It is on that top side.
Just going for the straight-up damage as well, Arme. He's got the Chrysalis on the way out, going for that full Daedalus. I mean, if he gets that, these fights are going to be so difficult for Satanic, right? Even though he's very close in farm, it does feel like if he makes a blink in, and somehow, you know, some way they're able to keep the Terror protected, and you're seeing the damage from the two of them. They're going to try and go on XXS. They've got the roar, but the kisses are coming in, and XXS, he's so tanky. They barely get him down to half HP. The grip's there, controlling Satanic. See if he can get up toward the end of it. No, who's got the cookie? But there's the safe to Carlos. Comes in, bails Satanic out. But P-Vision, they've got to run, because Arme's turned up to the fight. Ducalis cannot escape. P-Vision, they do manage to eventually bring XXS down, but it takes so much.
Look how much damage he absorbed. You can just look at the fight recap. That's pretty much all Centaur taking that damage from the entirety of P-Vision. That's exactly what you want from your Centaur.
And now they could just move into the Roche XG. They didn't get the core kills, but they got enough out of P-Vision in terms of ultimates and attempts to fight that they can walk into the pit very freely and secure themselves this Aegis.
I mean, Ame able to just walk in and join, do Roche even without meta. So they're going to have meta to potentially push toward high ground, Owen. P-Vision, what's the approach going to be?
It's going to be tough. I mean, we're seeing already that it's just so difficult for Satanic to blink in and get involved in the fights. Because if Arme and XM are not controlled, this anti-mage will get destroyed.
Absolutely. They have way too much damage for him. And it's difficult for them to reach these backlines, even if they do have these, you know, these jumpers, as we've been saying, to get to it. XXS has just been the body that they need. Satanic is going to be going for his butterfly of his own, so he is going to look to match that aggression that's coming from Ame, but Ame does have that advantage of net worth at the moment.
And just overall damage output when he has the Metamorphosis ready.
Oh, yeah.
P-Vision, we'll see what the call is going to be here for the next 4 minutes.
Probably just try to stall things out so they can't reach the base, right? Get your own push, cut the waves as much as possible. That Daedalus soon on the horizon.
Yeah, we'll easily be able to have it picked up and still have a kind of 2+ minutes to play for.
Satanic.
Trying to go on XXS, but
He'll burn all the mana. That is very annoying. But he does have the stick. He does always have Lotuses to be able to pump himself back up.
Sweeping over towards Arme. But again, it feels like, how do you even go on this Terrorblade right now? You have to have all 5, right?
You do. And he has to be out of position. If he's with the team, it feels like it's very difficult to kill him.
I mean, stepping pretty far forward, but of course has this Aegis. He feels that relaxed right now.
He's pretty far up.
They're going to try and start something. See what they can do. Easy man to dodge there.
Even as the Lincolns, just in case. XM is right behind him.
That's the full Daedalus. So 28 minutes in, Butterfly Daedalus, level 20 Terrorblade. That sounds pretty terrifying.
It does. Ame is posturing so aggressively this game. Grouped up, looking for the potential push. We see DM, he is doing the cutting. So he is sending the Ancient Ice Shaman on that far left side with his Boars as well to just slow things down.
As the completed Miona for XM, everything coming together. They do need to have the Butterfly done on Satanic, but it's still so difficult for him to fight back against these two.
I feel like they're going to push. They're going to look for a Rax here with this Aegis.
See what P-Vision can do. Have they got what it takes at the moment to be able to defend against this level of push?
It's just so much physical damage.
It really is. He spends a few seconds on the front and he gets about half his HP taken away in an instant.
Even with the Butterfly, they're going right through it. Crimson Guard again, but the towers are getting whittled down. No one will cut the wave, so that is the last creep wave. So they're gonna have to back up and reset.
And very close to having the Shiva's Guard done as well, no one, so.
They're looking to just continue, right? They need more time to be able to deal with this Terrorblade and Sniper. But is time really gonna benefit them that much with the way that XG's been able to play so far? DM.
And they'll be able to deal with this hit. Bringing XM over as well.
Kill it.
Oh, yep. XM. He'll have it.
Yes. Smoke up, P-Vision. They're getting outside.
They're going to get the jump on Ame. He's going to be gone the once.
Can they do it again? They've got a roar.
Backup's on the way for Ame. They can get the opening stampedes there. Lincoln's ready to keep it protected. He's able to walk it off.
Far too difficult for them to get the setup. XM just covering him every time with the Lincolns. Too hard for DM to get the roar, even with the nullifier to break. Here comes the push again. 30 seconds on meta. No Aegis.
And we'll see if XG still feels strong without it.
Feels like they do. Base ward taken out. Ducalis did find it. Here comes that push. Tower's low.
And they've got it. Tier 3 to 4. So they want to keep going here, XG. XM. Which in the start, answers there for Satanic. Shiva's Guard now done on no one.
Satanic is having to stay here in the base, though, which means he's not getting that extra farm. He's having to be here for the defense.
There's the smoke. They're going to try and get the surprise jump. See if they can get the wraparound, potentially. So they're coming in from the side here. Good angle from P-Vision. XG prepared for this one. No one ready to try and scout out the backlines. He's in. Makes the jump, but now he jumps out. Tries to bait out spells and items in for XG. But XXS, he's in with the jump. He gets the 3-man hoop stop. A beautiful follow-up there from XXS allows them to take down 9 class immediately. As XG are ready to step up to the barracks.
They're ready for every move, Owen. Immediately backing themselves up, gathering as a unit, so P-Vision can't find a target.
So trying to bait out some of these stuns and spells, but Ducalis gets shot down by XM. The barracks are gone.
The strategy is working, Owen. XG, they're looking to get a 2-Rax advantage.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They're sticking around for a second set at the least. I mean, no one again trying to turn their attention away from the objectives, but these racks, they fall so fast here to the damage of Ame and XM.
Ayame is playing his heart out this game. Beautiful build, beautiful rotation, surviving the ganks. An 8K lead with massive structural damage.
P-Vision, what's the plan going to be? Satanic, he's even though he's kind of close on the net worth, you're really just feeling how difficult of a matchup it is for him to play into as this anti-mage. Dealing with both a sniper and a Terrorblade that are ahead of you in farm, it seems almost impossible for the AM.
It really feels like they just don't have the damage to go through what XG has by any means. XXS with this build, with this Crimson, it blocks everything that P-Vision wants to do to walk into him. Aghanims is done, so that's the first one here for 9 class. It's gonna give it a no one, I imagine.
Yep, no one's got it ready to go.
Yep.
So if they have that setup, maybe some sort of multi-man vortex into like a concoction.
They're gonna need a big multi-hero stun in order to have a chance in that next push, because it's gonna come very soon. The auras are all there. Aghanim's now also finished up for XXS, so another save.
So many saves. Yep. So many ways to keep XM or Ame safe if they get jumped.
And this might be one of the better cart games too. You have 2 of the best heroes, it feels like, to utilize in their range. They can actually just wallop heroes from a distance.
And XM's pretty much got his Monkey King bar done.
Oh boy, yeah, this feels harder and harder for Satanic.
He's got
the basher, but look at his HP pool too, right? Satanic is not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with these heroes.
XG. They could definitely just sort of deal with the lanes, wait out for the next Roshan. Should be coming up pretty shortly.
Next items, like you said, MKB is done for XM, and I believe a Lincoln's about to be done for Amame. How do you get through these?
P-Vision definitely do what they can to try and set the map up themselves so they can have a say on the Roshan, at least give themselves an opportunity maybe to see if no one can get a steal off. It's the Storm Spirit.
No one.
I just can't get anywhere close.
It is really just such insane damage that XG does have. And immediately they're not splitting up either is the thing. Immediately they're all together as 5. The lanes are in a good position for them as well with the TB sending the illusions. So they're ready for the fight.
Lincoln's on Arme. Ready with the smoke, XG. They know that P-Vision's going to be out on the map a little bit.
Roche, how long's it going to be? It's a quick spawn.
I mean, they're showing her on the top lane.
XXS,
he's having a 2-0 fantastic off the room with the start. DM is gone. No one has to zip away. Carlos will turn up here ready to help out, but they have to continue to back off. Tier 2 is not a safe space right now.
DM spent his gold. He bought the Vlad, so he's dead for 60 seconds.
Pushing forward at the timing with the Wisdom coming up, so another one of those to be taken by Extreme.
And we see XG, if they catch a hero, the hero is dead. On P-Vision, if they catch a hero, the hero does not really take much damage whatsoever. It doesn't matter who it is.
They're ready to try and tickle at the base again. They don't even need the Aegis, they put that strong. Satanic is looking for an angle at the back lines, but XXS finds them, he's in with the jump on and the 2 of them! Perfectly ready, Satanic will make the jump over the car! XXS with the save! Satanic shot down by XM, it is over! GG is called! Extreme, they may have had a rough game 1, but this game 2, Fox, they're looking better than ever! They push us to a game 3 here in the lower bracket!
That was a very strategical approach to this game. Honestly, this move from Ame, dictating the pace of the game pretty early. 7 minutes, rotating top, taking the tower, stayed there for what? It felt like what? 14 minutes that he's farming in that top lane. XXS defending every single tower. P-Vision. It felt like they were like, okay, yes, we're getting what we want out of the map, but XG was just getting so much more, pressuring, controlling, containing, and just honestly crushing this game completely.
Yeah, just an excellent adaptation coming into this game 2 after what happened in game 1. Right?
Yeah.
Taking all 3 tier 1s, 10 minutes in, securing this top part of the map where Ame just lived his best life and for like nearly 15 minutes plus as a Terrorblade.
And I love that he built this aggressive, right? He doesn't go for this
butterfly
BKB, Scotty, nothing. He just goes for the butterfly, looks to close the game out as fast as possible.
Well, what a game. What a performance there from Extreme. Cannot wait to see what happens as we are indeed, ladies and gentlemen, getting a game 3 coming up as the series now stands 1-1 between Extreme and P-Vision.
The fact that we're getting a game 3 demonstrates just how close this top 3 is. At any point, we could be seeing P-Vision in that grand finals. But for right now, Extreme Gaming, they're making that comeback. They're saying, we want this, we're hungry for it. And comfort picks just for everyone. Amazing and significantly better laning phase as well, I'd say, for this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is I love that no matter who makes it into the grand finals, you know that it is so close. All 3 of these teams can beat each other. This was not close. Like in a way, I feel like
it was close in terms of net worth, but it wasn't really close in terms of the pacing of the game.
The momentum since the laning stage, Extreme, they had it figured out. They picked late game heroes like Sniper, Terrorblade, but they didn't play for the late game. They were very active in the early game.
I mean, they totally abused the fact that the anti-mage needed a long time, or he could not enter the fight at all because of this Terrorblade. But like the reflection just made it so that he has to be so careful, and every time he comes to the fight, he couldn't really do anything.
I think it was pretty similar to what happened in game number 1, like this carry-to-carry matchup where you are staying an item ahead, maybe even an item and a half in this one. It is very difficult for Satanic to play the game. He doesn't have a clear target that he can jump because of all the save with the Nightmare that's going to ruin him. Then you have Snapfire as well, you have Stampede, you have all these defensive items, you have Crimson Guard on the Centaur. Very, very difficult fights in terms of how they want to play it out, because they have protection for their sniper who's peeping from the distance, and you also do have this ability to stay ahead in terms of itemization. You see that he's going for the butterfly, and then you have two cores that kind of like to build into butterfly. Like at one point, Sniper, he did have Serrated Shift, he's building into Mjolnir naturally, plus he builds into MKB, so that butterfly is not really doing that much.
I mean, it's not just the build, right? I felt like the TB also kind of enabled XXS on the Centaur to get a decent game, and he was able to do a lot in the fight. We saw a lot of multi-hero storms, the card eventually, like he wasn't enabled in the first game, and this game I felt like it was night and day.
Yeah, he was just there to provide his team with anything they needed. That card at the end was always such a pleasure to see picked up in a game, but just so much fun. The flip side though, for PU Vision, 9 class not really having that impact on an ALC we've seen previously. We're like, yes, it was winning, but was he winning the game with it? And I think this is kind of answered our question about it now.
Yeah, this was very rough for P-Vision. Perhaps it's the combination of the Anti-Mage and the Alchemist that is the main issue, but really Extreme, they understood the assignment. They saw that there was this greedy duo coming out of P-Vision, and they understood that even though they have Sniper and Terrorblade, they needed to push, they needed to be active, they needed to win the lanes, and they did.
Yeah, they really did. Extreme Gaming, it's hard to pick a standout player from that, right? You look at the end, everyone had a phenomenal performance. Arme on the Terrorblade night and day compared to game 1.
Yeah, he was so aggressive. Like the way he moved across the map, he's like understanding that Anti-Mage, he can't really do much. He's gonna get his mana burn, he wants to pressure him out, he moves to the top lane. You have Centaur with the Dominator creep as well, so that's gonna be extra bit of a damage. This is something that Anti-Mage historically didn't like to play into, getting himself kicked out of the lane, and then he needs to go to jungle. This is a hero that doesn't have any good like ways of farming. Now with the Helm of the Dominator, it does help him a little bit, but it's still not good enough because they are having so much, the map is getting much smaller, and this time around, they didn't have the playmaker. Sure, you have this position for Alchemist, who's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter play in the outer ring, trying to get the extra bit of a farm. It came in very late, that Aghanim Scepter that he did give the Storm Spirit, you couldn't really feel the influence of it.
Yeah, it was at the timing where they had a Centaur cart to save whoever gets caught, and this is why I think that the MVP could have gone to any of Extreme's cores, because Ame pressured the early game, XXS hit the multi-hero stomps. We have to mention XM Sniper. I feel like this has been a tournament of elephants in the room, and this is the one for me when it comes to this team. They do not lose with Cardell Sharpeye. They are the best sniper team on the planet, and I expect to see a ban in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that one through at all. You can't rest on your laurels thinking that you know how to deal with a sniper when it's specifically an XM sniper here. We're saying the cores are up for grabs. Anyone could have been that standout player, but something that I think was also really key in changing how that offlane played was Jinkyu, right? He got on a hero that was significantly more impactful. Playing that snap, just having more stability, that's where I think we saw the lane go much
Yeah,
better.
you can actually do stuff with the hero. You can actually be the one who's putting the pressure. You can make the moves across the map compared to Next Assassin, who was so under-leveled in the previous one. I think there's a comparison between what he was playing in game number 1 and what 9 class was playing in game number 2, where he wasn't really unable to do much on the map. Like you feel like you're position 4 with the setup, with the draft that you have, like it feels like you need to do much, but you can't because of the situation you're in, because of the hero that you're playing. And this time around, you can be paired up with the Centaur, you can be paired up, with just the Shrapnel with the Snapfire Kisses could land you a kill.
I like that they chose to basically say, okay, we lost the offlane really badly in the previous game. Well, let's just dodge it entirely. We will run the Centaur on the offlane, we will cut creeps, we will bring it to camps, get Giga farmed, he gets an early Helm of Dominator, and this is where we see the rotation from Ame. On level 6 on Terrorblade, he was farming just fine in his lane, by the way. Look at his denies, 18 denies. But he realized that he's got to be the one to push towers. He's got to be the one to pressure. If they combine the Centaur power spike here with Ame's Metamorphosis, they can easily take the tower and close down the map on a team that absolutely needs the map to farm.
I mean, it's also the fact that the Beastmaster just got level 6, so he realizes if he stays in the lane, one roll and either the Storm or +1, he could die, So that move itself solves another problem. So it literally gave their opponents nowhere to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, and it ties into what you guys were saying. Kick that anti-mage out of that top lane as early as you can. Force him to be a little bit uncomfortable. And then we see that TV wanted to stay up there, Arme wanted to stay there. They try and make a move onto him, but it was not successful.
And the fact that he had the presence of mind to always keep a Lotus because he knows that the AM is going to try to kill him, so he could run out of mana, so he couldn't cast his Sunder. And every time he got ganked, this is one of those that he managed to turn around, but he had a Lotus every single time to survive.
Because it gives you like exactly enough mana to press the Sunder, and that's all he needs.
And you're also getting less damage from Mana Void.
Yeah.
We see it progress a little bit further, and we're wondering how late game is this going to go? Where are we going to see the carries end up for themselves? But a specific item that was picked up by Arme, Lacoste, you're like, this is it. This is where we're just going to start seeing the game kind of close out and go in the favor of Extreme Game.
Yeah, this is way too early. This is 24 minutes we're talking about, where he has Falcon Blade, he has Manta Style, and does go for a very aggressive item, understanding that he can just build that item. It gives him damage, it gives him survivability against Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage is not a hero that's going to be built into MKB by any time soon. This might be his 6th item, but we're talking about, 45-minute game potentially. And what happens after they get a pick off, they try to go on the enemy tier 3 tower as soon as they got that butterfly. Then they decide to take another fight, understanding that their timing right now is super strong. They can take the fight, and TB, he doesn't need to be caring too much about it. He's going to be joining the fight slightly later, and you can see that Ducalis is holding that for a really long time, that ulti, but as soon as Ame joins, this fight is pretty much over. He was missing. P-Vision thought maybe they could take a fight, but he comes in and they clean up and they take Roche after that. So there's a lot of, the whole sequence of the events that does happen where they just cannot punch back.
I mean, it's not just the anti-mage with the butterfly. I feel like you're also making it very difficult for Storm. Storm actually does a lot of right clicks in the team fight, and if he's missing, it means that he's losing a lot of his damage potential in the team fights. That's why the butterfly timing was so strong.
Before we continue talking about this game, there is one more person I want to listen from, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, this is the probably 4th time that we've seen Alchemist support so far from P-Vision in this tournament. We saw that a bunch in the road to the International, and it looked pretty subpar. And I have to say, this is probably the best early game that 9 Class had out of all of those games. So I was more impressed with this play in this game. And that's because he did some pretty decent trading. He got this first blood on X Nova. But let's talk about the negatives of Alch support. Number 1, it takes you forever to charge up your stun. And at really high level play, the windows that you have to get kills to defend your allies are really small sometimes. They can be split seconds. So having to plan ahead 5 seconds ahead of time to throw your stun is very difficult. And having to be in melee range to even throw your stun is very difficult. So in a lot of these cases, he's in the right place at the right time. He's helping to almost get kills on heroes. But consistently what's happening is he's falling just a little bit short. And that's because the hero has kind of weak base stats, and your contribution to the fights just aren't that much. In this case, really good bait by him to run in. He charges up his stun, and he throws it at the same, like halfway early. He did like a half charge. But this is like his contribution. It's acid spray, and it's like 150 physical damage. And that doesn't get better as the game goes on, because people get more and more armor naturally. So his contribution in these circumstances isn't that great. And even with his ultimate, which gives him a lot of regen, the problem is he doesn't have any items to make his survivability higher. So any regen you buy or get from his ultimate is just not that good. So it's difficult for him to utilize his benefits. It's pretty easy for his opponents to kill him. He doesn't actually farm that fast because he doesn't actually get the chance to buy items that help him farm faster. So he doesn't really get to benefit from his innate. Across the board, just underwhelming, unfortunately. And that's just the reality of Alch support.
Thank you, Purge. We've seen it win before. This time around, it was not successful for P-Vision. And yeah, as we saw later in the game, just nothing really on the table to offer. And I think that's also one of the biggest differences. Coming into this series, we said P-Vision, it's going to be a big focus. What supports can they get for themselves? And it's not just 9 Class, but Ducalis as well. I thought the Oracle would have offered something in way of team fight. I thought there would have been the ability to delay the team fights, give them a little bit of something extra in the tank. But with that 2 support duo, there really actually wasn't anything on offer.
I think it's all of the other heroes paired with Alchemist. Like,
don't you feel it's also what the supports are buying? You want to give him supports that buy Helm. Like, don't you feel like that's when they are most comfortable?
I'm not a disbeliever in the Alch support. I was personally watching all of his replays during the road to International, because I love to absolutely grief my pubs. So I was like, oh, maybe I can do this. And I watched, and I can tell you, it's not something that you could do in pubs, and it's something you have to be very careful doing in competitive. what I watched was there was always some core that was sacrificing farm to 9 class at a different point in the game. One point it would be Satanic, one point it would be no one, and it would rotate. You need all of your cores to be doing well and be able to pressure in order to do that. And I think with like an anti-mage, that's not likely. Like unless the anti-mage is somehow winning the lane so handedly he can create pressure, but you need pressure from all of your cores.
So it seems like you have like a jungling hero, but he's way more greedier than like some Veno jungler. At least the Veno comes out of the jungle.
It's very similar to the Veno jungle, I would say. It's that level of greed.
I also think Venom might have, although this conversation isn't really about him, but ways to jungle a little bit better to kill those camps a bit more efficiently.
Yeah, he comes online much faster as well if we're talking about the jungle Venom that is meta, because you come with the Orchid, you come with, Spirit Vessel, you come with mech, drums, whatever, but Alchemist, he's just buying components. Like, you're not actually getting the value out of the items that you're buying. It's just you're getting some stats, but other than that, it's really not great. But also to point out that Oracle, like, he did a very good job because they played around the runes every single time they brought the numbers, but Extreme Gaming, you could see them move around and bringing in numbers, even though you have a Sniper on your team who doesn't use the runes, but they are bringing 3-4 heroes with every single rune just to make sure that Storm's not getting it.
Yeah, that's another big impact, is how can you dissuade the usage of something that's so important to a hero, such as their innate. And I do think that if any team is going to be able to bounce back in this one, obviously we've already seen Extreme Gaming do it, but Astini, he's very good at that with P-Vision, right? He's a coach that we've always had such high energy from, but I also would love to see what he thought about this draft, how he's going to approach it again when they get back into those booths for Game 3.
I'm going to just say it. I feel like, historically speaking, Storm Anti-Mage has not worked. This is something that TI after TI, at the very least at Majors, we have seen. And a lot of the time, you have coaches coming into interviews after and saying, oh yeah, we picked Storm Anti-Mage. Like, the timing just doesn't work.
Well, the timing is perfect for these players to return back to the stage. Get back into it, because our lower bracket is down to a game number 3. It is all on this game as to if you make it to the grand finals of TI 2025 or if your journey ends here. There's a lot on the lines for how they've spent the last few minutes discussing how they want to come into this. A fresh slate is what both teams are really going to need, and you're going to take your lessons from it on both sides, from a Game 1 and a Game 2 perspective.
Yeah, for sure. Something that did happen in this game number 2 was that they never killed the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Like, during this whole TI, this is the first time that P-Vision didn't manage to kill a tier 1 tower. They always, even in the losing games, they still kill tier 1 towers, but this also tells you the story about the game. I think it comes down to Sniper being able to defend the tower as well. They brought in numbers 10 minutes in. They try to go for the play, try to go for it, but it's way too much damage, and you don't really have that much, even though you did have Beastmaster, but Beastmaster also got shut down. Like, even though they didn't necessarily kill him, they did manage to push him out of the lane multiple times. You saw Snapfire coming to the lane, forcing Oracle to TP, use Edict to try to save him. They don't get the kill, but they also get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like actually that you brought that up. Like, when they opened their draft with Beastmaster, I also felt like he kind of didn't really get enabled as the same as the Centaur. And Beastmaster is also, like, as nature, a very greedy hero. You want your carry gating over to you. So when you have not just the Storm anti-mage problem, but you have the anti-mage with the Beastmaster, which doesn't really offer a lot of synergy. Because Beastmaster, I think, in most cases, you want heroes that can abuse the fact that you can stick together early, take towers, with the auras. Like heroes like Gyro, for example, Luna, for example, that can come online earlier. With the anti-mage, it kind of feels like maybe you don't really have a lot of like overlapping timings in the early game, so you don't interact with each other a lot or at all, in the early game. So that could have been the main problem why the early game was so difficult for the Elk and Oracle to be useful.
Maybe the idea is that with a Helm Dom, Anti-Mage can maybe function like that, even though it's not traditionally a hero that can rotate to something like a Beastmaster. Clearly it didn't work, right? Like, this idea was wrong, but maybe that's the idea. Because I agree, you pick Beastmaster, the hero controls an area, he farms, and he creates this presence where you can no longer enter into that area without just dying. And it's this map control hero, so any carry that rotates to that is cool. He doesn't rotate to them to get kills, so maybe that's the issue, and you have to try these things in a game in order to figure out that, okay, because the Dom thing is completely new. Nobody was going Dom on anti-mage.
And also because I think in the recent series that we have in the main event, there's like a huge change in the way the middle lane is built, where we are picking more heroes that can defend and play around the mid tower instead of those rotating heroes, right? So with the Beastmaster, it's like you're waiting for your mid laner to rotate. But the Storm, in theory, he could rotate, but he couldn't leave because the sniper was keeping him there. So it doesn't really unleash the Beastmaster skill.
I think the sniper has to go. Not necessarily in the first phase, but I think in the second phase you might need to remove it. This was the big part of the problem that they did face in this second game, and it's XM Sniper we're talking about. Like he's gonna find a way how to make this hero work.
It would be audacious to leave it, and it would be on purpose because they think they can beat it with something.
Well, we're soon to find out because I have fantastic news for everyone. We do have a game number 3.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 3.
A lower bracket game 3. You could not ask for anything more. These two teams are so evenly skilled. It's going to come down a lot to draft what they think they're going to need. Extreme Gaming loved what the Centaur did for them in game number 1. They're going to pick it up for themselves, and of course, P-Vision not changing on that. They think the Beast was still a fantastic opener for them.
And I also like the change that they made here. Actually, last game, they first picked the Snapfire. This time, they feel like because the Centaur was such a crucial role in the last game, and they feel like they wouldn't be able to get the Centaur in the next phase, so they're changing their pick order up. They're picking the Centaur first. I think the Centaur is not replaceable, but the Snap is actually replaceable.
Snap could be Hoodwink, or
could be Hoodwink
maybe
or something.
even Dark Willow.
Yeah. Maybe even a Rubik, I think a Rubik Centaur link could also
Yeah, that's not bad, especially if there's good steals. But we can see Sniper banned out. They actually will first phase ban it.
Yeah, so what are the other mid heroes that can actually sit and defend the towers right now with the Sniper and SF being removed? It's kind of like the Invoker. Invoker is still remaining here. Maybe that is something that both teams could actually go to. Because I think there's a lot of emphasis between strategizing around the mid area. You need to be able to defend and hold that area so you actually have full control of the map. And obviously also the runes, right? You control the tower, you're going to get the runes.
I think Extreme would be pretty happy to get an XM Puck. So I would imagine them picking Puck and then plus something they can cover for Puck.
Oh, they want to speed things up.
Like Puck Bane.
This is going to be very tempo. A lot of tempo coming up from P-Vision. You have Chen, something that Falcons did run a couple of times. You have Beastmaster with the Helm of the Dominator as well. But this Beastmaster is still a flex pick. They could put it in the mid lane, so they want to see 2 heroes that Extreme Gaming is going to pick, and then they're going to decide where Beastmaster is going to go.
Centaur is pretty happy playing against Chen creeps, though. Natural Crimson Builder.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you don't really care about the creeps as much.
We only seen exclusively mana burn up until yesterday when we saw KJ played with the yellow tomato creep.
So I imagine if Puck is coming out here, it's because they have to cover for it. Otherwise, you're getting like giga hard countered mid.
When you say hard countered mid, what does that look like?
Yeah, there's the DKs, Tinies of the world that are pretty good against Puck. Let's see, I mean, the biggest answer is, something like a Huskar. The question is, does no one want to whip it out here in the lower bracket finals? It's a bit rough.
It's a good Void Spirit game. They don't have that much control other than Puck. It's a good matchup for him. You're also going to be finding the backlines. Both of these supports from Extreme Gaming, they want to really keep the distance. You want to see Warlock in the backlines, waiting until he can drop the rock, Snapfire with the kisses. Right now, they don't have any jump, and they need to find a way how to find these supports.
I mean, the other thing you have to consider is if you pick your mid hero here, and the enemy bans out 2 carry heroes, do you have a replacement for that carry hero? So you are definitely considering whether you should pick the carry hero if there are no optimal replacements for that right now.
How does Beast do against Puck mid? Because you could also Beast mid and then run like some Night Stalker off lane to try to hard counter the Pucks. I don't feel like Warlock pressures something like a Night Stalker at all.
Yeah, no, you push the lane out with Fatal Bonds. I think that's what he wants, as Night Stalker.
Yeah, he'll just farm.
Yeah, I mean, that could work in theory. But I think their concern right now here is less of the mid matchup. It's more about the carry. Can they actually get, because both teams are going to last pick their carries, right? So what if they pick one hero and they ban 2 and you don't have the option?
So what are you looking for? Something like Ursa, something along those lines, Temporal Assassin to be able
to with the
deal
silence on the shot.
Yeah, that's very good against pretty much all
and
3. And
also the lane matchup against the Centaur. This is an extremely good lane matchup. Centaur struggles in this lane, and usually you have to buy a couple of rings to be able to stay in the lane. But even then, the lane is still very difficult.
Yeah, I think you just don't lane. I think XG's actually okay with this. Like, they're going to do what they did last game, which is literally cut the wave and drag to camps. And so now my question is, what can XG pick on last pick that will like completely hard counter a TA, so Ame could rotate through the portal with a free farm Centaur who's cutting wave and take the tower.
It's a good PL game, huh? Again?
I was thinking PL. I mean, Gyrocopter is also...
Gyro is fine. Gyro is nice. And you have the standard Gyro plus Warlock lane, which is very, very good. I mean, anything that can gate, gank, and pressure the TA would be the most optimal right now. They've already taken out the TB. The TB is also a really good carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. And I feel like it seems like Extreme Gaming also really favors the carry-to-carry matchup. They want to have a matchup where Ame is very, very comfortable, and you've already heard it from the interview. Ame is going to carry us, you know. They are putting all the eggs in the Ame basket.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a troll as well. I think you're going to be laning against the Beastmaster. They don't have explosive damage to kill you immediately.
Yeah, that actually could really work well with the lineup. Troll, Warlock lane, and you have the troll with the Centaur and the card later, which works really well.
Yeah, we're definitely all fans of the late game that Centaur can come out. Extreme Gaming, so many options open now that they feel a little bit more stable in that off lane for themselves. I think that really opens up for Ame.
It's not an easy decision here for PvP because they have to decide what are the heroes that they need to ban. And on top of that, because they couldn't ban everything, so they have to pick something that is going to be able to cover for the third best hero as well, you know. And they also have to make sure that the hero works with their lineup. So a lot to consider here in this 23rd pick here for P-Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ban before that as well, and so you have to hedge your bets. Where exactly does Extreme Gaming want to go? Where are they thinking some of their strengths could be? It's the so one of the first heroes you guys mentioned would be great for Extreme Gaming, and their last pick, Bristleback.
Off lane Bristleback, most likely with the hook wing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that does limit the carries that XG can pick. Now, a hero like Chaos Knight, which can go for the break facet, the 1/3 of the time break facet seems better, but no, they go for Medusa.
Not the most traditional gate ganking hero. You're probably not going to expect the Medusa to move around, but it is indeed overall a pretty good game for it.
This is not the lane that you want to be playing. Medusa plus Warlock, you're not getting the real
but at the
value
same
out of the
time,
lane, but they want to
Medusa
have
would lane well into
pick.
the beast, you know. Like the beast doesn't like to play into the Medusa's lane. I mean, I do feel like you can't use the heal.
I mean, what about Bristle, though? Because Bristle's just giving Medusa free stick charges, right?
Yes.
So either way, yeah, very good lane for Medusa. I think maybe that's the idea.
Okay, so even if the Medusa can't rotate out, help those other lanes, is there a lot that can be put into her lane? Do we feel that this is something that is going to ramp up for Extreme Gaming? We'll see them succeed?
They have other 3-4 heroes that can actually play Dota. I don't think it's going to be as slow because you do have Snapfire, you have Centaur one more time, and you also have XM on his signature puck. So he's going to be having a time where he can dictate the tempo, go around the map and try to make stuff happen.
And so final thoughts very quickly from you, Jenkins and Winter as well. Our game number 3.
I think it's an excellent draft for Extreme. It's a little slow, but I think with the signatures they have, they're fine with it being a little slow.
I mean, I think it's a little too slow for my liking. So I'm going to go with P-Vision's side.
Okay, well that is lucky because we do have Astini, the coach of P-Vision, standing on stage for some final words before game 3.
Absolutely. Here once more with Astini from P-Vision. So good to see you yet again. Sir, high stress moment here, I know, so we will get you to your team as soon as we can, but you win this, it's grand final time. Big moment for you. Any words that you shared with the team before going into this game?
Let's just pick a chain so we don't need to smoke because they shout when we smoke and enemy knows. So let's just run it then without pressing smokes.
All right.
Our fans also shout when they smoke then.
Okay, well, fair enough for you, sir. All right, fantastic. Well, as we get into the game here, we've seen some pretty interesting picks, especially those last picks. I know you were probably hoping for another PO last pick from them. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But the carry seemed to be extremely important in this series. Would you say that the carry is the most important role that you've seen so far when facing this team?
Everyone is important. It's a team game. If you think like this, you're going to lose.
Fantastic. And last question, of course, those surprise last picks. We do see the Dusa. No chance to pick the Animage on this one against it. How do you think you're going to be faring against this Dusa?
We pre-picked to it because Chen has mana burn creep, so we were expecting, it's expected.
Okay, all right. You almost gave me away some there. You never tell me anything. It was for the mana burn creep. They got it. Write that one down, pubbers. All right, my man. I'm going to give you the mic on this one. Last time, potentially, that you could be holding the mic on this stage. Probably not, though. So please, have your moment. Say something to the fans and have your word. Please, I'm giving it to you. This is full trust. Go for it.
It's a pleasure to be here, to hear the fans cheering. No matter for us, for Extreme, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, it's fucking TI, boys. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone that is part of this community. Thanks, let's go. Bora caralho.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing this man in the grand finals. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought so far, and we'll continue to bring as we go. That's my boy! It's game 3.
There we go. I mean, Astini, absolutely correct there. The atmosphere has been phenomenal this year here in Hamburg. Thanks to you guys all here in the Barclays Arena. And let's get into the action. It's game 3 time, Fog. Extreme versus P-Vision. We're going to find out who's going to make it up to the grand finals later today to face Team Falcons. What do you make of the drafts? Because first thing I see XG getting that super strong duo straight through out of the gate.
Yep.
The Snapfire and that Centaur combo.
Let's see if there is going to be that answer. Let's see whose strategy comes in superior this time around. Because this Medusa last pick, there's a lot of big benefits that it does have this game. They mentioned it on the panel about how versus that Bristle, right? He'll be able to just get those stick charges constantly, have mana in the lane. But my big thing that I want to point out is it's Medusa playing versus a minus armor strategy. And Medusa loves that because of the way the interaction works with the mana shield, since you don't have to worry as much.
I mean, and how much of a strength do you think that is, as Astini sort of talks about having the Chen, having this, sort of potential ways to have something that might cause issues for the Medusa?
Not sure. Honestly, I feel like the Deuce is going to be pretty okay unless somehow just gets completely surrounded from some types of summons with the Beastmaster rotation too, because Bristle just feeds you sticks. You're always going to have stick charges. Yes, Warlock's heal isn't going to be as effective, but you definitely can do quite a bit down here in terms of protecting Ame. We'll see how much that mana burn is effective, though, since they killed it immediately. Dies almost at an instant. And yeah, like you said, the top lane, right? It's XXS playing the Centaur. He was absolutely ridiculous last game.
Oh, he was.
A perfect game from him. And Jinkyu, he's playing his classic. And another small thing to touch on as well. He's small, but 9class is playing a more normal style hero. He's playing a ranged hero. So, gonna see what he's gonna be able to do with this.
Absolutely. Still obviously a very strong hero. We've seen a lot of hoodwink come through and some people popping off on this hero. Yeah, eyes on 9class to see what he's able to pull off this game. And with this sort of lane setup, when we talk about obviously the strengths of the XG getting this classic combo that they'll go for if they can get. Yeah, how hard of a lane is it going to be for Satanic, or should it be fairly safe up here?
It's been a traditional counterpick, the TA versus the Centaur, since it's very low armor on Centaur. Once you get the meld points, it can really start to add up, but this lane is just strong, right? That's the thing about this Snapfire and Centaur. Even if they're versus some type of quote-unquote counters, they can absolutely trade. And you'll see him adapt his build slightly on XXS. He buys an early ring of protection this game to counteract some of that physical, and then he's still just going to go the Dominator build, which is very good versus the minus armor.
And looking at the mid, I thought we have seen some games where a puck gets through and not a lot of lockdown is drafted against that. Is this one of those as well where you're kind of like, this puck could be a bit slippery, or do you see P-Vision having those opportunities to trip XM up in the mid game?
Could absolutely be slippery, but I think, like Astini was saying, their draft this time around is more about just like grouping up and pushing rather than catching the puck in particular, but they will have tools anyway, right? The TA traps is probably going to be the best tools that silence to be able to lock down the puck once that shard does come out from the TA. But I think it's more about them they're looking to group up and barrel down those lanes very early on P-Vision and set that tempo this time around. I mean, Ame's mana is getting burned. So far, Ducalis is being pretty effective with those, but he does have mangoes to work with, so he is still getting his own out of the lane.
Yeah, not quite able to sort of stop Ame from getting the CS down here, getting pretty much the same as Satanic's finding on that top lane as the Templar Assassin.
And XXS, he's got the helm finished up, so it does feel like he's going to be pretty free up here in terms of getting the last hits versus the Hoodwink and the TA.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty much that mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference right now. Of course, some of those denies being the boars of no one, but even outside of that, very much having the advantage against XM's puck on these first few waves mid.
Yeah, a bit more than half a level advantage at the moment for no one. having a fantastic start to it. And checking the runes constantly, right? That's going to be the hard thing for the puck to get the fill up. When you're playing versus Beastmaster, he sends a board to one side, can go check the rune with the other one. He'll deny the top rune. And even Ducalis was actually making the move over to protect the rune as well, as we saw there with the Chen. Since his only real job is just to send this creep to mana burn the Medusa to make sure the DM can have a nice and solid lane.
Yeah, for sure I will, because for the most part, DM, he's not going to die against these two heroes, right? So another one of these offlaner heroes that's very, very safe to sort of be left on its own.
Most times versus the Warlock, right, it's not really ever a hero that likes to get, or wants, or can get kills inside the laning phase. It's very unlikely in these terms of play.
And of course, even on the top lane, honestly, I mean, there's sort of freedom for, as we've seen already, 9-class to head away, get some stacks going, because Satanic, as the TA, with the refraction potential, you're not really going to kill this TA unless you're bringing in a +1 or making some sort of move through the twin gate.
Yeah, unless he makes a big mistake and steps up too far forward, but Satanic rarely does that, and Hoodwink is a very effective double stacker.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. A lot of stacks already being built up just 5 minutes in.
Xingqiu is doing similar, as we do see. It's not the same, he doesn't have 3 stacks on each, but the double stacks are prepared. And now the lanes start to be broken. 5 minutes in, Xingqiu looking to put a bit more pressure onto no one.
And who would you imagine these stacks are going to be for? Is it for the TA, the Beast, or the Bristle?
Which ones? The ones in the
P-Vision stacks in their safe lane, in their own jungle.
Satanic.
Just
They're usually just about enabling Satanic, yeah. Farms them super fast as well. But maybe if no one sees an opportunity, like if he's just going to get his bottle filled up, maybe he will clear 1 or 2. Either one of them is probably fine. Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him. 1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM.
The amplified damage rune will go the way of no one.
And Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
DM is here.
And XM could still be in trouble with the orb board he uses. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though. Oh, it's close. But XM will survive.
Oh, holy, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the Beast. Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well. A lot of attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
That's all. Satanic, top of the net worth. Getting the most out of this laning stage. All 3 cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here. But Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
XM has to go immediately for the TP out. Otherwise, Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, it's a nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The 2 of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Right, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough there to save him, though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the 2 of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here, P-Vision.
Really
they're trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, suddenly this Bristle's turning up, or you've got the Beast or the Hoodwink spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of Extreme than we saw from either side last game, but If you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes teamfight can be problematic.
Because this indeed is quite an early gold lead coming into the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
Can we get the stack counter? It's going to have to come up pretty soon. They've gotten, I believe, over 10 stacks already.
I mean, 9 Class has done so much here.
Yeah.
As you say, playing something a bit different to what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM. Hangs on to the haste rune. That was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS. I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with this build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or did you want to get the blink early this time?
Yeah, there are those stacks. So 8 to 2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see.
Top.
They're going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 Class here. As I'll get the Bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that deep push.
XM trying to deal with the mid, but again having a complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually being very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. So for Ame, it's gonna have to be back to the jungle, slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top though for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready though.
Yeah, Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kiss, is pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So for Jinkyu, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Now, mate, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, it's about 2K coming up between the carries right now. Just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Dusa in particular. Even going for the Dorman Curio, as we saw there with the Mystical. Stacks will be worked on, and he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
And I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports. Just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Ame alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Dusa in particular, just to protect versus the massive physical that can come out here. XM trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top right. Like, how do you get the catch on this TA? How do you slow Satanic down?
It's only if he's out of position and you have Kisses, right? And you have them somehow sandwich on him. But Kisses have now been obtained. Level 6 is there for the Snapfire, but the way Satanic's playing, he's not only showing on the lane, right? Clears the wave super fast, backs up, goes to jungle. He is getting enabled pretty fast here. The Deso's gonna come out probably pre-14 minutes.
Absolutely, thanks to these stack-offs. The stacks coming out from 9 class.
Yeah.
Satanic getting so much here.
Looks like XG wants to take this tower. They want to try to slow down how much Templar Assassin is getting, but it's already almost 13 minutes in and they haven't taken out this tower. That's a pretty big deal.
Much slower from them this game 3 as opposed to the game 2.
And instantly, Ducalis, when he sees an opportunity, starts pushing mid as the Chen as well. Rotations are coming in, but he's getting some damage here.
They're going to lead in on him with the Golem.
All right.
They want Ducalis gone. And they should get him here. As XM able to push at least the Chen off their side of the map. I mean, it's in a game where it's kind of as slow as this, there's no hesitation dropping these ultimates, even for the supports.
Yep, and then you can use your Golem to just cut waves or go contest some of these potential stacks too. So looks like they will go mid. We'll claim their secondary tower here.
Yeah, will at least sort of relieve some of the potential pressure that P-Vision might have looked to continue onto that mid Up to the top level with that as Satanic's farm.
Yep.
A massive move there from XG that absolutely keeps them in the game.
And now we're going to see that matchup in particular, right? This Dusha versus the minus armor draft. How tanky she truly can be. This, now that she's been able to get this farm. Having the Scotty, having the Daedalus next. P-Vision. The plan has been broken a bit here. What's going to be the adaptation they go for?
Well, let's see what XG do now with this chance to potentially gain the advantage themselves.
Let's see if P-Vision gets caught in that type of scenario with the fight again, too, because Satanic literally got 0 attacks off because of that Stone Gaze connecting onto him.
He just could not turn and fight back.
5-2, but tense moments.
XG. Coming in with the smoke, scan to hit as well. They know that somebody's up here.
XXS with this Aegis, with this card, they can play pretty aggressively because he's got this potential save always for any of his cores, even XM if he gets caught in a silence. Push again, P-Vision, they're still gonna keep pressuring this bottom side with the catapult. If Extreme is able to work that magic they did before, positioned on the high ground, a Daedalus, set on Ame.
Now ready to start hunting for them. XM ready to join. I mean, they could be in a good spot to try and just sort of attack from the backside here and get this wraparound.
They don't have a smoke of their own, so it's gonna be revealed immediately when they kill the trap here.
Xnova will pick up one now, but it has to make its way out to him, so.
And the push.
It's gonna come in.
DM's gonna hit the tower.
Yeah, they gotta get back in now.
Flip is forced.
XXS does get the jump, but again, this Bristle feels pretty unkillable at this moment in time.
Not the target they want.
P-Vision just continuing to do a very good job of keeping these lanes in a position that means that for Extreme to sort of get out and get aggressive with the Medusa, it's rather difficult. The best they can do is sort of respond, as we saw them do to that Roshan attempt from P-Vision.
That's probably
that to get Ame in position to fight.
I mean, that feels like what this game is just going to be, right? It's going to be about the Roshan contests, who's going to be able to get these Aegis at this point. P-Vision, every time the game slows down, their net worth just continues to skyrocket on the 3 cores, so. See how these next approaches come as Ame, level 23 has been hit. Getting closer and closer toward 25. But same thing for Satanic to be said. 24, he's got the Swift Blink finished up. His damage also continues to grow. This has to be the lowest kill count game I think I've ever had at 35 minutes in.
It's a tense one. We'll call it that, but yeah, 5-2 at 35 minutes in. Pretty crazy.
It truly is. It is the most important game for these teams at the moment.
And the last chance for both of them to make it forward to the grand finals of the International. Nobody wants to be the first to make the mistake that could cost their team the game. So both teams playing ever so careful now in these moments.
Ooh, and Ame looks like he is going to go down Silver Edge route. So looking for an option to be able to actually kill DM, because until they have a Silver Edge, killing him just feels pretty impossible for now. And DM has been posturing himself a bit far forward here. No one, as we said, the Lincoln's soon to be finished to prevent Roaring himself in particular. And yeah, P-Vision, as you said, gold lead. They do continue to grow it. Ducalis also going for the Crimson Guard next to block out some of that Deuce's damage. 25 has been hit. Satanic, fraction instances are there.
Now Ame very close to 25 himself. Just under a level behind.
XM will be able to snatch that shield rune. DM was about to pick it up.
XXS holding on to the defense down bottom.
Roche, it's a very, very quick spawn, Owen.
Trying to clear out the way, but we're going to see Satanic make the jump over towards him. He's got the Ghost Scepter at the ready, though, XXS. So at the moment, of course, no answer from P-Vision for that. They're very close to having Nullifier on DM, so shortly that won't be as much of a problem.
Silver Edge almost for that Medusa as well, with the kill the Bristle. XM scouts the Roche.
They'll definitely want to have a say about this. As we saw last time for Extreme, it absolutely gave them a little bit of life in this game to get Ame to a position where he might just be able to carry them here on the Medusa. Can they contest the Roche successfully again, though?
And we have to keep eyes also this Roar of Retribution. It's something we always have to keep tab of in these fights, because it does make you take that extra damage too. So we did see really make a difference in that last fight. DM?
It's going to start it straight away. XM knows what's up. P-Vision, definitely after the last situation, are going to be much more careful about how they go about taking Roshan down.
But farming a lot, right? You see Satanic still continue to hit creeps bottom, top. No one was also just farming it up. So as we said, every moment that goes by, the gold lead does continue to go up for them. Tense moments here at the standoff. P-Vision.
Close to a big purchase as well for 9 class. Nearly has the E-Blade, so obviously a chance to buff up the burst, but also potentially save those that are getting gone upon by the Medusa.
I mean, if the Manta gets used and he just E-Blades the Medusa, that's a long time that she's not going to be able to attack, so could be a very, very good pickup if he is able to get it.
DM, he knows that he can very safely start working on the Roshan. Ame and XXS step forward, stay safely, then the break comes in, he didn't expect that!
He did not see it!
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Silver Edge reveal there from Ame, allowing them to just destroy this Bristle. He did not expect that one bit.
And Aurora actually went off during it too, so now XG can potentially start this. DM is dead for 65 seconds. He used his gold.
And the Silver Edge purchase coming in geniusly there from Ame.
He truly did not expect it to come right there. Immediately gets deleted. Satanic now bottom.
Gonna try and put a bit of split push pressure on. We'll get the tower. Ame's able to push back the wave though.
He's trying to buy time for his Bristle to respawn for that Roche contest. Ame, 25 is hit, plus 40 int. A lot tankier now.
I'll head back around the Roshan.
And the next few pickups too for Ame are going to be scary, right? Once he gets the Aghanims with this build, Daedalus plus Scotty, he is going to be hitting very hard on everybody.
They can step into the pit themselves now. XM's got his eyes on him, XXS in. There's another pickoff here around the pit, definitely setting up now for the opportunity to step in and go for this. 9 class will buy back, and they'll have DM back in 10 seconds. Ame's going to take this down pretty quickly, though. He's got a lot of damage on the Medusa. P-Vision, if they want to interrupt, they've got to try and do it soon.
There's the roar. Wink does tap it.
Can they time it? Already know. XM, he's on the backlines. He's up on the high ground, and he's making sure that there's no chance of interruption. He gets in with the Dream Coil and makes sure they do not have any option of interrupting. So it's an easy secure there with the Roshan for XG. Ame now with the Aegis.
Refresher Shard new, now 2 for the Centaur. He has double ways to protect his core. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. If he wants to keep it, that is. They could even give it to Ame or to the Puck. All are very good options. This truly is building up to be the hyper carries versus the hyper carries, but this Dusa is getting very scary, Owen.
Absolutely. You can only imagine that from XG's side of things, they are going to feel that this game, it's getting to the point where Ame is absolutely going to have what it takes to carry them through to the grand finals.
Even if they are, quote-unquote, getting out-farmed by these multiple cores, the Dusa can stand her own versus this for sure. SDM has to be very careful now at this point, too. He can just die in an instant, in one stun. Can't just get brought down because of that Silver Edge.
So where Ame's going to go next in the build. Looks to be going for the Swift Blink, wants that extra bit of mobility and positioning to get stuck in right in the midst of the team fight, knowing that he has so many ways that he can be bailed out even if the initiation goes wrong. See the jump straight away in, there they go, they look towards him, but the roar comes out, and now the damage will take down, it comes in, and he focuses towards XXS, takes him down. Ame moves forward over towards DM, DM able to turn his back and run this time, the break comes in, the outboard stuff gives him a chance to continue to escape. They have the bushwhack locked down on towards Ame, starting to fall low on the mana, cooking forward aggressively, Ame trying to push up forward against the two of them, trying to chase out no one, but the mana's gone. Ame
He's
is
isolated.
so low. He still, of course, has the Aegis. Can Satanic finish him off the once he can? That's the Aegis gone. Round 2 though, XM makes the jump in onto Satanic with a dream call. BKB there straight away. Satanic retreats.
They're kiting him. They're trying to control Ame here.
Can they get back in on this? The bushwhack's there. Satanic bringing in the damage. Is it enough to take down Ame? No, he's still got half mana to play with. Not quite enough physical to burst through the Medusa.
He's almost alone now. It's just him and XM versus 5.
XM in with the jump, finds the chance to close in on towards 9 class on the backline. Satanic still trying to push up, but the damage from XM enough to bring down 9 class.
Ame
looking at Ame pots the Manta, trying to chase this TA out of the edge of the fight. Ame looks now towards DM. He's now out of mana completely though, Ame. He's trying to stand his ground, but no one's backing on top of him. XM looking to Satanic. XM is going to do it, gets the double, brings Satanic down. They've lost Ame, but XM survives, kills Satanic off, and can he get out? He's away with the phase shift and the blink, the orbs up. They're TPing over, trying to look for him. The Stampede's back there. The axes won't clip him. XM, he'll get out alive.
What absolutely crazy fight. I mean, splitting things up. They take out XXS at the start of things, so there's no cart to protect Ame, and they isolate him. But at the end of it all, XM actually finishes off Satanic. What a crazy fight. Was that 3 roars I think I saw from the Beastmaster in one fight? Must have been, as no one finds the backline there. My goodness, this game showing to be absolutely anybody still.
And just showing sort of how particular P-Vision have to be with kind of the focus in these fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they calling to go all in on the Dusa, or do they have to now spend more resources on being like, hey, our TA on the backlines, it's getting destroyed by this Pug. We've got to somehow get XM off Satanic.
They still have, I think their approach of killing XXS at the start of things, though, looks the best, right? Prevent him from getting Stampede or Workhorse and then try to isolate things, but it is not an easy approach by any means. Not from either team, as you see there. And amp damage, though, that could make things quite a bit easier. This does spawn top.
I'm ready for the next fight. XM now hitting the 25
and
as the Aghanims.
And an amp damage, and they give him the Refresher Shard. That could be absolutely massive.
Yet to die this game here, XM.
Has not been tripped up by any of these little Templar Assassin Shard traps just yet. He might turn into the real carry as well, too.
They're just doing so much in that last team fight, especially when you consider just relatively the position he was in terms of farm compared to like all 3 of the cores of P-Vision. You know, he was a fair few thousand behind, but still just doing so much with the resources that he has on the puck.
This level 25 might change the game, might just make it very much harder for P-Vision to actually approach things, because now Ame, he literally can just charge in. If there's a coil, he gets in front of them with Stone Gaze. They might just die because of this, because they won't be able to break out without getting stunned.
No, for sure, and they can maybe sort of try and turn and stand their ground and try and kill Ame. But even though they did in that last fight, you saw just how long it did take to bring the Medusa down.
I mean, look at this. A Yule's now picked up for no one. So looking for any ways of maybe just delaying and prolonging these fights. A Wind Waker, perhaps.
He can pick that up.
It's going to be some crazy... These team fights could last over a minute, and we could see potentially, what, 3 roars, 4 roars?
I mean, we've got to be careful with the buybacks, right?
Yeah. How are those looking?
few of them a little short on the gold, especially with this purchase. So Ame very much going all in, gets the disperser completed.
This next fight is going to be crazy.
If XM gets a good dream coil,
and he's gonna get one.
He's gonna find the big one as well as Satanic. They're straightened on towards him. They try to save it, they can't. Satanic's gone. XG ready to push up on the second coil, catching on to both of them. DM and Takali's coil as Takali's falls. They get the break in on towards DM. He tries to run. No one commits in with the beacon with the refresher. Satanic buys back. Ame pushing in with the stone gaze. Satanic watching for the side, considering if he can get in. XXS makes another jump, but Satanic turns, brings the Centaur down.
A bit too deep.
They want more with this buyback from Satanic. They look towards Ame. Ame up to the high ground. He'll have to break it again on towards DM, but the bushwhack from 9 class holds Ame in position. They're kiting out the Deucer for now. XM continue to try and just push away the attention, take it away from Ame. He's going to be gone. They trip him up here as he attempts to jump out. So Satanic, the buyback pays off. Buybacks are going to continue. XXS, he wants to get back in on the action. And now XM, he wants a part of it as well. They're going to break it again onto DM. Scatterblast, little shredder. They're trying to close it. Can they finish off the bristle? DM able to get through the trees. Cooking out, Bobby close the gap, get another touch in on towards him. He speeds up with the disperser. Stampede as well. They're chasing down DM. Scatterblast hits Ame in on top of the bristle. Nowhere for DM to run. And they take the bristle down.
Multiple buybacks from both sides. Trying to kite the Deuce as best as possible, trying to go for these backline heroes on P-Vision, but it's hard to ignore Ame. He's got too many tools to catch up to them there with the Stampedes, with the Disperser, but XM did buy back.
He did.
That is a big one too.
Him and XXS coming in with a buyback. We'll see how much they want to try and force it, because obviously if they can take Satanic out,
could just be
it could be game over. Whereas for them, if say they do die, they don't have the buybacks available. As long as Ame's still in the game, ready to hold, there's a chance that XG could hold without the full 5-man. So a slight window opportunity here for XG if they want to try and play on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We see there, Ame, he now has gold for the buyback. We're seeing the switch and build here from Satanic. He's going for a butterfly, so looking for a tool to be able to fight back versus this Deucer. But this 25 coil, you see the power of it.
XM.
You just get a catch onto the main core, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay versus it.
Especially if we can get this nullify as well. If he's able to jump in, get the coil off, throw the nullify down on a key target, that should be the setup required for Ame to follow, bring in the damage, and get these sort of kills.
Because the only way that they can actually save versus that Ags coil is the Wind Waker from no one at the moment. So if they do get that nullifier on top of it, it could just be game if they do bring down that TA.
Buyback situation, as we say, has to be watched here in this next play.
Watch no one in particular. He might change the way he plays and approaches a bit here because of this Wind Waker to protect the TA versus that 25 coil.
He's going to be desperately trying to scramble together that last 1,000 gold or so. Does not want to be caught without the money for buyback.
Very true.
Now BKB now for DM, so give him a bit of a better chance of being caught and found at the start.
This game is absolutely crazy.
And here we go. They're going to go for the smoke P-Vision. A potentially risky move, but again, at the same time, if they can get Satanic in position and they can kill both XM and XXS, that'll at least give them the opportunity to very likely secure the next Roshan and maybe even take away a set of racks. Maybe even more.
It has to be the way they approach, right? Is isolate the Deucer, kill the rest of the targets, and then go for it. Ame commits the goal.
He is going all in. No buyback on him, so now essentially all 3 cores of Extreme playing without buyback here with Ame spending up.
It is a extremely strong pickup.
Gonna go for the Raw. Shrek as well. Just a little bit of a tease to see what they get out of XG. Nothing too much to be forced.
I mean, this Aghanim is pretty ridiculous. Going to be able to hit all the targets
and they're going to go for this XG straight away. With Ame going all in, they want to try and enable him in the fight and find the opportunity to bring down Satanic and take him out for good whilst his buyback's still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
Roshan up 2 seconds. Who's going to get the positioning for this one here? No one does have the buyback at the ready.
That's the nullifier done here for XM.
Okay. Now, yeah, as you said, now he can pretty much prevent that save that can come out from the Beastmaster and focus that target. Allow his Deucer to hit.
P-Vision, what's the call?
Roche is going to get started. Ame. The Roar will come out.
Okay, P-Vision making their way over. Smoke up from themselves.
Incredibly
XG to hold the high ground.
Ame. That Outworld staff could come into play to protect DM a lot versus this break right now.
We're seeing it already a few times, given that extra little moment to survive throughout the break duration.
Yeah, split-second things could absolutely make the difference here. Either that or an E-Blade to protect DM if the Nullifier is not on him.
P-Vision being persistent here with their attempts to try and catch XG by surprise.
What's the rune gonna be?
No one's got the high ground set up. They're gonna see Arme step forward. They get the pushback on him. BKB for 9. He's ready to look for them. He gets the roar straight away onto the center. They're trying to focus XXS so he cannot get the save off. DM trying to push him away from Arme. Refresher will pot to the Wind Waker away. No one trying to step out of the fight. Arme getting a few hits in with the Skadi, but the BKB's out for no one. He'll get out successfully.
Spell casting super fast from both sides. The E-Blade thrown on DM to protect him.
I mean, and we're seeing just, for no one, he's only got his sights set for the Centaur. He wants to make sure that at every possibility, there is no chance that XXS can get in and get Arme in the cart.
And that was his Aeon Disc popped. So a very important one. XXS, it's 80 seconds that Aeon Disc won't be available for him if they do focus him.
P-Vision.
Standoff at the Roche again.
Satanic thinks about sort of pushing forward onto the Roche himself. Have a smoke from P-Vision there. They're eating through these smokes.
That coil still on cooldown, 20 seconds also. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take advantage of that one as the buybacks are getting closer and closer.
They are just a couple more minutes until we'll start seeing them all come back online. Arme also very close to farming his backup, 1,400 to go. And Satanic, yeah, considering his next option.
XG has to just stay in this area, though. I said XXS, 25 seconds. Aeon Disc is going to be back at the ready.
Both teams wanting the Roshan, but also not wanting to get caught without the buybacks.
It's all going to be about who can get the better initiation, who can get these catches on these cores, who can kite out these super strong carries. Arme,
he's in.
Start.
Stampede at the ready. They have the means to save him if he gets jumped. P-Vision knows, so very cautiously approaching the fight.
Taking out a fair bit of mana already. That's 1,200 gone. Double catapult wave on top with, I don't even know how many, 12 range creeps. So top tower, very likely to fall too. So tier 2 pressure. Someone's gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be XM.
And no one able to farm up enough buyback to get the Aghanim's blessing and still have the buyback gold.
All right.
Satanic's turn
starting it again.
Try and take a poke at the Roshan. Stampede's gonna be there. See off to the side, they're looking at DM, force out the BKB.
It's too hard,
DM.
Too hard for them to focus him. He BKBs and then he Outworld staffs and we'll be okay. No BKB though, 85 seconds, but that is a Stampede used.
Roshan now down to close to half HP. No one, as you say, he's just sort of focused on getting pressure on elsewhere, maybe see if he can get a chance to kind of peel some of the attention away from Roshan, but Arme straight back in the pit once more.
Arme is 150 short of buyback. Satanic's buyback is back at the ready.
All right. Yeah, full lineup having the buyback now online for P-Vision. They've all got the gold.
20 seconds for the puck and the Centaur, but they are actually missing the gold.
And of course, with Roshan being in this position, it will be that much easier for P-Vision as a whole to bring in those buybacks and use those second lives if the fight goes down here.
Absolutely. Being on the dire side.
So P-Vision, they'll definitely want to try and push to take this Roche before it makes the move in a couple of minutes.
It's dropping low.
This is the favorable spot for them.
You can feel that pressure.
This could be a very, very painful team fight for one of these two teams.
They dropped the banner for Vision.
After the jump of the outward star. It's there. So goes to the hoof stomp. I'm trying to get back in onto Arme.
I mean, it's pretty funny, right? They dropped the banner just for Vision. Since I don't believe that they have any wards left. I haven't been able to check. Okay, they do still have one left on X-Nova, but...
XG will have to deal a little bit with the creeps. That top wave getting very close to the base, so...
Roche is going to start shifting, I mean, relatively soon, 40 seconds.
As we said, that will very much be in XG's favor if they can sort of wait this out.
Arme.
One. I think he's going to get bashed by the Roshan. He's got the Wind Waker ready to get him safely out of the pit. Got to be careful when you come close to the Roche.
I think Arme got out of range of the sentry there, so he was invis, wasn't able to get that roar.
Looking at DM again. DM BKB back up on off cooldown.
How many greater healing lotuses as well do they have? I've been just checking. XG always seems to have at least 2 at the ready, so they will be feeding those to Ame.
Looks like XG's chilling out a bit now. But they know that 55 minutes is coming up.
They're finishing that buyback, right, in particular. We're potentially going to have all 10 heroes with buyback soon. XXS the only one short of it, 900 gold away.
And they knew that, the chances of the Roshan dying in the 5 seconds before he moves were unlikely, so XG able to sort of wait out that Roche position and are now going to be able to play on in a spot where their buybacks now will be the stronger, as they're going to be able to have that TP point close to the Roche.
P-Vision just continues to send creeps to the sides. They're trying to get that momentum pushing in so they can get an opportunity, but it's just not happening. XG just have the responses for it. Smoke up, XG, they're going to start the Roche. The roar comes out.
Satanic trying to get some sort of traps out of it. XXS is in with the Hoofstone. Kiss is coming in as well. Just trying to push back. Oh, DM just dying! The elbow stuff comes out, but he's so low, the coil connects. Nullifier thrown down upon an XM, jumps in, trying to finish off the jump. DM will survive, but the space is created for them to secure the Roche, get the Aegis, the Refresher Shard, and the Cheese all picked up on XG. To be so careful there, trying to approach in on this Medusa. You saw that how close DM got to just dying in seconds.
They are absolutely having the issues of how to kill the Dusa, how to maneuver around this Dusa.
It's gotten to that point.
Yep. It's been at that point for some time here now, 56 minutes. It looks like we are potentially going to make it to these 60 minutes with the way all things have been going down. How are these levels looking? Jinkyu 23, 22 on the Warlock, Chen 20, Hoodwink 21. So level advantage also for the side of XG for these supports. An AC, all right, cool. Jinkyu picking up probably the first AC you've ever seen on a Snapfire.
We're seeing as well, yeah, there it is. It's queued up now on Satanic. He's holding on to a lot of money. Just added the Rapier to the queue. It has to be considered. They have to have some sort of immense burst so that Satanic, when he does get in and finds the target, he's able to take them out straight away.
But they also have to deal with, they have to get the Nullifier on the right target also too, because with the Ghost Scepters and the Aeon Discs and then the work, the levels are difficult in this game for sure, especially to bring down this Dusa.
Because what do you imagine no one's next purchase is going to be?
I don't know.
Is he also getting sort of a Nullifier himself somewhere in the build?
He might have to, but what does he really want to replace? Just move the boots somehow? I'm not sure. Definitely difficult.
XG, how much do they want to try and push for with this 3 minutes of Aegis
XXS
on Ame?
Has also hit level 25 now, so extra hoof stomp duration. It's at 3 seconds. 3 minutes.
Tier 2 to full on the bottom lane, XG.
XM having the power of this Refresher Shard 2 at that level 25. Eyes on the coils. The double coils could be will let XG close this out.
Can they get Ame off the high ground? In fact, they're just going to get the jump straight in there with the coil. Onto the two of them. Hand of
second coil.
The second coil destroys 9+. Refreshers popped in by no one, but he has to use the Wind Waker to try and survive. BKBs are popped as they're just having to retreat on P-Vision. They cannot step up. The rain tracks are gone. XG, they'll force out the fortification.
Right, what a coil. Catches two and then catches the third.
It's just so much damage. As 9+ just gets deleted. In that combo there, laid down by XM.
He's going through backdoor.
They'll take out the full set here on the bottom lane, and still 2 minutes to go with as they can look for more. They'll swing back across towards the mid and the top lane to alleviate some of the pressure that DM was pushing in with against them. But XG, they could very much be set up to look for another set of barracks during this Aegis timer.
Feels like P-Vision have to do some type of different approach, but I just don't know what it is in order to stop this, right? The potential of this puck plus the Medusa, and then the save from this Centaur always. The fight just feels so difficult for them to approach.
And the scaling from XG has been perfect this game, coming up to the 60-minute mark. And even though pretty much for the entirety of this game, right, P-Vision have had the net worth advantage, and earlier a pretty significant one, it just hasn't mattered. XG chose that perfect moment to go for that Roshan contest, and then ever since that, things have looked pretty in control from Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. And they still have 70 seconds left on this Aegis. Ame gonna look for the go again. They don't have the refresher on the puck at the moment.
With the Raw, but nothing to come with that one.
One coil is available.
There's the jump. XXS finds Satanic. They make the jump. The nullifies there as well. They're going all in on towards the TX. Over drops the golem down as well. That's Satanic gone. No hesitation there. As soon as he sees the chance, he's in on top of him. They turn towards DM. DM broken and taken out.
This Dusa is just too strong.
They've got the buybacks. They're going to have to use them. But how do they stop this? The full set of racks taken out in the mid.
Ame standing strong, going for the next. The buybacks have to come in.
XG, they'll back up for now.
It's just anyone who gets focused dies. They do not have the similar saving function on the side of P-Vision. They cannot protect the cores. They have to take a risk. They have to go out.
They cannot let XG sort of back up and farm up these tier 5 neutrals. Satanic in with the chase. Finds Jinkyu, but straight away with the Glimmer. He's away. Satanic on his own doesn't have any way to deal with that. So Jinkyu gets out. They'll get the chance to find their neutrals. We'll see at P-Vision. They'll probably stop the chase and look to just try and secure these 60-minute neutral items for themselves. Oop. Have a little bit of a breather.
I think we all need that little bit of a breather. XM, he's about to have his own refresher now finished up. He's out of the liberty, of course, of a couple of refresher shards, but he is about to have this one done. So these coils, as we said, absolutely crucial.
I think Extreme Gaming, they can definitely taste the victory in this game. They're so close to being able to step forward to the grand finals.
Just wondering what's the approach going to be from P-Vision, right? There's just so many different tools that they have to get through. How do you protect the TA versus these coils? How do you focus the Dusa? Or how do you ignore the Dusa, really? There's been a lot of difficulties for them to approach.
Yeah, they had all these sort of earlier timings where they did their best to try and play for P-Vision, putting that pressure on, but at most they took the tier 3 bottom, but they were never able to take a barracks away from Extreme during those earlier points when they had a significant gold lead.
It's just been the Roshan contest, right? Extreme just coming out ahead in almost every single one, if not all of them. And just having all the buff ups, right? They put faith in Ame, and that faith is absolutely working. Now more Lotus Orbs to throw onto him.
Let's see what sort of crazy tier 5s they can find on both sides. As they should get the space on both teams to farm these up.
How's the last hits looking? We're breaking that 1,000 point on both of the carries now. And that's who's gonna get what? Audacious, Stygian, Desolator.
Dream coils from XM.
He's gonna kill it. It feels like he's gonna kill everybody.
He might. You know, it might be a situation where Ame's gonna turn up to the fight and everybody's already dead.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't need me. XM is insanely farmed. The damage output from this puck, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how you protect each other versus this on the side of P-Vision.
And both of them getting Audacious.
Yep.
So they've got this extra magic attack damage on their hits. And I imagine right with the Medusa, you get Audacious, it will make sure with the Aghanims that all of the hits are doing the extra 80 magic damage, right?
Yes.
It should.
Uh-huh. And he's got spider legs too, right? So he's got this liberty to move in and out of the fights easier.
And we'll see, Satanic, just get the Stygian, he has got that extra attack range as well, so maybe a bit of a chance for him to find the position, but still yet to be able to get a way to slot the Divine Rapier into his item build.
And just honestly, he hasn't really been able to attack the Dusa much in the last 20 minutes, right? It feels like Satanic has to be so cautious with these buybacks down as well, too.
Yeah, and XG having all the buybacks available here.
Yeah, it feels like P-Vision, they just have to go all aggression, right? It's like DM has to, he takes the Regalia. So any type of extra damage that they can potentially get is absolutely needed as Extreme looking for the potential closeout here. Roche is up in about a minute if they want to be very patient for it, but they do have quite a bit of tools at their arsenal right now. XM, eyes on him.
They're gonna get the jump. Straight away the Wind Waker. You see no one back off. Coil will be there just onto the one of them. They have the Glimmer as well to keep him safe.
Look at the
Kisses damage is so much he has to pop the BKB and run.
My God. I mean, that's just the one coil. Lincoln's did block the nullifier there. I think if it did not, likely he could get brought down there. No one. Still has the refresher. BKB was used.
Worth noting as well, of course, Ame does have the Moonshot, and even on top of that, still 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's full. He's full slotted up. About to hit level 30 as well, too. Not the most impactful one, but any little bit can help. DM. Queuing up the AC next. I mean, DM's growth has, he's had like the same items, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes at the least.
XG, ready and waiting outside the base.
They can just wait. Every time that XM has coil, it's going to force a reaction from P-Vision.
Still these 4.5 minutes of which that if DM or Satanic go down, the game will fall to an end. And P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to pick him up and take him out of the action, Arme. Keep him safe. Keeps him close enough towards DM, though. DM's BKB comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it, though. DM, he's dead. 2 minutes without buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Ame is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier,
Let's
but
see
it
what
may
he can
just
do.
be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
And there's the jump. He's going to try and look towards Arme. Satanic putting all his attention in towards him with the gold. Something dropping down on the Satanic. The stop from XXS. It's over. GG is gone. Extreme Gaming are moving on to the grand finals.
Wow. What a game, really. It may have been, what, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG, with utmost patience, taking all these Roshans, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even at a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game, you didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa, far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle, won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah.
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game. It was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen, and they chose the perfect time to bring Arme to the forefront of the fight around that Roche and just get the turnaround started.
I literally don't think you could ask for a better fight that they could have gotten there, right? Because there's literally the Roar of Retribution comes out, the Roche is about to die, they get the stun, they block the Aegis, and then the Stone Gaze clips Satanic, he gets killed. That was, what, 25 minutes ago or so, but it felt like that's where XG hit their stride, got all their power.
Absolutely, and just the playmaking right from the two cores around Arme. You know, having XXS again in this game, getting some incredible hoof stomps. It's like as soon as you show, this Centaur's on top of you. He's ready to start the play, and those last few fights as well, the pressure that this puck was doing, just putting on against P-Vision, they just didn't have a chance. They couldn't get anywhere close to their targets. What a game, what a performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Extreme Gaming heading forward to the grand finals.
XM, how does it feel to be a TI Grand Finalist?
进入 TI 的总决赛，什么感觉？
很爽。
It's amazing.
I mean, there is so much experience across your team. Everybody else has 5+ TI experiences. You, however, this is only your second TI. How much have they helped you out on this journey?
队伍里面那么多老将，有些人打了5届 TI， 这是你第2届 TI， 他们有没有给你什么帮助呢？
还好吧。
That's all right.
You're so casual. I mean, do you not feel any nerves playing on the final day of TI in front of all these people?
我们看你那么镇定，跟平常打一样，在 TI 的舞台上打总决赛日，是真的一点不紧张吗？
可能我就是不紧张嘛，就是决赛选手。
Maybe I just don't have the nerves for it. I'm meant to be playing in the grand finals.
That is hype. That is hype. Well, let's get down to what the people really want to know, XM. What's the secret to being the best sniper player in the world?
好了，需要问你一个很私人的问题了。成为世界最棒的火枪选手有什么秘诀呢？
秘密。
Secret. He doesn't want to say it.
Fine, keep your secrets. That's all good with me. Do you have any words for the team you just eliminated? P-Vision, you take them down, an horrible 3rd place, but what a series you played against them. Do you have any words for them?
P Vision 打了一场很经常的比赛，也这场比赛打很久，有没有什么话想对你的对手说的呢？
我觉得对手打得很棒吧，但是他们上去赢不了，只有我们能赢。
I think they played really well and they're amazing. However, if they go up to the grand finals, I don't think they will win, so it has to be us.
All right, excellent stuff. One more time. Can you do it, XM? Are you going to be lifting this Aegis against Falcons?
我们最后想知道，有没有机会，会不会把这个盾举起来，然后击败 Falcons？
一定可以的。
For sure.
Let's go! Hamburg, let me hear it for your second grand finalist in its Extreme Gaming and XM.
A lot of confidence coming out of XM, and you're going to need it. After that game at number 3, the way they played, it was so clean. It was so tense. It felt like at any moment we could have been seeing a fight that wasn't going their way. The patience they had, it paid off. It was a fantastic game here from both sides.
It really did. Man, China is so back. After seeing them perform in the road to TI playoffs, being undefeated as well, I don't think many people expected China to have this dominant performance as well. And they are getting close. Yesterday, they did have 2 really long series. They didn't get much sleep. Now they could potentially play 8 games, and it seems like they're not done yet. I think this is going to be extremely good grand finals. And also Ame, rest of the crew as well. He did go to 2 times to the grand finals, didn't manage to get it. You also have him and XNO at TI8, him and Jinkyu at TI10 getting close as well. So they're definitely here to lift that Aegis.
Yeah, it was a great showing. Like we said, it could have gone for either team in that game. Number 3, Extreme Gaming moving on. But right now, we do unfortunately have to say goodbye to P Vision.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with no one of P Vision. Let's give a round of applause. You guys were amazing this whole tournament. Just at the very end there, I saw you guys having a huddle in the booth and a talk. What were you saying to each other?
That it's okay, and you don't need to worry. Yeah, because I think Satani got a little bit too much on himself, and we were just saying, no, bro, we lose as a team.
Absolutely, he's such a young kid. He was obviously very nervous. What was it about this series that meant you couldn't play your normal sort of aggressive, chaotic style? It felt like the game slowed down compared to how you normally play.
I think we whole tournament don't play like we played whole year because the meta is like this right now, and against Extreme especially, all games were like 2-2, 15 minutes. You just farm, chill, and yeah, it was not the best game to play, honestly. To be Beastmaster last.
It's very nerve-wracking.
It's not. Come again?
Like it makes you nervous, like it's on edge. Or...
No, it was not nervous. It was not just enjoyable. I'm playing Beastmaster into Medusa, Pac, and Tower Save, and I'm like, fuck. I don't want to play last game on TI like this.
Fair enough. You guys have had, as you said, such a great season. You've been fantastic to watch. This is such a wonderful team. What, if you could pick something, was your highlight this year?
I think this time. This is the best highlight of this team. I'm really proud of the all guys in our team, of the work that we did to go on this side, because we had really serious problems before. First problems that we had on team, it was happened before TI, and it was really hard. But in the end, I don't know, I had the feeling that we will win this, but we didn't.
Not this year, but I hope we see you guys back again. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting Paravision, not just here, but all season long?
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I play Dota. It's because of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, no one. You guys have been magnificent to watch. We're sorry we have to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much. There goes the Dota legend. There's no one right there. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian, and of course, no one, it's not an easy loss by any means, but 3rd place at TI, it is a feat in itself. And the way that they played all throughout the last 2 weeks in this series, yes, it wasn't enough, but it was enough for Dota viewers. I had so much joy watching everything that they did here.
Yeah, unbelievably interesting team.
Yeah.
Redefining the meta, and I love this concept that he said coming into TI, this was the first time that we had problems. This is a relatively new roster, all things considered, so there is going to come a point where the team falters, and to fix that right before TI, the most important tournament in the Dota schedule, and get 3rd place, this is no one's best showing at TI. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, like fixing whatever problems they had, especially interpersonal problems between the players or maybe draft issues, you know. Like, it's actually something that not every team is going to be able to do.
Yeah, I think this loss might hit a little bit harder for them just because of how good this early game felt that it was going on the side of P-Vision. It was very close. They could have closed it out a little bit earlier there, but it all started off in the lanes. That's what these 2 games previously have kind of indicated as to who's going to be that winner. But for this game number 3, P-Vision just had really good lanes. They were really strong in that way.
Yeah, they had it. I mean, they made this Chen rotation towards the bot lane. They said that they picked Chen in order to counter Medusa, and the lane was going phenomenally. All 3 cores of P-Vision were on top of the charts. We see a little interesting play here from old Dookie, where he protects the Wisdom Room by trapping Xnova on the bridge there. And the early game was going great for them, but XG, they knew that if they just held the game out, they were going to win the late.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes, they did get a lot of advantage as well, and something similar that did happen in game number 2, where Ame was the one dictating the tempo of the game, making this rotation to the top lane, making sure that Anti-Mage not getting the farm. It was pretty much Satanic who did the same thing on his Templar Assassin. He's going through the Twin Gates, he's making sure that they are getting the kills. These are the 2 kills that they did get, and after that, they didn't get the kill for like good 35 minutes. The game did slow down, they were unable to go in and try to close it out, because they were like 15,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that did really well is they were behind, but they were really patient and they waited for the right fights to take.
Yeah, it was
this was the first move, right?
Yeah, that was that move that kind of set the tempo for the game for the next good 30-35 minutes, but it just opened up the map so much because you have Beastmaster, you have Chen. These are the heroes that are going to be dictating where the fights are going to be going. It's very difficult to invade where Beastmaster wants to play.
On one hand, it was very strange to see so much downtime in this game. On the other hand, you have 5 players on both teams who are imagining themselves in those booths for the grand finals, right? So one single move and you can break the game. And that's how XG has played up until this point, is that they will not take a bad fight. They will wait until the perfect information is presented, and then they will fight.
And they're also not really giving away a lot of pickoffs. Like sometimes it happens when players just die randomly on the map. But if everyone is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, I think it's quite normal that there are no kills happening because there are no mistakes in the game.
Yeah, that's how you know 2 teams are very evenly matched. The sort of tempo, the pacing, it's not always that scrappy sort of Dota that people might love to watch. However, later in the game, when it did come down to those team fights where it felt like this Medusa was practically unstoppable, that's where we saw just how clutch players had to be for the spell usage, the item usage too.
Yeah, we skipped pretty far ahead in the
we
highlights
did. We
here.
went from 7 minutes to 40 minutes.
40 minutes, but that is how long it took in this game. This was a very close fight, I would say, where you have phenomenal Dota being played on both sides. What we don't see off screen in this is that DM wraps around to go for the back line here, basically isolating Ame. You know, any skilled Dota player, any Dota player who's played a lot says, you're going on an Aegis Medusa. This is a, there it is. This is an insane thing to do. Why are you making this play? Well, it's because somebody is making the call. We heard their comms in one of the previous panels, and very clear comms from P-Vision, where they are making the bold call to go for the back lines. And slowly but surely, they try to chip away at Ame.
Yeah, we then see Extreme Gaming adjust from this one. They realize just how integral their supports are, just how much chaos this Bristleback could cause, and so they stuck more together as a unit. They weren't really afraid of that, looking at what the lineup of P-Vision could carry out in a team fight.
This was insane. I mean, the clip is still going. This is still the same clip, guys. They end up actually getting Satanic here because Ame is strong enough to continue to man up just with XM. And by the way, I think XM is the hidden hero of this game. He was so disruptive, and he was also that secondary carry that I think Extreme needed to carry the game, because there was so much focus on dealing with Ame from the side of P-Vision that if XM just went for this Aghanim Scepter build and scaled into the late game, there was clearly not enough to deal with both of these heroes at the same time.
Yeah, he definitely did go for the right choice. He understood that this game might be going late, seeing how their previous series did go with not too many kills, one big fight that can turn the whole thing around, and he did die only one time, and so did Jinkyu. Very impressive coming out from both of these players, and of course Ame on his Medusa. I really love the way that they are team fighting on side of Extreme Gaming, because you can always tell that they are taking care of each other, whether we're talking about, you know, some of the Force Staff, the cookies, whatever is necessary to be able to keep them alive just so that they can get in there and this is going to be also another one of the longer fights where they initiate onto Satanic. I think XXS in this game had that killer instinct that you need to have from your offlaner, where he jumps in, he's not hesitating there for a second at all, and XM is going to be the one cleaning up. You can see the cart as well, which has been insanely good when they're sieging the high ground, when they're needing that extra save. Even no one talked about how it's very annoying for him to play the Beastmaster in these type of lineups with multiple saves where you initiate. There's a Medusa, then you have a Golem from Warlock, Stampede, you have as well Cart, so very difficult fights for them to take. And in this fight, they also have pretty much every single tool to be able to deal with the Bristleback, because he's very annoying. They do have Heart, they do have SNY on him, but you're also burning mana with the Disperser. Scotty, GD Poland Bag was available earlier. You have Break Mechanic from Silver Edge, you have Shiva's Guard on Centaur, so every single tool available that you need to have against Bristleback.
When the fights did happen, there were some really high skill things that were happening in them. For example, like I really do believe that DM, this is not an easy game for him. Like when the break mechanic comes out, I feel like he was still able to kite and do a lot in these fights. I feel like
staff also, right, saving him a couple of times.
Yep, so he was even trying to dodge the break hit using the Outworld staff. And then on the flip side, XXS on Centaur, there was sometimes where he seemed a little trigger happy on the ultimate, but also we saw what happened when P-Vision focused him and killed him at the start of a fight. These are the only fights that P-Vision took where they actually won. So in the fights where he blinked in, hit that double stun, and then ulted out, like this is where he was the most successful. And what was setting up for this was XM on Puck, creating that chaos.
I mean, the thing with the puck is like the puck makes it very difficult for the opponents to maintain formation, right? So when you look at team fights, like how the team fights are taken, you look at how they are maintaining formation, and when the center goes in, they are always together. They go in together, they go back together. When the supports are being targeted by the Beastmaster, they all go back and protect the supports. Whereas when you are on the parry region side, you're playing against this puck, it's very hard for you to maintain your formation. So your Bristleback's in front. So when the puck goes behind, it's like sometimes it's very difficult for him to come back because he couldn't come back. And they don't really have a lot of small little stunts that would allow them to actually kite forward, like the center. You know, he goes in, he goes back, he goes in, he goes back. It's very easy for them to do that. I think that is ultimately what made the team fight so difficult for them.
Now, all three cores just having a little bit of loss syndrome where they're like, I don't know exactly where to sit in this fight. How can I really do a lot? And I know in our breakdown, we jumped from about the 7-minute mark to the 40-minute mark, and something in between that was very spectacular happened, but we got someone just as spectacular to break it down for us.
Thanks, Nat. There's so much that goes into a win and a loss, and sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's small mistakes. And I have a couple things to highlight from that very crucial 28-minute Roche fight. Now, the most important thing that happened here is this Observer and Sentry sat directly outside of the pit this entire fight, which gave Extreme Gaming crazy vision. And look at this, Ducals actually had a Sentry. He just didn't put it down. It's a small mistake. Sometimes pro players overlook that stuff. So XXS jumps in to scout Roshan, stuns his opponents, and buys some time here. But as P-Vision starts retreating and grouping up, look at this crazy Fatal Bonds that happens here from X-Nova. Look at that. He links the Bristleback to the TA, to the Creep, down to the Chen. So all the damage they take ends up getting spread amongst them, which makes their damage really good. But watch this. As we see the TA go into the Roche pit here, he's going to get bashed by Roshan here. And then this 60-second cooldown roar comes off cooldown right here, which disarms him for 2 seconds. He's trying to all in on the Roche at this exact moment. And then he bashes the Beastmaster as he blinks in, trying to catch the puck. So Beastmaster says, okay, I have to roar here, because that's going to push people out and stun them. He gets the roar off, it pushes out XM, so he's not in the Roche pit. But unfortunately, as he goes to take the Aegis, the exact same time Ame runs in with his ulti, that's going to end up stunning him. So he can't grab the Aegis this whole time. And then the roar duration runs out. XSS is able to pick this up. So the sequence of events that led to this turnaround, the Sentry not being placed, the Roche bash, the Roche roar into the follow-up bash, all contributed to the Aegis being stolen there by Extreme Gaming and allowing them to get back into this game. Crazy series of events, but it absolutely mattered here in that last game.
Thank you so much, Pudge. Yeah, that 28-minute mark right there.
Sixth player, huh?
Wow.
The levels of it are so much. The fact that they're able to so closely keep this chain stun going, right? It's so easy to overlap it. It's so easy to just miss time by a split second, and that's enough that you don't get that Aegis snatch.
Felt so unlucky, you know, for them, because that actually mattered so much for especially the TA. You know, he needed the Aegis to be able to push forward, you know, and losing that there was just such a heartbreaking moment for them. And in that manner, you know, sure, they didn't put the Sentry down, but it was still unlucky.
Relatable, though. I feel like we all see ourselves in P-Vision's shoes every now and then, where just the worst possible sequence of things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hyped, though. The arena went crazy when the Aegis Snatch happened. Like, these guys were just going wild. And for a lot of people, this is their first time coming to a TI. Is anyone in the audience first time TI? There's a lot of people making their journey out to Germany here for their first time at TI, but a lot of players, it's also their first time. So we're going to have a look at exactly how we prepare those players.
Okay, fresh meat. Welcome to your first international, all 16 of you. Jesus. All right, we have made this informational video here for you today to give you the do's and don'ts of TI, so do pay attention. All right, there will be a quiz at the end, and you can't pro-track your way out of this one. That's a joke about that. So, orientational seminar. Side A.
Знаєш, що це? Що це? Тут щоб тренуватися? Ні, оце що? Оце що?
Your first time at the International.
Hello, my name is Fear. You might remember me from such things as free-to-play, winning TI5, and other things. I'm here to help give you the tools necessary so you can have a rewarding and fun experience at your first international. Let's get started.
Before the event.
If you're watching this video, you've already completed the first step. You successfully got your visa and made it to a different country. Some of the topics we'll be covering will include etiquette in the booths, live fan interactions, shuttling to the main event arena, and other things to help you on this.
Bro, what is the point of this? We are from NA. We have no chance. We're not making it out of the group stage.
Streamlining communication.
Discussing drafts to your teammates at TI can be stressful. Which one of these following examples do you think is the right way to speak to your drafter?
Do you really want to pick TI and Tide for the third time?
Or you could say,
does it really give us everything we need?
This is much better than a more emotionally charged response, such as,
what the f are you guys doing? You're gonna lose this tournament!
Do you think that is the right way to communicate with your teammates? That's right. Toxicity will never win you games.
Maintaining competitive integrity.
There's a lot on the line at the International, and some players will try anything to gain an advantage. Let's take a look at how some of the most vigilant teams could fall victim to chicanery.
兄弟们，我在酒店碰到一个老奶奶，我跟她聊得很开心，她有点让我想起了我的祖母。我们可以要她来我们的训练室看一下吗？可以。Come on.
The boys play e-games here. Can you pause this game? Wait, is that Carrie Tinka? Does somebody want candies here?
Did you spot what was wrong? That old lady was actually a 34-year-old Brazilian man spying on another team. You never know when such treachery may be afoot.
The crowd.
Some of you may be thinking, Fear, I'm used to playing from the comfort of my bedroom. What happens if at some point I become acutely aware of the thousands of people watching and start panicking as the fragile threads of my psyche unravel, leaving nothing but the weight of my own cosmic insignificance?
Keyboards, mice, and other peripherals.
We recommend all players bring 2 sets of their preferred equipment to the event.
Hey, Motion, what are you doing here?
You know, if you miss a few TI, they make you do this shit again.
Ah, sorry man.
Thank you.
With that, we have covered all 75 tips for the TI after party. Now, you're ready to go find a new team and be the guy everyone wants to talk to. And that's everything you need to know about your first time at the International. Hopefully, now you won't get ganked by any problems and keep true sight of your goals.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, so not the most entertaining video in the world, but hopefully y'all learned something and you could every year Gabe is gonna be pissed. What can you do?
What a fantastic piece of content, of course, looking behind the scenes at exactly how our first-time TI players are introduced into the whole experience of the 2 weeks that went on here.
That was very interesting that both the 30-year-old Brazilian men were dressing up as grandmas. I don't know what's is this the strat to get to top 6 in TI?
You gotta stay vigilant, all right? You never know what's gonna happen.
Probably half of the people who are like watching Dota, even though Dota is a relatively old community, are like, what is this piece of technology that they're using? What is this VHS? Like, what is that?
I was wondering if any of the young players actually were questioning what it was, or if that was just dialogue put in there.
Doesn't matter, 10 out of 10.
I think that was live. I don't think that was like pre-recorded.
No, it was a lot of fun. It's been so much fun seeing just how far all of the new players were able to make. Of course, we just said goodbye to P-Vision, but to get third on your very first TI for Satanic 9 Class Ducalis, it's amazing.
Definitely is. Unfortunately, for example, 9 Class wasn't able to experience TI previous year because of the visa issue. He now gets a third place, which is a huge result. And for them to, experience the main stage of TI, they got so close. They kind of had that game in the bag as well. But I really like what they did, especially with no one, with the hugs and everything, understanding that the youngest member of the team, they need to know how to lift him up, and they definitely did. But there's a lot to learn from this as well.
Yeah, look, it's been such an absolute pleasure working with you guys for this TI. The day is not over by any means. We still have our champions to crown, a team to lift that Aegis. Our grand final will be coming up very soon, but before that begins, of course, we have our TI tradition. We're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami for our cosplay contest.
Thank you very much. That's right, we've got some festivities to attend to. And one of those time-honored traditions is indeed the International 14 Cosplay Contest sponsored by SteelSeries. As you can see, I've already got a bevy of judges joining me. If you don't mind introducing yourselves, I've got Marugito as Alina.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much for bringing me on again. I loved the experience of TI at Copenhagen last year, and we have just as many amazing cosplayers to show you today. So I hope you all are excited.
Oh, they should be, and indeed, I see them already out of the corner of my eye, as well as I'm joined by Chiyu Neko as Hoodwink.
Hi everyone, it's so nice to be back here again, and I'm so excited to be back in Europe. I'm so excited to see everyone's amazing work. European cosplay does not disappoint.
And we are going to be able to see that in the flesh very soon. And last but not least, we've got Karo Inanna as Luna.
Hello everyone, this is my very first TI, so I'm so excited to be here, and oh my god, this is amazing. Can you see all these people? Can you see the stage? Can you see it all? It's awesome.
It's beautiful. And we are also going to show off some beautiful cosplays. So, shall we get started with the showcase? Lena, if you may.
Thank you. All right, first off, we have Graphamanka as Naga Siren. She has made it here all the way from Kazakhstan. It took her 4 months to make this beautiful cosplay, and she's used various techniques. And just overall, look at this amazing silhouette of this cosplay and how she's really brought the hero to life.
I love the movement as well, slithering along that stage. Next up,
we have Tanact as Axe. This cosplayer is tiny. Look at him. In his full cosplay, he hits the ceiling and stands tall at 250 centimeters. And for all you Americans out there, that's over 8 feet tall.
Or in other words, you can stack 2 of me on top and I still wouldn't be as tall. Next up, number 3.
Next up is Tim Ballas as Clockwork. Look at this beauty. This costume was planned in 1 year, made in 2 months. Day-to-day work. And as he said, it's fully hand-painted and made of foam and hopes and dreams.
I love the animations as well. That man's about to hook shot across the stage.
All right, now we have Varen as Juggernaut. To him, this is not just a costume, it's a decade of passion for the game that has inspired him to spend over 16,000 hours making this costume and bringing it here today.
And here's a little bonus fact for you out there. This man won that GG Well Played contest that we did yesterday, so he's very multi-talented.
All right, next up we have Twisted Fate as Lena. This cosplayer came to us all the way from Colombia, and she picked the set. Because she really wanted to showcase her roots and her love for Latin American culture.
The heritage and the sophistication to go with it, it's incredible.
Next up is Marzaus as Shadow Shaman, and when I went to him to ask him about his interesting story, he said he tried to go for a realistic look of this character, but claims no birds were harmed in its making.
He's got the taunt down too!
Yes, and next we have Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster. And this is yet another beautifully crafted costume with tiny details all throughout the costume. It has intricate foam work and also a lot of sewing techniques and clever solutions for LEDs and technology all throughout this costume.
The technology and the fitness required to be able to pull off a cosplay like this. Incredible stuff.
Next up, we have Yangi as Murda. This cosplayer's makeup took 2 hours to do every morning, so appreciate that. She did it for all of you guys. She also bought her very first power tool just to make her wings.
And she's got the firearms to support it as well. Next up.
Next up is Astela as Wind Ranger, and she said it's been made in 4 months, and her favorite part is her bow that is 3D printed, has 2 modes of LEDs, and us as judges, we just loved her wig that is actually made of 2 wigs.
Give her a few more kills and she's gonna turn orange in that Arcana. And our last showcase.
All right, so our last cosplayer to be presented on stage today is Vanusha as Anti-Mage. This costume also has several different techniques. She's used 3D modeling, foam, hand sculpting, and sewing. And please pay extra attention to her shoulders, where she has hand sculpted deep pauldrons. They are just gorgeous.
The Oni Demon. Could we get a round of applause for all of these cosplayers to make it to this final stage? This was only the top 10 after a tough selection, and everyone has done an incredible job. There is so much talent and passion on this stage right now. And in the spirit of that, we would like to take a moment to remember one specific cosplayer who joined this stage last year. Some of you may recall seeing a stunning Enchantress cosplay in Copenhagen, and the artist behind that hero was Grace Peachy Bell Bell. And she unfortunately lost her battle with leukemia earlier this year. She was a cherished member of the community and a dear friend to us all. So, Barclays Arena, if you could, please stand up and share your love, share your cheers, share your applause for all of the cosplay talent here on this stage in Grace's honor. Every finalist here shares her same passion, and we are here to celebrate that. And now, I would like all of you to keep the same energy as we share some awards with the standouts on this stage. If you may.
Our first award that we'll announce is Judges' Choice. And to receive Judges' Choice, you need to receive overall high score and, well, impress us. So without further ado, that award goes to Axe as Tanakt. Other way around. Tanakt.
Next up. Next up, we have. Oh, wait. No, it's yours.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Lena always gets priority. She's a core hero.
Yes, thank you. All right, so our next award is Best Technique, and here we really focus on the craft. So the top 10 here, this is like our top winners, actually. Everyone on stage today are winners, even if you don't get these special awards, because we've had 2 days of looking at the cosplayers before then, and they've told us all about how they made their costumes. So here we will look for high-level craft in several areas. And our Best Technique winner is Twisted Grace as Lena. Yeah, this person just wowed us when she walked in. We just fell in love with this costume right away. This has such great attention to details. She has foam work, electronics and soldering, wig work, resin casting, sewing, hand sewing. She's done it all, and she's done it all beautifully. So congratulations.
All right, next up, we have Best Transformation. As we all know, Dota heroes are weird. They're squirrels, rocks, trees, all sorts of weird things, and it's really hard to match the anatomy of that and bring that to life. So I'm really happy to pronounce this award. This cosplayer really wowed us. They walked through the door and we were like, wow. So they worked really hard on getting the perfect scale, 1 to 25 of the entire character, and they even did little tiny feet. So let's give it up for Jimbalis! Jimbalis!
The Clockwork! A full transformation on display here. And we have one last award to give out, and that is Best in Show. Barclays Arena. Gonna get a drum roll with your feet, please. And the winner of Best in Show is Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster! A full performance from start to finish. The aesthetics, the animations, the craftsmanship on display here has been impeccable. And not just for her, but again, at Barclays Arena, one more round of applause for all the cosplays, whether you submitted it and weren't able to make it to finals, or everyone who made it here in the arena. The community never ceases to impress. The International 14 Cosplay Contest is sponsored by SteelSeries, but we've all got some other community efforts that we would like to showcase.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Absolutely, cosplayers, absolutely incredible to see their creativity. But they're not the only creative people in this community. In fact, we have come to one of my personal favorites of the event, besides the world-class Dota, and that is announcing the winners of the short film contest. The short film contest is so incredible because it displays why our community is so amazing. From creative builds to creative plays to, of course, creative art, like all of the hundreds of thousands of videos that you guys have submitted over the course of the International showing your creativity. We went through every single submissions, even the AI ones, and there were a lot, but we came out with some of the top 3 from the community. So before I announce your top 3, if I could get you guys one more time to give a round of applause to everyone that submitted for the short film contest this year to motivate them to do it again. Thank you guys so much.
All right, my friends, the time has come. We had so many good submissions this year, and the top 3 was harder than ever to find. But we do have our first one. In 3rd place, no stranger to the short film contest finalists, 2nd place winner last year, and now representing South America on the stage yet again. My friends, this one should be a pretty good reason for you to remember not to make enemies out of your teammates. Lord knows I could learn that lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Grudges by Night Fury. Absolutely incredible. A good lesson for us all, and what a fantastic twist. Thank you so much, and congratulations on 3rd place. Now, our 2nd place finalist here is no stranger to the short film contest grand finals either. Won 1st place 7 years ago, and 2-time 2nd place winner. Such an incredible film with custom models, great story, and one heck of an animation. You would expect that, though, from Keller Max and their piece, Dead Inside. Absolutely. Love seeing the creativity come out. What a cool concept as we go in to our grand winner. Now, my friends, concept is key in these. You can have fantastic animations, you can have fantastic script, but a whole team of people brought together this one for your 1st place. Same team that won 3rd place last year. Relative newcomers to the short film contest, but this year they have taken it. You know, in this world that we live in, there are a lot of different words out there. One of them is a word for cinema that the Europeans use. It's called kino. And here, I have to say that this short film is indeed absolute cinema. Let's go ahead and check out your 1st place winner and see if you can get all the
our top 3 winners, and thank you again for the incredible community that we have that submit these things every single year. Keep on doing it, guys. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be able to see you guys and all that creativity shine. Now, I have to say, everybody, looking at this crowd today, those rafters are full. That main stage is full. Ladies and gentlemen, can you let them hear you from at home, every fool that did not come to this event today? There you go, there you go. I know it's a fantastic view and experience online as well, but after hearing that, you might be thinking to yourself, damn, I really should have bought a ticket. I really should have gone. Well, don't worry, my friends, because there's always another chance to go to an international. Of course, you might be thinking, where the hell is the next one? Well, we have one more film for you.
Hi, it's Gabe again. First off, I want to thank everyone in Germany for helping us make the International such a success. I have a quick announcement to make before we crown a new champion. We all share our love of the game with an international community, and I'm excited to announce that next year's International will also be returning to a previous location. I hope to see you there.
What a perfect timing! We have Extreme Gaming back in the grand finals, and we are going to Shanghai with TI 2026. A full year still ahead of us, and obviously grand finals, but that is something to look forward to indeed, Tigo.
I mean, 2019 when it was there in Shanghai, the arena was exceptional. Like whenever a Chinese team was playing, it was as if the whole arena would erupt. And we have a little, segment here hyping up XG.
A little?
Okay, sure. A third of the arena is hyping up XG in this corner, but it's an electric place to host TI.
It's all part of the script, Sheaves.
It's like it could not be better timing, right? You have XG who make it all the way, through the lower bracket. They get better and better. They make it to the finals. It's not like they need a buff to, to have even more motivation to be good and then be the crowning champions maybe next year. But yeah, Shanghai, Chinese TI, insane.
It's just beautiful for Dota, right? The idea, right? That we have China, and I don't know. I just love when we have all these regions able to step up and show it to the world.
Yeah, and we have to also remember that it does give. I mean, I think Extreme Gaming being in the grand finals gives it as well. It does give a big boost to Dota 2 as a game.
Exactly.
And that is indeed Effie perfect timing.
It really is, because there's this pattern in TI when a region just does better than they were expected to. It reinvigorates the entire region. All of a sudden, players get to scrim these teams that have placed so highly in international tournaments. Everyone gets excited to play. People who thought that there wasn't a viable path for them suddenly think that there is. So we'll probably see even more Chinese teams next year.
I mean, I believe that I'm speaking for everyone that we're all happy to see the West against the East again. It's been a long time. This used to be kind of the norm when it did come to the finals. So I'm really happy to see China doing better, Extreme being in the finals, and then the next TI being in China. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I do believe it has come full circle, because if you're talking about that trend, Kezu, it used to be, a Chinese team wins TI and a non-Chinese wins TI. And it alternated for a little bit. And the year that broke that was 2019.
Yeah, and that's that's already so long ago, and it has taken this long for it to come back. We're literally just going full circle.
Yeah, we are going full circle, and we are also going full circle when we head back to the stage, because we're gonna check in with Slacks.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It is good to see you again. Now, this year, we have decided to do something a little bit different, something that we've never done before. Dota 2 has had so many incredible faces in the International, and we have decided to give a little bit of thanks to one of the biggest players that has been here since the beginning. Now, I could tell you all about this person, but why would I want to do that when we can go straight to the biggest legends of Dota all time and let them know who they think is one of the most impactful Dota players in history?
If you ask me who's the greatest of all time in Dota history, well, there's a lot of history. There's not many of us left that still competed at the first TI a decade and a half ago, right here in Germany. So many names, so many faces that defined entire eras. But if it had to be just one person, there is no one better, in my opinion, than John Whipples.
Back at TI1, a lot of us didn't think it was real. $1 million prize? Well, come on. But I remember this German dude, John Whipples. He was all about it, crazy guy. He was sure Dota 2 was going to be the next big thing, so he wanted us all to join him for it. I mean, come on, he's the guy who discovered Dendy.
Would I say John Whipples taught me everything about life, about patch? Absolutely! Every day I would watch his replays, and one day I saw this fountain hook bug, and I asked Papi, can we do this at TI? And Papi said, no, it's bullshit. And I said, well, John Whipples used it. And he said,
motherfucking John Whipples is doing it? Then I'm doing it. Guy gave me my first machete. Called it the rapier.
Tongfu had that game. Is that balanced? You hook a guy with Aegis? Fuck John Whipples.
Whipples was an icon, man.
Back in the days, we didn't have all of this fancy shit, these Dota Pro trackers.
Liquipedia or Dota Buff. If you wanted the meta, if you wanted the new stuff,
you wanted that good shit, you downloaded some John Whipple replays.
He had all the best strats.
Oh no, just answer! Thank you, man! Ravage on everyone! The black hole as well! Light of Evan! Turns it around! Ravage as well! Stolen by Dendy! Are you kidding me? It's the John Whipple strat!
He was a decent player back in the day, but never really TI material. But then when he started coaching, it started getting really bad.
First, this guy rage quits during TI4 Grand Finals. Then 2 minutes later, starts fighting with his teammates. Then he started sucking up to NA teams, gets hired by Complexity. But after that incident at TI5, ooh, man, ooh, sheesh, ooh.
You really think I should drop my yulls, John Whipples?
It's the most efficient play. What would Envy do?
Oh. Fuck.
Oh man. Even the NA teams wouldn't touch him anymore after that.
We hired John Whipple to be our coach on Wins. 我们当时都以为他很牛，因为当时所有人都告诉我们 John Whipple 是最棒的。We asked him what to draft. He just throws darts at the board.
Pudge and techies already.
All right, boys.
Wings deliver.
How do we win with Pudge techies, John Whipples? 他根本什么都不懂。We won because we were good. John Whipple does nothing. John Whipple 真的不是人啊。
After we saw what he did with drafting for Wings, we were really impressed. Like, I invited him to my room to talk Dota. He took my suitcase, all my clothes. For the rest of the event, I have just one pair of shorts. I can't fathom what kind of a freak would do that.
Yeah, man, it was dark days. Times were tough. Times were really tough. And when things looked the most bleak, like we lost everybody, we needed a manager, coach, half a team. John Whipple gave us a call, and he didn't have the best reputation stealing those pants and stuff, but he gave us everything. And before TI10, when Seb lost his retina, he told Seb, take my eye and go win a third TI. And yeah, we got 6 and stuff, but that's okay. That was pretty nice of him.
One day I was playing like knife and handy, of course with Yatra, and I really fucked up because I stabbed myself right before the TI finals, and I said, like, we cooked, boys, it's over. But out from the crowd, this one-eyed man said, take my hands, Carlaps. And I took his hands, and I won one TI with one hand. And I took the second hand, and I won the second TI. Thank you, John Whipples. Thank you, John Whipples.
When John Whipples said he started the Dark Tome of Oscarwatch to help us finally beat Gaming Gladiators, I believed him. But I told him, if you do this, they might never make it to TI again. And I thought, that sounds pretty good. And he looked me in the eyes, and he said, I already did it. It did work, though.
Did John Whipples ever make it to the international? No. As a player, he was terrible. But he always watched. He always supported us. He always played pubs and told his friends. And in the end, it's not the players at TI that make it special. It's about people like John Whipples, the viewer, the pubber, the brother. That's why we do what we do. People like you. People like John Whipples.
Guys, because of you, we can play this beautiful game and live our dream lives as a Dota players. And thank you so much. We love you.
感谢大家的观看，也感谢大家15年来一直的陪伴。
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks to all the Dota fans.
Thank you, fans, for the 14 years of support.
Thank you very much for making this game a reality.
Thank you, Dota viewers. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
You guys are the heart of the community. This is the greatest tournament. We're looking forward every single year, and I hope you guys enjoy the show.
And now, to achieve his Lifetime Achievement Award for all that he's done in Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jonathan Whipples! Oh, he's sacrificed. Any words to say, John Whipples, to the crowd?
Thank you, Dota. And TI, you're amazing.
All right. Any other words, John Whipples?
China?
We have to get to a grand finals before we can do that, my friend. So thank you so much to him and everyone like him who's been supporting the International for so long. It is truly the fans, you the viewers at home and here, that make this what it is. Thank you so much, everybody, and let's get on with the show.
Oof, how to follow that up. Ooh, I just want to echo his sentiment real quick there. That was incredibly wholesome, and I do want to just sign that bottom line. Without you guys at home, and obviously without you guys in the arena, we would not be here. We would not see this beautiful game play out the way it does, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just feels like kind of fake until you get to like a, you know, a real life event. You see the people, you see the crowd, you hear the emotion during the game, you see the game unfold. And all the people too that we saw in the video. Like, they're all just legends. Sometimes you forget, you see them again, you just get so happy. So yeah, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, being part of this space is such a privilege, and I couldn't imagine life in any other way, and it truly is thanks to the fans. Like, without you guys, there wouldn't be any Dota.
It's just a beautiful game. I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, the way that the fans interact, the players, every time you talk to a player and they talk about the International, you can see how much it means. Like, even, you know, we interview Snaking on the stage and how important this event is. Like, again, the Dota, it speaks for itself. It's beautiful. The fans are great. Everything's great. I love it so much.
Yeah, and we just saw a lot of TI champions talking on camera. We're going to see potential TI champions, well, definitely 5 TI champions on stage play. We are going to head into our grand finals very soon. And both of our teams, they do have a lot of experience here at the International. I know there's even 2 TI champions already playing. They are still two-time hopefuls for the TI championship. Let's take a look at all that experience that these players have. I think we start out with Falcons, Effie. This team only started 2 years ago, came 4th last year. Wasn't what they wanted, but they're back here in the grand finals.
Yeah, they had a bit of a turbulent year in the sense that if you compare it to the year before that, where they were winning everything, they didn't look as good, but they peaked at just the right amount of time. And we talk about them being a newer team, but it's a team full of veterans. Crit's been chasing the Aegis forever. Snaking has been playing since the olden days. You've got Coach AUI 2000 as well. And yeah, you've got some of the newer players in, you know, Skeeter and Mallory and ATF, but with the veteran experience, it feels hard to call Falcons a new team.
I mean, also, like you were saying, I think it matters a lot. If you look at last season where they were so dominant, they went into TI being kind of the favorites, at least to me and many other people, and I don't think that really helped them. But if you look here, they weren't in like their best form or like really considered the favorites going into this TI, and I feel like that was an absolutely huge buff to them, because now we see them here in the grand finals, and they've played so well all throughout T.
I mean, the mentality of this team, to be able to go from like the favorites of the last year to then be, you know, not even in contention a couple of times, it shows that there is such a good kind of system around this team to be able to shine, and they shine when it matters.
They do shine when it matters, although today it matters most of all. So we're going to see if they can make their dream a reality here by taking this Aegis. Snaking and Skeeter have done it before. Being two-time champions, of course, would mean a lot, but I think our attention maybe goes a little bit out more to the players that have not yet won the International. I think if you guys were here the entire day, which I hope you were, you would have seen a fantastic list of accomplishments by Crit, in particular being the player with the most consecutive TIs in a row under his belt. And this is his first time, Kezu, in the grand final.
Yeah, it's taken him so long. It's like what he's been chasing it since like 2015. Like, this guy is one of the most consistent players when it comes to like top tier Dota. Another one that he reminds me of is like, you know, the likes of Zai. That he's played so long, always like top 2, top 3. Doesn't matter what hero you give him, always does well, always makes it happen, but has never won TI.
I mean, we keep saying uncrowned king for Ame, but I feel like there's the same sentiment should be going the way of Crit. Like, at some point, it is inevitable. And in this grand finals, one of them, be it from China or, you know, Western Europe, will finally get the Aegis they've been hunting for.
Yeah, and focusing our attention on their opponents because, as T just mentioned, there are multiple players that have been in grand finals before, but never quite reached that pinnacle there, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard though. Like, for them being so close every time, I think that takes a different level of emotions than what Falcons are currently experiencing. But these players are so deserving of this. Ame, he's been in 2 grand finals that he very well could have taken. XXS, who's been my personal MVP of this tournament, you could feel how hungry that he is for it. And it's about time that this team is here again.
Yeah, and XM, he was so cool in the interview. He was like, he was asked, do you have any nerves? Do you care? He's like, nah, man, I don't feel anything. I'm meant to be here. I'm meant to play in the grand finals. And like you were saying too, Effie, about Ame, like, I just watched a True Side from a few years ago where I believe a Chin Q calling him, well, I guess you're just the king of fireworks, because he always gets second place, loses 2-3, and he gets to watch the fireworks from the losing position. It's heartbreaking.
I mean, he has to live up to those words, though, right? To say that if they weren't in the grand finals, it'd be a 3-0. I'm expecting, based on that, it has to then be a 3-2 grand finals to either side, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that would, you know, keep up the track record.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh, that'd be, oh no.
That would be really painful.
Don't talk about it, please.
Wait, God, that's for like game 3 content, not yet.
I mean, we talk about Crit and a lot of consecutive TIs, and you could make a case for calling him or Zai or any of the other with a lot of TIs under their belt, calling them uncrowned kings. But it's Ame that gets called that because he was there twice, so close, and not just, oh, he made it to the grand finals, therefore he's close. No. Those grand finals he played in, Effie, those were nail-biting.
Absolutely, they were almost his. Like, that's what I mean with the emotional recovery and how hard it is to think about that and how hard it must be for him to know that, like, it's one of those moments where you just can't sleep that night. You just play it in your head over and over and over again. Like, what if I just did this differently on Tiny versus Spirit? What if I did this differently on Morphling? This time around, I feel like third time has to be the charm, right?
Right?
It's gotta be. I mean, since TI8, there's only been a Chinese team in the grand finals twice, of course, both of them being Ame. They also play against, like you said, 2 different teams. So it's now another team Ame can try and go up against. If he wasn't to do it this time, then...
Tess.
Hurts.
It hurts. When we saw these 2 teams play in the Road to TI, it was the longest series we've had. It was mental. I think that that's what we should be focusing on. We'll see who comes out victorious in the end, but we will see who comes out first out of the gates to take place in the booths, and that is Team Falcons.
And we're back.
Team Falcons!
They come through the upper bracket and have been a world-class team since its inception, but they have never proved it in a world championship today, and this could all change. All they need to do is win one best of 5. Surely that should be possible, but I'm sure their opponents will put up a big fight. Let's welcome XG.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Extreme Gaming!
It has been 4 years since the Chinese team was in the grand finals of the International, and Ame, Zinkyu, and Coach Zawe were right there. They were so close. They have returned stronger, better, and ready to take on this grand finals against Team Falcons. playing in an international, in a grand finals, and I think maybe that just might give them a little edge, and maybe Barclays Arena, in terms of their vocal chords, is giving them a little edge as well.
No, I'm loving the side of, it's right to our left, right? The XG fan base, as soon as the game starts, they're just roaring. It is just so much support for this team, and again, it is the best possible grand finals that you could ask for, right? Falcons versus XG. It's the international for a reason. You want to have the big international teams from across the world clashing against each other. I couldn't ask for anything else today.
No, it's honestly the best thing possible, and we've talked about it before. They've already matched up, and it was an absolute nail-biter. Like 3 games, all over an hour, high skill. You have the team fights back and forth, new picks coming out, just all the stuff happening that you want to see at a TI. But yeah, I gotta say, XG for me and Falcons, like some of their players, they're so high-skilled. I just love watching them play.
But after their matchup, they went through different journeys in the playoffs, right? Falcons just looked extremely dominant after the road to the international. They clearly learned a lot of lessons, took it into the playoffs, whereas Extreme Gaming, their road was not as simple. Their game seemed harder. Their game seemed longer. They had to play in these situations where they were down so much net worth. They could have lost yesterday versus BB Team. They brought it back. They channeled that TI magic. They could have lost today, and they brought it back versus P-Vision, and they channeled that TI magic. I mean, they're just doing this from their passion, from their grit, whereas Falcons are so methodical. They've been so clean the entire playoffs.
Unlike previous TIs, so Falcons at least have dropped games, right, in their journey here. Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to P-Vision. The fact that they've at least dropped a game in that series, it does give me hope that it's going to be an extremely competitive TI finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, I love some of the things that you can see on screen right now. Like, everyone has, like, their own type of techniques, right? You have Skeeter, he does this little lock-in. You have other teams that are gonna, like, are gonna do the fist bump, you do your handshake, you, like, get yourself in the zone, like, stay steady. Because these games, and being on the stage, especially today, is the most stressful thing that you can go through as a Dota player.
Yeah, and that is even without the crowd still cheering on everyone. Definitely a lot of pressure coming into the booth for both of these squads today. And I do want to talk a little bit about how they faced earlier in the tournament, because those were type of games that we thought defined at that point the road to the international, and we thought that that was going to carry on in the international itself, and it kind of hasn't. So we have seen developments of both teams in a certain way, but I wonder how we would describe their style now, especially compared, Kezu, to that series they played last time.
Falcons to me still seem very much, I would say, the same. They're very stable, very polished. They're going to stick to the heroes. But to me, what I see for this series in particular is team fighting. Off-lane team fight heroes, their priority has been going up. Mars, S tier. Centaur, S tier. XXS, performance one after the other, where he just takes it all, his Earthshaker too. So those are the heroes that I'm particularly looking at for the series.
Yeah, those will be exciting for sure to watch, especially XXS. He's really been stepping it up. But when you look at Falcons versus Extreme Gaming, there's a bit of an issue in terms of how the early game has been going for these teams. Extreme Gaming have found themselves in positions where they're down a lot. They have to play for the late game. They have to turtle. They have to hug Ame, look for their key team fights. Whereas Falcons have been heftily leading almost all of their early games. Even in the games that they lost during playoffs, they were up like 8K net worth at some point. So this is where it's going to be hardest for Extreme Gaming. Can they weather the storm of Falcon's early game, their map efficiency, how much net worth they're going to get, their lanes?
I mean, you can see from the previous series, right? P-Vision, when they were going for the farm game, XG was like, oh, sure, we'll match that. We had nearly no kills in the first 20 minutes. Really, really slow entry to the game. And like Effie's mentioning, it will not be the same this time around. So maybe, Zhao Wei from XG, if he changes a couple of the bans, he tries to take out some of that tempo that Falcons utilize, then we might be getting to the 40, 50-minute points of the game where, the epic team fights and the scaling of Chinese Dota gets to shine.
I am happy you mentioned Zhao Wei, because I do want to take a moment to talk about the two coaches that will pick their players a hero. I say that though, Kezu, but I do seem to remember AUI talking about that he's no longer the one clicking the buttons. Zhao Wei is, of course.
Yeah, so of course AUI, he gave it over to Amar, who it seems he is doing a stellar job, right? His last pick, 24 picks, like he nails it, the Underlord, the Huskar, whatever it is. So Amar, honestly, a very big piece for the team. But to stay on the topic of the coaches, these might be two of the most accomplished and most experienced coaches that you have in all of Dota. Xiaowei himself, he won a TI. He's been in multiple TI finals as a coach. You have AOI who won it as a player, won it as a coach. So yeah, if you're going to have two masterminds go up against each other, you've got them right here.
But also in regards to the finals, right? Falcons, they played the most games coming into it, but they have the smallest hero pool when you compare both of them, right? Heroes played, I think it's like 37 to Falcons. XG have played over 45 heroes in like 3 or 4 less games, right? So I think it's, in regards to the coaching, it's going to be, can Xiaowei find a niche new pick or new strategy to throw at Aoi, whilst Aoi's going to be going for the tried and tested, build that formation they're used to. If the game is to be a loss, it would be fix the fundamentals. But in regards to drafting, the creativity often shines from the side of XG.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the flair that the Chinese region has always had, is that they'll dip into heroes that other teams aren't looking at. Yesterday, for example, we saw the Sniper come out of Extreme Gaming. We saw the carry Chaos Knight come out of Extreme Gaming, Kazu.
Yeah, and it's also like, so this is one of the last times that these teams did match up, right? We talked about the road to TI, but it's just these 70-minute games. You've had a lot of the Beastmasters coming back. And it was honestly just nail-biters. I don't care too much about the drafts, because especially in the grand finals, it's going to be mainly about the gameplay. Sure, the draft, it will make it easier. But if you outplay your opponent, you will weather the storm. You can get through the early game. You can get through the mid game. And I love that you guys touched on it earlier, because where Falcons get the lead, it's early. It's the lanes into the first rotation. Whereas for XG, that is absolutely where they struggle.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Falcons has been getting a lead is because of this mid laner, Malrine. This is his second international. Malrine has played a lot of the Sand Kings and the Earthshakers, Effie.
Oh, Malrine, this guy is the rock of his team in terms of how they have such a strong early game. You know, we call him here a stunner, but he actually has the highest average stuns per second per game of any player at the International by far. He averages 80 seconds of stun per game, where the next closest was NTS at 66 seconds. In one of his games, he even had a 346-second stun record in one of his like really long games versus Tidebound. But the way that they draft, the way that they play their early game, they'll pick this Earthshaker mid, they'll pick this Sand King mid, they'll let him farm his Blink Dagger, and then he's just on that enemy safe lane, creating the stuns with the follow-up damage from crit, and that's how they get their first few kills.
I mean, he's so good at tempo controlling, right? It's what they want from him. His heroes play so good for it, and his positioning and spellcasting is just top-notch.
It helps that those heroes that you've highlighted are all kind of very active with little to no economy, right? Like a Sanka needs a blink, Pangolier needs levels. If you shut him down in laning phase, he can still be active and try and fix it, but I think critically for XG, they need to try and stop Malrine opening up the early game.
Happy honeymoon. And of course, on stage right now, we do have 10 players that really want to claim that Aegis that is on display. But let's take a look at what it actually takes to claim the Aegis.
It is a summit that few have conquered, where the legends of the past have written their own epic stories, where scores of fallen contenders have mourned their shattered dreams. You can give everything and never reach it. But those who triumph here will forge a legacy far greater than fame. 16 teams began this journey in Hamburg. The last two now face off on the ultimate stage. Each is one step from immortality, with one final adversary standing in the way. We gather to bear witness, to honor those who've battled here, to see who will join the ranks of the fallen hopefuls, and who will ascend to the highest tier. The road to victory is always changing. What it takes to be a champion remains the same. Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming. Grand Finals. Game 1.
Here we go, it has begun. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side, Team Falcons on the Dire side, and the drafting has begun. The strategic part of how these two teams will try to get their first victory on the board in this best of 5. Let's see how the teams have prepared versus each other, and let's see how it differs from the series they played earlier last week. We already have a very nice stylistic change. I do love the respect that XM is getting on his sniper there, Effie.
You really have to respect this hero and its ability to come out during the grand finals, because this is his pocket pick. This is his hero that he never loses lane with. And you know what? Just take his lane dominators out of the way, enable Mallory, and that's the play that Falcons are going to make here. For Extreme Gaming, they just take out that Sand King. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to try to let it through and beat it, and now they've got first pick. Maybe they could look towards their XXS or Shaker, but they've got their freedom of choice here, Kazu.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a lot about these heroes that we've seen banned out a lot, right? We have Falcons, like Mars is available for the pool. It's gonna be on the eyes of both teams. And yeah, like you said, I love this ban. You wanna make sure that you stay in the comfort and don't give something to the enemy team that's gonna take you out of your comfort. And XM, on these really nasty and annoying heroes, that's his specialty.
It's the exact same bans that XG did against Falcons the last time that they played, and they first picked Shaker in that position. I'm interested to know if they are to do that. Falcons, they first picked Shaker early in the tournament and got annihilated, so they know how to deal with it, and instead XG, they go for the Mars. Again, we do have two of the most experienced Mars players in the world now in this grand finals between XSS and ATF.
I love this Mars pick. You know it's going to be contested in this draft, but they're saying that their offlane player, XXS, he's been owning this entire tournament. Let's first pick his hero. Who cares counters? Who cares how the early game goes? We'll just get him that Blink Dagger, and he will create situations for us.
Then I would like Falcons to respond straight away, just like the Pangolier. You've already banned the Puck, the Sniper. Against the Arena, you have that Chaos. If XG is going to go for comfort, why not allow Falcons to match the picks with comfort for themselves?
What I love too, when you have two of the best teams playing like their best heroes, it really goes to show you what they value and what they feel like they want to do against you. Like, what do you need to pick with it? What do you need to ban against it? And here's the Pangolier, really nice call there. You have a super good with the team fight matching, looks great.
Yeah, both heroes fit in a lot of different strategies, so not giving away too much here either, and maybe even some flex still possible. It's not likely, but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible, and I feel like if you're also going to look at the bans, both of these heroes require a lot of similar things for them, right? You want this follow-up damage into the teamfight, so the Hoodwinks, the Snaps, very likely that Falcons have their eyes on it, same for Extreme Gaming, and if one of them gets banned out, the other gets picked, gonna have to look further down the list.
The question is, do you think XG is going to start trying to enable the Mars by banning out difficult heroes for the Mars to initiate on? Or is it more thinking about the wider game? At the moment, they're still going towards taking away the Malrine specialties, right? The Shakers, but something to think about potentially for future picks.
I think they're thinking of the wider game right now, because if you're first picking your offlaner, you're saying that it doesn't matter how the laning stage goes, we just want this hero for us. And on the topic of Snapfire, that has to be the most contested support between these two teams. It's looked great in the hands of Extreme Gaming, they flex it between 4 and 5, and if you give this hero to crit, we've seen him do magic with it.
Especially when it comes to ultra late game, of course. Which you have to keep in mind, I think.
Okay, so let's see for Falcons. The out of pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go into the offlane. And also with a lot of these mids getting banned out, I would not mind if Marine ends up playing it, but you need to kind of ban for it too, so that Extreme don't like force you to put it into the offlane, because there's a lot of Armari heroes that can be quite good against the Mars, you know, maybe some Underlord where every time the arenas you gate over, you drop the pipe. If any of these two teams know what a Mars wants, they've got the exact correct players for it.
And it will be a ban to the Troll for the ban, the one ban that Falcons had, and the non-surprising Snapfire. I'm sure that also Extreme Gaming knows that this hero would come out at this stage. They opted to ban out the Beastmaster and the Shaker. No harm in that either. Very strong heroes in the hands of Falcons.
I think Snapfire in particular goes up in value if you see an offlaner very early, because you can see if it's the pipe buyer or not. Mars, this hero does not really buy pipe for his team. That's usually the way that teams will play against early game magic damage. Mars has a different archetype though. He's that Yules into Blink Fire, into BKB, into Refresher, and XG snag up a Hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to their Sun.
The question for XG is, do they want to double pick support here and then enable Falcons to kind of know exactly what they're laning into in regards to the support powers?
I mean, it would be, I think it's okay if you pick your 5 here just because you know that most likely you are up against the Snap. Like, you're either up against Snap X or Snap Pango.
So then like a Bane where you can play most lanes.
I was looking at it too, but it's sadly banned.
Ah, oh, is it? Oh, first phase banned, yeah, I'm blind. But they go for the Elder Titan.
Yeah,
Nova had an incredible game yesterday with it.
He's been so good on this hero for years. Even in like the prime LGD days, they were very good at always. You have the range carry on Ame, you get the ET on X Nova in the 5. They lane so well together. It's super good with Mars too, right? Mars goes in and he just wants this abundance of AoE spells being thrown into. They've played this combo many times before. Great pick.
They did this exact opening earlier in the playoffs against Nigma, right? If you replace the Hoodwink with Snapfire, that's the opening they have. But even, we talk about Snap and Hoodwink, it's kind of the same hero for what it does on the map, but it's such a formidable opening. It can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. Like, this is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
Especially for what it is that they want to do. They want a team fight. They want to out-execute in that mid-game, not based off of their lanes, but based off of how well they spellcast. And they're just going to triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure, with their next few picks. But what they need right now is damage to take advantage of ET's buff. They need that Leshrac-style mid laner that is really going to pump out the DPS.
Honestly, it's going to feel good doing that because Falcons, they're picking the Enchantress. They're going for that pacing, that early game pressure that enabled them to, you know, put P-Vision to the lower bracket. And now against XG, the same formula could work, right? If you break your lanes, take these early towers, it's not going to be a 4-kill game at 15, 20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the start, this is usually where they end up taking Skeeter's hero, right? You keep the Pango open between like your 2 and 3, you don't really want to show. Sven is something that they've played before. I mean, it's nice if you can get a BKB hero because you are going up against the Mars, against the Hoodwink, you have the edge. Because Falcons, this is also no surprise to XG, you have seen these heroes before, you know what they're gonna do in the early game. But at the top level of Dota, you can show your cards, but if you execute perfectly, it is really hard to play into it. It's also where the troll ban comes in kind of handy. It's good for the Sven. So now for XG, where do you want to go? They've shown us like a Medusa before because Ame, he wants the carry-to-carry matchup. He can have it if he wants to. This is his pick if he wants to have it.
It's the Medusa or the Ursa. That's where I'm leaning. If you want to go for not dying to the burst and the jump, you can go for the Ursa. You then follow up with your Arena. And then the Medusa, like you mentioned, also very, very strong. The only question mark would be Panglid, Diffusal Blade. Is that annoying enough to scare you from picking it? If it isn't, also very, very good.
And this pick for Extreme Gaming is the most important pick in the draft. They have 2 bans afterwards to protect it. And of course it is the other team, it's Falcons, that is getting the overall last pick. So if you want to protect any pick in your draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa, so that will be Ame's hero for this one.
Yeah, it just gives you that ability to kind of clutch up in the moments. Like a lot of the iconic clips from XG in this tournament have been, you know, pumping in a Lotus or a quick turnaround play, and why not put Ame on a hero that can throw themselves into these vulnerable positions and let the rest of his team shine, and then he'll turn it around.
He gives them like all the follow-up damage that they're looking for, and still he's XM open, right? Sure, you have to ban a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to actually XXS, XM, standout performance, and you've got to be careful. This guy can absolutely turn the game on its head.
It's a really great pick in terms of also jumping the backline. You have this ET who, with the Spirit, is going to be able to scout out heroes for you in team fights. You want the ability to instantly connect to them, either with an Arena and just burst them down really quickly. The only issue is Ursa ET on lane, you're going to play against either Snap or Enchantress. It's most likely the Snap, and maybe even a Pango off lane. And in that case, he's going to suffer a little bit. Like, his entry into the game will be slower. Ursa is not renowned for his laning unless he's paired with something like a Disruptor.
So they're banning out the Huskar to respect the fact they need Ursa to get into the game, right? Yep. The last time that Amar played Viper competitively was 4 months ago. What stops Amar doing something like this as well? Like, I fully break the lane, my Sven will farm, my Pango goes active, they will win me the game, but as long as I do the breaking of the first 15, 20 minutes, like, that's the thinking I'm having, is because if Amar's happy to Huskar, he'll be happy to bring out any other hero to dominate the lane. And there's the Storm Leshrac bans that you mentioned earlier.
I will say that if there is any team that has Viper on their radar always...
Oh, go again, go again.
Oh my god.
One more.
I've got so many legends on there.
Has he got more?
There will be more.
Ooh.
Nice.
Alright. Little hipster.
We gotta fix that one.
Ah, Rowan. Very blink, my guy.
Going back. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Instead, they ban out the Doom
This
again.
map
Very,
must
very
be
stable.
really warm.
Oh, yeah.
Great way to close it out.
It is a great way to close it out, and it is closed out by the Queen of Pain on Extreme Gaming. That will be their hero for XM.
This one was a no-brainer pick for XG here. They lacked range damage and the ability to instantly blink in and follow up. Storm gets taken out, Lesh, who builds Blink Dagger, gets taken out. All that's left is for Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave to give you that added damage. XG are looking to blink in, take the fights quickly, burst them, and then re-engage.
And building on that as well, they also have kiting, right? If they are to blink in and maybe misinitiate, Ursa can disengage, Quap can disengage, ET can assist the fight to ensure that the secondary fight also looks quite good. The layering on XG's lineup ensures that this game is going to have points of pressure any single time.
So you can decide, do you want Pango to go in a mid lane, or do you want Amar to play it on the off lane?
I mean, you can go mid, but you do take quite a beating from the Queen of Pain. It's not your favorite matchup. You could say similar things for the offlane, even though I feel like maybe with the Snap 4, you can like try to offset the lanes. So to me, it's more about what they value more. Like, what do they also feel like they need from the game? You have two guys that jump in. Like, your draft covers quite a lot. So if you care more about the lanes, you could go for a pretty heavy laning hero here.
They only have 10 seconds to think about what to do with this final pick, and here it is. Oh, it's an Ember Spirit. We don't get to see that man on the main stage that often this weekend.
So they went for this Ember just because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus the Queen of Pain. They want something that can just stay on lane versus it, not get bullied out, and try to match its tempo.
Yeah, not only that, it provides so much vision throughout the game. The lockdown available for XG is quite limited, so if Maurine's going in first, baiting XSS to ever waste a spear or arena, it then activates the rest of his lineup to go in, and then you throw in a Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder as well. Vision and information will be always on the side of Falcons if they're the one going in first.
So if you're playing Hoodwink and ET versus Ember Spirit, who's having a good start and is getting these runes,
You
good
hate
luck.
your life.
Good luck, because you cannot defend yourself against this hero. For Falcons, they have their typical map play style of mid. They're going to have their initiation from the offlane. They're going to have Malrine building these early items and running at people, and the double supports farming the entire map. The question for XG is if they can match that pace in the early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly take these fights, because that early game looks tough.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of mid focus, right? We've already spoke about Ember and what they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy enough time for the items of the Mars to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he has that burst potential. I think mid lane is such a critical matchup in this game one.
Yeah, I mean, I really love these two drafts. Like, the way I see it too is that Falcons, they have this early to mid game that they usually have, and then they might taper off a little bit, you know, against Extreme Army. He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup. But I also like that Falcons, they covered their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the 5-slot, the 6-slot. Sven, you know, doesn't do too well there, but then his teammates come in again with the net worth to back it up. So we're in for a long game. We're in for a lot of fights and absolute banger team fighting.
Well, that would be fantastic. I do have one final question to you. You say that this mid matchup super important here with the Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the arena. It feels like on their side as well. So they do kind of like a sixth man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And yeah, again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Okay, let's see. I'm sure that the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now, because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore, with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons have made it here.
I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now, I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last Grand Final went. Upper bracket final, you played against Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to lower bracket, had to play 3 games against Liquid, and how did your Grand Final go after that?
It was good, it was 3-0.
It was good, it was 3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back. Oh, actually, no, it was P-Vision, actually. the equation has changed. Everything's up in the air now.
I mean, I would love a 3-0, but honestly, I sort of hope for 5 games, you know? We actually respect Extreme a lot as a team, so we're super happy to play them now.
Then let's hear it for the potential of this grand final. Hamburg, make some noise for this grand final!
Welcome to the International, everybody! Let's kick this shit off with a bang! It's China striking first blood!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce, East versus West, will grace the grand finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There is so much history that goes into the International. And a large part of that old history, some of you might remember, was that balance of power. It was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true, until Ame and LGD fell to OG at TI8.
History was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket, return to a finals, a third appearance for some of these players? They have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment to put their name on that Aegis. They are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're gonna play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play? Because everybody knows the heroes that are gonna come out from these playmakers. Can you out-team fight them? Can you out-skirmish them? That is the challenge ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme, as another 10-0 for Ame. Seems that, do you feel like Extreme Gaming put a bit more emphasis on the lanes against Falcons?
If anything, I think they did it against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's laning stage is insane. You have to come prepared for it. You cannot give them too much room, too much tempo, particularly when you give up these tempo supports. The Chen, the Enchantress, you can't ban them all. Snaking's gonna get something in this game. If Amar is on one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example, these games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some crazy comebacks.
Yes.
This is a team, you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all 3 cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominance move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fights. And by God, has this man had a TI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP right now.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket in its entirety, he has come up for Extreme time and time again, and he is a large reason why they are here in this finals. Ame, he's trying to put some pressure onto Amar where he can in this Ursa versus Pango matchup, but the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against X-Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
this time around, Extreme bring a whole lot more heroes to the mix. Falcons decline to do the same. They'll give up the tower finally and make a trade-off of their own.
A lot of trades happening in this game, but man, Crit has suffered in this early game. Losing the Wisdom Shrines really hurt him because he had to play more sacrificial on that safe lane to give Sven some of that XP. This Snapfire's level 4.5 right now. I don't know when you're going to have kisses in this game, but it's not going to be for a while. And to me, this has been the spell that's defined this hero at this TI. You know, heroes come and change, the spells come and now they dodge that fight, they get Blade Mail on the Quap, they get Yules on the Mars. Early fighting items now online. 14-minute Wisdom Shrines are spawning. Looks like they're just going to get it traded out here unless X-Nova wants to try something really sneaky down there.
Yeah, this will make it so that Malrine can't be nearly as aggressive, right? There was very little punish outside of a sick bushwhack that we saw, but now he's going to be running into potentially a Mars who just Yules Arena Spears. Easy.
Super deadly on the front line. A lot of threat coming out from XXS right now. Downside is you don't have the reach of something like the Blink Dagger, so it's a little harder to just make an aggressive smoke play with confidence. But if you get the right angle, you just run into heroes, phase boots into the Yules, it'll do the job, and yeah, that ward scouted that out.
That first move with this Yules, it's going to be red. Smoked right underneath a laning ward.
Upside is if you just go to the tier 1, you might just be able to pummel this tower and get something out of this move regardless, as Falcons don't want to give up this tier 1 for free.
Sure, and maybe find the sacrificial support position.
Yep.
Here comes that play. Even had the scan on the mid lane right next to XM to
and
see who was next to him.
Ob's placed right under Sentry up top.
They're going to try for it. Rolling Thunder. Amar. The chains, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. I mean, if the tower's not going to fall, there's really no need.
That's not a fight you want to force into this amp damage Ember. Not the timing to do it, especially when Ursa's just not going to join the fight. Battle Fury was just finished for Ameg a minute ago. He's cruising in the farm department. He's having a great time. No pressure on him right now. Recovering his disadvantage against the Sven, who had all of those ancient stacks earlier. Does not want to be dragged into a bad engagement for a tier 1.
Falcons make a show of a 5-man defense in the mid lane. After the tower's defended, back to hitting neutrals. They really haven't gotten They even ground out that usual lead that Falcons tends to do after a laning phase. Extreme is still keeping up despite the stack disparity.
Difficult team to grind it out against.
Why is that?
They're just resilient around the map. They rarely give up really bad core deaths. The games that are spiraling are going to spiral for anybody, but I feel like they just don't feed in poor places. It's usually getting lanes super deep. Nova, he's...
Okay, the Croaker. Yeah, Snaking had that well in control. There was no problem there whatsoever.
That's that Mage Slayer online for the Ember, so time to get aggressive. Follow Maureen, let him bring these supports back into the game in a really nice position. Look,
Maureen does find another one. Slight chains, kisses. And XXS is biding his time, waiting for Maureen to show, but the kisses give too much information. They have to back away.
Too easy right now. Just follow this Ember. Very little XG can do about it unless they are just baiting someone out and going and using.
Yeah, as you said, the core is not being picked off, but they do manage to find some support kills.
XG don't mind this kind of style though. Like, they're willing to give up some part of the map early on in a game to push it later, get their item timings, and take that fight. Even if it's at a 5 or 6K net worth disadvantage, they believe in their execution. They believe in their timing. They're going to overcome that, particularly around the Roche bit. We have seen this team dominate Roshan fights. To me, it's been their signature sauce for this event.
I was about to say, if anything's going to give them even more confidence is going to be that lower bracket finals, game 3. Yeah. They played against a net worth advantage the entire time and still had the confidence they were going to be able to pull through, and they sure did.
I mean, at this point, just believe XXS is going to win you the Roshan fight because he's done it time and time again.
Yeah, just give up every Roche. Just make sure XXS is in a position to make the steal.
And there's the Blink Dagger for the Mars. He was thinking about BKB or Blink, but he opts for the Blink. Tells me XG want to get aggressive here in the next few minutes. If you can get a team fight on top of Falcons with you being the initiator, particularly on that Pangolier or Ember, it can break that fight open, especially if it's around the pitch, straight into Roshan for this Ursa. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Falcons to defend their map.
Baiting an 18-minute power rune that doesn't spawn. Amar makes a poke at XM and reveals that there is a whole heap of heroes right behind him.
Blinks are also online for Falcons. Pango Blink, Sven Blink, Instant Smoke. Falcons are going to look to do what XG just wanted to.
XXS is thinking about striking first, though, and he managed to get the pin. No Yules required. They just blew him up, and the Rolling Thunder will come too late to save the Ember Spirit. But maybe Skeeter, you can see him. He's holding off right now, waiting for his initiation. When's he going to make his blink? They got the arena on for the 2 supports. Now he jumps in, right into the Mars. He went in for the off laner, but now he's surrounded by heroes, and he'll be blown up by Ame. Ame, too, was patient, and he waited for his counterpart in Falcons. He waited for Skeeter.
Beautiful patience from Ame on the side of the fight. He waits for the Sven jump, jumps in with no chance to man fight him this early in the game, and he will clean house. The exact team fight XG we're looking for. Started a little differently for them, but a beautiful pin from XXS. You burst down the Ember. That's what you want. Ember or Pango every single time. It's a recipe for success.
And he could have gone for the same play of the Yules, but it would have been an entirely different fight. The execution was fast, and that's what kept Falcons out of it.
He gets to hold arena for later on, and that's what's kind of dissuading Skeeter here. Like, he doesn't want to jump this Hoodwink who's already dying. He doesn't want to jump that Blade Mail Quap. He wants the Mars. He got sick cleaves off him. Almost kills XM with that angle. But Ame, just better positioning, better moment to jump.
I mean, it all starts with the Ember Spirit pickup, right? He can play the longer game because they're up a man in that regard. 100%. Skeeter forced to do something. XM trying to force a play here.
Stomp misses.
It covers at least the retreat from XM. Falcons go back to their side of the jungle. Despite the loss in that mid lane, not that big of a net worth lead for Extreme. They're still keeping this game very tight at 20 minutes, though. Extreme, they want the Tormentor. They're going to smoke up for it. Falcons will do the same, not to smoke, but trying to defend their territory.
Look at the Basher. Freshly done on Ame. He got it off that fight. Could be super pivotal at locking down these mobile cores here.
Smoke breaks on XXS. XXS not going to blink forward. Doesn't want to go in blind. Now spot snaking, and he'll just pin him. See if they can blow him up with the break. It'll make it a little bit easier, but the heals, man. They can't even burst him down. They just used so many spells and didn't claim the 5 position. They will back out. A good stop, though, and a pin off of it. They're going to jump in. Ame goes for the kill, and they got him. Amar does what he can, but again, the Rolling Thunder is just not enough to save the life of his buddy. He's got the Yules to defend. XXS trying to stop these kisses. A blink away, and he does manage to prevent any losses there. Falcons, they'll retreat as 4, and Extreme now own the Tormentor.
Such strong early item timings from XG, and XXS finding the spears time and time again. Just sets everything up in this fight. Malrina's not been able to play a single fight other than him just getting nuked down instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan gets you. He can throw the spirit out, he can wait for a slight, and then he's gonna force you to remnant out or you get stomped, and you don't know what's coming after that stomp. Very little to bail you out of that situation. It's an annoying spell for Malrine to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight. I mean, Amar's the most farmed hero here for Falcons. He's having quite a good game. Just can't find his mark in these engagements.
Ame's not alone down here, but Falcons know it. Thanks to the deep wards that they were able to place earlier in the game. It's not allowed them to take control of the match. Going back to the Ember Spirit, though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of here at TI. Why is that?
I think his early game is still good, but he kind of falls up in that mid game a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think players are concerned about his ultra late game scaling sometimes too. Like, yeah, 6 or 7 slots, all these spirit heroes are crazy, but you compare it to things like the Queen of Pain with the sonic wave damage. It's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. It feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump. You throw in the nukes, you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now. And now his strength can be just set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta. And I think that's what Falcons wanted to do. They just got slowed down.
Yeah, particularly since they don't actually have a save here on the side of Extreme. There was potential for slight chains kisses to get guaranteed kills, but we didn't see too many of those, and not really on big consequential heroes. And as a result, Ame is up at 13K now.
It's also a hero that takes that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really strong. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down. I think XG dodged that pretty well. Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minute mark as they wanted to, especially with some of the power runes going to Malrine.
Sure, they gave up the mid tower. They didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't bleed bad kills, which would have snowballed this game, and they won the side lanes. That was a huge component. XXS got off to such a fast start. You could afford to give up something around that mid lane and still feel good about the first 10 minutes here. And now you're cruising into this mid game very even. Still anybody's to take in these fights, and I mean, Roshan's still just sitting there in the pit. Very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
We even see the X-Nova Spirit scouting it out. I mean, there is some worry here on XG for Falcons to man up for it if they feel you're on the wrong part of the map.
We are now at that point, by the way, where we're going to get some serious magic resistance problems for Falcons. If Amar is going to build to scale, these supports on the side of Extreme, you've got the combination of maxed out natural order combined with the deconstruction facet. That's already making a lot of this magic damage be pure. And then you're going to have Hoodwink come in. He's buying up a shard really soon. That boomerang is just going to amp up that magic damage even more. The burst damage is going to go crazy.
If you get a latch off this Mars, that hero is just gone. No hard save in this lineup. At least you have some armor differential from the Sven. You have the shield on the Ember. You have a shield on Pango. You can be tanky in these fights, Enchantress with the sprites. But you are worried about that first point of contact.
Yeah, which means Falcons, I mean, they've been struggling to find the initiation. That's what's been causing them so many issues in these early fights. It always seems like XXS is able to hit first before Amar does. So they either got to find that or they got to start just, playing to farm, playing to scale.
They have BKB Blink on the Sven now, though. This changes it a lot. Now you can let Skeeter go in. He can pick his mark, BKB. You're not afraid of him dying super fast here. And he has level 3 ulti online. He's hitting a really nice power point. Falcons want to use it.
And if they can get a pick off right now with this smoke, then turn it into Roshan, take that away from an Ursa lineup, would be a massive boon for Falcons. They do not find the kill, though, as Extreme Gaming have already backed up behind their tier 2, commence with their own smoke play.
They feel that Roche was maybe being forced. They're smoking before Ame finishes his BKB, though they did get the Ags on the Queen and the BKB on the Mars, so they have a nice 2-core item timing to try and take this fight.
They're going to get in position here, but Ame's still going to keep farming up. He's so close to his BKB. I'm sure he's calling to his team, don't force it too much. I'm almost there.
Almost a defensive Roche play. We don't want to do it right now. We want to let Ame farm, but we also don't want you doing it.
Yeah. And if they just stick around, though, okay, they do find one of the wards. There was 2 different very dangerous wards that Falcons managed to get down. That was one in the triangle, the other one being in that lane, off-lane position. Nobody on Extreme will be caught by that yet.
I mean, these are the types of situations where the ET feels amazing because he
This
can
would
just
be
do
really
so much
massive.
scouting.
They can catch him, but there's a similar ward. Still, though, found by Falcons, at least taking away some vision on both sides. It all comes down to this Roche, man, and we're going to have BKB cores on both sides.
Xnova, he wants it.
They get the kill on the ward. Amar does not make the jump for it. Skeeter's too far away. Skeeter's just farming away. He doesn't want to fall behind Ame right now in this standoff. Neither carry wants to just fully invest into contesting this Roshan.
But Ame got the finish BKB. They got the double obs without anybody getting punished on that. That's a huge win for XG. That was a big smoke move from Falcons to get those wards up and try and use them to take a fight. You let them go down for free. You have one more around this pit top.
And if Falcons isn't going to make the move, then Extreme, maybe they'll be the ones to play on the offensive here. The smoke is going to break on the low ground. Snake King making a break for it with his drums, trying to get far enough ahead. XXS, he'll blow the arena for him. Nice shields, though. That'll dodge a little bit, still hit. Caught by the break, but the heals are so much, they do not still have the burst damage to kill him. They need the Ursa to jump on to Snake King, but he doesn't want to show himself. Synchronized Yulzing for Extreme Gaming, they'll back away.
They might lose their last ward up here. XXS, they gave him the Ob Sentry. Very smart. Don't sacrifice your positioning on these backline supports.
Extreme Gaming seem to know Falcons' ward spots very well.
They have no obs left. This is brutal for them.
An Aghanim Scepter is done for Amar, though, so another peak for Falcons, perhaps another chance to take matters into their own hands.
The team fight's super strong for both teams. It's just about who jumps first, and that's why the vision's so important. You lost all these wards, whereas XG, they have that ET to do a little scouting.
I mean, at this rate, we're going to get 2 or 3 more items on these carries before we actually get a fight around the Roshan pit.
Nobody wants to man up for it first. You get caught in that pit, it's absolute destruction.
Malrine found, not pinned. Roll up will stop him, and he dodged away from the stomp. XXS has to use a defensive BKB. Double ults from Falcons for a BKB on XXS. I don't think that gives a clear enough advantage either way for these teams to force it.
Nope. Especially if the Mars gets gone on, you don't have a clear initiation as XG. They do buy a gem, which is interesting considering they just killed 3 wards. I mean, how much vision's left on the map? They really want to secure vision for the fight. Flying out to Xnova right now. But Falcons are getting a lot of items up during this period. Almost level 20 on then. This Ember is catching up in this game. I mean, that's the upside for Malrine. He's on the best split push hero in this match. He's just going to rat these side lanes down. He will recover his GPM. Continue to scale.
And that's why Extreme, they're going to force it onto the pit. And it feels like they just have to. Snake King is trying to keep tabs, though. He's got his creep, checking it out every once in a while. But this Roshan is about to swap over to the other side. Not only does it sound like you think that Falcons have gotten the better of this stalemate, but it's also about to flip over to a side where they can play off of buybacks in their outpost.
I don't think the first half of that stalemate was good for them, but I think the second half was. I think XG could have been more aggressive there with how much vision they brought down. Falcons playing a little scared. But now, like you said, that Roche going to the other side, it hurts. Especially if Falcons are willing to commit buybacks here, and you just can't man up for this as Ame. It's way too terrifying.
It's also going to be another Tormentor spawn. He didn't spot the ward. XXS saw a sentry, but the ward is on the other side of the tree there.
It's a good one. Super valuable as this Roche switches sides.
And while Extreme have all shuttled down to this bottom part of the map, Falcons, they're staying split. Amar's getting a lot of farm out of his top lane. He might actually be able to take that tower at some point in time. As you said, Malrine best split pusher in the game at this point on the Ember Spirit, so he's enjoying all the farm. He's getting out of this situation. It's not much, but Falcons is grinding more and more gold into their favor. Extreme Gaming, they got to do something about this. They're going to force the Roshan, and Falcons not going to contest. Almost saying that, all right, we delayed it for like 6 minutes. You can finally have it.
It is only the first one, right? Not super valuable here. It's just to progress towards the later Roshans.
Yeah, second Rosh is going to be around 41 minutes in.
Very slow for an Ursa lineup.
Yeah.
Still have this tier 1 up mid for Falcons, by the way. This objective has not been claimed by XG either. They're working with less map control right now, which is great for Malrine. Means he gets to push these side lanes in deep, gets a lot of vision control off the mid lane to help him do it. He's enjoying life right now.
And a quick Tormentor kill for Falcons. The Extreme stuck on the other side of the map. Particularly Xnova, who is always just shadowing Ame everywhere he goes. He's really not able to do anything else.
And I must apologize, Austin. We do have one Helma Dominator. It snuck its way in. I don't know how we allowed it. I guess Jinkyu said this game is going to go late. I'm going to start farming up and pushing some waves. I mean,
Helma Dom Hoodwink? Are you serious, man?
This was probably the least expected one here. You know, you could argue for the Mars. A lot of these offlaners just wanted to accelerate their game and have the Helm on the lane. But a second item Hoodwink Dominator. I don't think I've ever seen that.
You know what I hate the most is that it just kind of makes sense the way that they're likely to be ratted a bit. Somebody's got to get one on Extreme. An Aghanim Scepter done for Malrine.
Yeah, he's recovered completely.
Level 18 as well. He's getting real big. Considering how bad his game was, where he just kept getting caught by XXS over and over again. This last 10 minutes, this peaceful 10 minutes, feels like he's actually going to be able to play some Dota. He's going to be able to get to some late game. Now we'll see how well he scales into that point compared to the Queen of the Pain, who's currently XM just about to finish up BKB.
Oh,
an aggressive blink. He got a Yules off though on the Sven. That delay will not be enough. Too much burst damage coming in from the side. Oh! The Splitter stops Skeeter. Does Extreme realize this? They certainly do. A BKB, keep him inside the arena. The Skeeter, he's stuck. Ame will come collect the kill that his team served up on a platter, all because of Xnova. His far sight, he saw it coming the entire way, an Earth Splitter to catch the Sven TP.
Into another D-Ward. This man is absolutely on point right now for XG. And they will take that trade. Taking this Sven off the map will create a larger differential between him and Ame. That's exactly what you want. This Sven-Ursa matchup is generally not fun for the Sven. The farther this Ursa pulls ahead, the harder it is to take that fight, unless you can go ultra late with refreshers and satanics and that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Ame in control of the carry battle right now. Huge pickup for XG. I mean, that was a crazy blink from XM. He just felt like there was going to be an opening there. I guess he's right in the end. Very sacrificial.
And if he doesn't get the Yules off on the Sven, like even though he dies, that little bit of delay, it made all the difference for Xnova to get there in time.
Very clutch Yules. And these Yules can become Wind Wakers way later in this game.
Yeah,
That's the nice thing about them. And the Wind Waker's amazing against this Falcons lineup.
Still a bit worried though, even though the Sven has died. We've seen, in particular, yesterday we saw the Ame Sven. 2,500 damage crits. I mean, you can get Wind Wakers, but can you react fast enough to stop that kind of burst damage? Snaking, is this guy just untouchable in this game? What is it? They can kill the Sven, but they can't stop the Enchantress.
I mean, it is called untouchable for a reason.
I guess so.
You should not even waste your time. If Ame's there, it's a quick pick-me-up, right?
Of course, yeah.
But Ame doesn't want to commit his time to take Enchantress off the map. If anything, you just want to threaten Snaking. You know, make him think he can die, so he doesn't push as aggressively. But don't commit so much to actually kill him, and it's a negative net worth play.
Okay. BKB done for XM. So the next time he aggressively blinks in, he can at least ignore the stuns. We'll see if he can ignore the damage. Ame with an Abyssal Blade, no! Does not get the follow-up bash required for the kill. And he'll try and make use of the last 25 seconds of this Aegis. I thought he was going to just push the tier 2. But Extreme content with the pace of the game as it is.
No,
they're going to smoke to the other side. Never mind. They're going to go. They're baiting out XM right now.
They want blood right now. Aegis is going to expire, but they finished that Abyssal. They finished Hex on the Mars and the BKB on the Queen. Huge item timing for XG. They're looking to strike. I mean, this has kind of been the MO of this game. Both teams hit their item timings. They look for a play, but the other team recognizes it, and they dodge that moment until they get to theirs. At some point, that bounce will break here.
Well, now some of that magic amp that we were talking about is still going to be effective, but there is a pipe.
Huge item
on Snake King. Big
Huge
pickup for him.
Yeah, the aura is worth so much here.
And this is kind of a weird positioning. We swap places. And it's going to be Extreme breaking the smoke, going into their own jungle. Wait, got the device initiation onto the Pango, and the Earth Splitter's on top of it with so much magic damage. He is burst down.
Shard stomp in with the boomerang. See you later. No one is surviving that play. And that is all a glimpse of him off of that ET Spirit vision.
Yeah.
That's all it takes for you to get insta jump from the Hex.
But what do you do with this pickoff?
What do Falcons try and do here? They're looking on this ward. They have Daedalus on Skeeter.
XXS still has BKB, but they got the sun on him, and from behind, a big crit from Skeeter takes out XXS. The Sonic Wave on 3, Yule's up in the air for crit. Skeeter makes a run for it with his BKB, but XM will still pounce on both supports, trying to slow them down, hoping that they can at least get one of them here. Snake King pulled back in, and finally Ame shows up to the fight to claim Snake King's head. He'll get one out of this.
Nice pickoff for Falcons. They get this Mars off the map. They do pay a little bit of a price, but once Ame shows up to that fight, you're not taking it unless Skeeter is confident that the control is going to come through.
Yeah, considering that BKBs didn't have to be used for Extreme, this is a very deadly point. No Pango, everything up for Extreme. Being able to take the Mars off the bat, like you said it, like there's not really that much initiation for Extreme if there is no Mars.
They did get another D ward off that though. Falcons are losing a lot of wards to make these plays. It's really adding up.
You combine lack of vision with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titan's going to give you. It caused some problems, but those problems, they can at least wait another minute or two, because really there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it. Ame tries to go fishing with this Haster and see if he can find some hero up here farming up jungle.
I mean, this Hoodwink Dom has done some work. Jin-Q mega farm now. Finished an entire Lincoln Sphere. I wouldn't say it's the best Lincoln Sphere game. Not really good against the Pango Ember here.
Yeah, you're stopping the Sven
That is it. You are trying to throw this on Ame or XM, maybe even XXS, who's been getting jumped a lot. If you block that Sven stun, could be a huge deal in the fight, but it's a very expensive investment to look just for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe little things like blocking out a Yule's during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that. It could go a long ways.
Could come into play, absolutely.
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries. That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan. We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams are going to be playing around this area.
High
top part of
damage
the pit.
talents for both of these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes insane. To me, if the fight goes long, this Queen could be a big problem for Falcons. In theory, their answer to a long fight is, Pango Ember, bringing that same sort of attrition, just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fights have been going is, it feels like one of those cores just gets bursted. I think you still want to jump this Sven in to almost give them better entry into the fight.
If you get to a Satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because the Ember mostly?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from Ame? Does someone control him when he's trying to go in and burst that target while he's committing BKB? Small things like this make all the difference. Can you find supports at the start of the engagement? You take X-Nova out, you remove a lot of the amp damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pickoff there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
He's so farmed. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They have a gem up. Trying to hold this high ground. There's a sneaky Radiant ward behind this tree line over here too. Could be really pivotal if you scout someone in the river.
Oh, yeah.
Not an easy obs to D-ward. XG just waiting. They're playing patient right now. Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's going to be A on disc for XM. Something to watch out for. He gets jumped by the Sven. He assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps the wrong person and can't kill them.
Or if he jumps, stuns, goes to hit, Ame jumps, epistles him. That's an easy turnaround.
Sure.
Actually, you're going to throw out the Sonic Waves. Arena's going to hit someone in the back. Skeeter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Has to pick and choose his battles, and he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeon Disc. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcons, but XM holds off on putting the Aeon Disc together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM, I mean, the balls did not put that Aeon Disc together when you're being sent up by Rolling Thunder, knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you. But he refuses to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skeeter jumps, he will pay a big price there.
And have damage for a Sven. Maybe they get the Roshan. But Falcons, I think they still want to force this fight. They're going to try it. Mallory, and he just throws 3. They decide to vice on him. Here comes that spear. But the Sven, with the amp damage, where is he? He isn't able to get there in time, and now he's been hit by the ults. He gets the grab onto the Queen of Pain. XM gets on the Aeon Disc! Keeps himself alive, and he blinks away from Skeeter. The initiation has gone all wrong, and now begins the fight. It doesn't fight for long. Ame and his claws will rip through the Sven armor. They'll find another with XXS, a pin against the wall, and Amar, he'll fall as well.
Beautiful kiting from XG. The control on the Sven, stalling up his jump to follow that Ember Spirit. And such clutch hexes from XXS. This guy's control has been on point this entire tournament. Such a strong team fight from XG. Their burst damage is just insane. Maulring, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Earth Splitter, one last bash from the Ursa, and you're gone. Nobody to bail you out of that situation. A deep dive goes wrong for him.
And if Extreme win this game 1, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it. And we may see if Extreme have answers to it, but first they have to close out this game 1 to make that happen. And they may have a big lead. 9,000 net worth, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS, he's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads away with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another hex on this Hoodwink. Balrein's life is just not getting any easier. It didn't start easy in this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. It's just so much control for him to play through, and this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat during his BKB that XG can't deal with it. So you have to play for the long fight. Yeah, somebody is getting caught in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Feels impossible.
Kinda does. I mean, you're gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is gonna take some sort of initiation, and I don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice. I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
But that, he has
Rolling
Ags.
Thunder, Blink initiation, but
you cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. He will always get Ags and Rage off. You have no silences to prevent it.
Yep.
Like you
said 2 minutes on this Aegis XG. They can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that, right?
Yep, especially if you can abuse buybacks. It's one way to try and force that teamfight win. They do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. Sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit with the Basher, the Axe rolls going through. It's kind of your hope right now that ATF has a monster teamfight on this high ground.
Well, you said luxury items were coming in. They're here for a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. The sight device on the Hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problems killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line, Skeeter's gonna make his jump. Gets off the in-range on Ame. Skeeter got that much out of him. But you got that, but you still want to be able to play with the hook on straight, but they jump in anyway. Skeeter, he wanted to fight, but he didn't think it was gonna start that way with him dead and gone. And what are you gonna do now? It's up to Maureen and Amar. They're gonna have to pull through this fight for you. You buy back on the Sven, but he won't have the God strength. They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, Yules, he dodges out the Stormhammer, and he's gonna have a blink up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice pin from the low ground from XXS. A buyback's being used from Falcons, from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a Hoodwink at best. They took out Roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for a triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For once, Maureen does survive the Hex burst attempt, gets BKB off, has some impact, 3,000 damage, but you can't burst any of these targets down. You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too much of a menace right now. You need more sustain, you need more damage. There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top on that open arena. Just hit every single one. There's another Aeon disc for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the Arena of Blood. But if they can take him out of the equation right away, no, an Aeon disc! Where is he going to throw out this arena? He's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skeeter's going to expire soon, and now he's got it. First the side, then the spear, then the damage that Ame brings to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer for Ame and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an Outworld staff there. Double daggers to slow him down. Ame still finding more. He first catches Snaking. No buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can. And they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just killing him.
Supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
X-Nova boss just man-fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jinkyu. That's a free kill. Maureen did not expect the damage, but there's that magic amp combination. Yep. It's just so nasty when he's on top of you. Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high ground. Says, thanks for the setup, boys. I'll clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going, I can't cut all these waves. Extreme Gaming, they're going to get megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons... I mean, I don't even know what they have to do here. I mean, Amar, they do manage to get backdoor protection up, but the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with the Rolling Thunder. He's not popping in. He's trying with the swashbuckle. It's stopped by XM. Now he has the Rolling Thunder. See if he can kill the creep wave. They pop the Glit. They pop the Sonic Wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes the blink away. He makes a swift retreat. Did he just buy Falcons the time they needed?
Backdoor should come up here.
Glit goes up.
This will guarantee it. Amar with some nice moves on this mid lane. Stalls for the other heroes to come back up.
Can Extreme Gaming get through the backdoor protection though? They're gonna try. A Sun Divine. No, they got the Invisible Blade initiation on Maureen. And Maureen dead for 2 minutes. Maybe it doesn't matter how much time you buy Ame. He seems to be eternal at this point in time. 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Or take the
Or
easier
not.
road, you know, go get that bottom lane in. Free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas very shortly here. They know that's a dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for him. All right.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered for the Pango. Does have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons, they did their shenanigans, but the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. Try and get something out of him.
Gotta go.
Even a BKB. There goes the Rolling Thunder. There goes Team Rachel with a BKB turnaround. Skeeter, he's got to run, but he's pushed back in by the Sonic Wave. Into the claws of the bear. He will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still at Eontis to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Shin Q, not even required. Ame is all the damage you need at this point for Extreme Gaming to close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident Game 1 victory, to say the least. These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that entire game, even in that laning phase, which is supposed to be Falcon's strength in this matchup, they won that top lane in dominant faction. Ame was getting kills bottom with an Ursa, not something you see in that laning phase all the time. They weathered that storm mid with the Ember and then just diced that pickup. So much control from Malrain in this fight. It felt like he did not exist in that mid lane game.
No, he certainly didn't. And there is a lot to go over. It's a best of 5 in these finals, and the back and forth at the drafting, it's going to be a hard battle to commence.
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Extreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position to move forward in this series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engineer off lane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe lane, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Jinkyu got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game 1.
I think they identified the fact that Malrain needed to be shut down. When you look at Malrain's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark, he's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths. But this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Malrain, they killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malrain's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Extreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines, but guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first few pickoffs.
There were also like so many clips that we can see too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrain, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on XM, he disassembles his A on this, it proxy gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a Bushwhack to like save him onwards, and there's so many things. The Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Extreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand finals would be who can XG just stabilize the early game to get themselves to this team fight excellence, right? Ame being 31-11, like the fight selection that he has is incredible. The execution of the spells from XSS, impeccable. X-Nova, the vision from his spirit and just opening up the fights. Like everything XG does is based on the mid-game timing. So I'm really looking for the future of this series. How can Falcons try and change up that pacing, not allow them to kind of cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it. It was in first pick Mars.
Yep.
They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Ame to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out, it was an overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder, I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they are around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top level D-warding from both teams here. You have X Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They D-ward them again. Now, because this D-ward happened, Xtreme, they ping on the minimap. They're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now going to go D-ward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minutes, you have another Roche off. You have a fourth D-ward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kezu's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute, and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in, but XG, able to utilize the vision that they place, and there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like the map is getting choked out from the vision game, and when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, tier 2, high ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory into the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier, and eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically set, oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8-8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got -8 armor because of his Mask of Madness, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got -8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malvin, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many like opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, like, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up, because if you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know two people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because you're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch, and typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, you know, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator, any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsuna, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall write
God.
down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsuna. they love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
I've got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
Maybe like this Azizov character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
For everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. Anyone else have an idea? Hello, what will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the Bristleback with Butterfury in my pubs.
Oh, no, gracious. Dark times ahead, Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full Helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh! One person cheers, the one Meepo player in the crowd. 'Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Oh, God! My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo Mod?
Oh, okay, could happen. All right, everyone. Tsunami, do you like our choices?
The choices are sound, my lord. and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo, any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's going to be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive. And you queue for the game, you're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No.
And then you still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you still win. Okay, that's all. I
was going to put you down and then bring you back up.
I know, we're good. Speaking of winning, Extreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt to Gov. How do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respect of Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X-Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulison fell ill. And X-Nova has entered the team with exceptional Elder Titan gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a grand finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs you just see, they stomp and they chill, but when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pango, he went on top of them, he reduced all their armor, so Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately, and we must not forget, X-Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked. There was nothing going on, but this guy, he's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the 2 teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sven kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in XG's favor. And the D-warding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually, Snaking and X-Nova, they're averaging around the same amount of D-wards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 D-wards.
They have respectful map play. I say that, and it's like very honest traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar, and why this finals, again, still should be so competitive.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneak.
A little. It was like,
play.
why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact that, it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink,
Just
wink, nudge,
mere
nudge.
one.
One's acceptable. 3, 4, 5? Come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last times that Ame played in the grand finals, he ended up losing game 1. And then they ended up winning 2 in a row. And then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Hold the other grand finals that Ame lost. He won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first WePlay, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the grand finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again, 5-game nail-biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say, it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them, you finish top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this grand finals, but I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. there's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game, Malrine having such a rough time, you could feel that Extreme Gaming knew to target him. Are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on?
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with that Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution. And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned, like they already had respected it. So yeah, you got to slot Malrine a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons, Radiant, Extreme, Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Extreme Gaming this time with the pickup of the Beastmaster. As kind of expected, the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons already. They leave the Sniper in for this particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars Sheaves, but they've just put total respect on XXS's hero pool. They take out his Shaker, they take out his Centaur. They don't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
A lot of the big Malrine heroes that we were just referencing are already banned or picked. So interesting enough, Malrine will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't relied on to get to this position.
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because Ember is a hero that needs to play with the supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snay and Crit will rotate so early and play with Malrine. This just didn't happen, so the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a little uncomfortable, to be fair, like slight change. Some of them he was missing in the mid-river when he got ganked by the Hoodwink. Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't. Like, he hasn't played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the International. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once with it, don't go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster, but at the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. Because Skeeter, unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important to him, but it's more important that he slows you down. So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that lanes well with Eng to slow down the Beastmaster themselves.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator, that's fair, it's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know it was going to happen anyway with the Beastmaster. But Ent is one of the old school lane counters as well. Sure, you cannot enchant the Dominator, but you just take a boar on lane and you stick it to Beastmaster.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the Bristleback, he's throwing himself into early fights very quickly, and we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG. And with the first two picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for, but once again, this Elder Titan, 5 games, 100% win rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive that early game. It does so much to dismantle any early aggression.
It's the same support duo from XG. They owned with it in game 1. You take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You've got the break, you get some roar into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is, I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for you in the lane against the Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Eng together.
Malrine Primal Beast. If you want to create some chaos in the game, throw in the Primal, throw in the Bristleback, just run through XG. Don't give them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they want to fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put it doesn't put Malrine in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game, there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the Ember. Primal Beast on Malrine, he doesn't even have to lane. He just cuts the waves, drags them behind towers, will pull them into waves, and always make sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. For XG.
And the Ringmaster, right? Yep. We saw Crit play this before. When there's a single target jump and that big pickoff, having Escape Pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's going to want to pick it up.
It's just great against the backline, right? You're going to show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. XM puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons too, you have the option of flexing your heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malrine is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick of the draft.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their overall last pick. So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrine will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game, that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Malrine has also utilized Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
And when you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right, for XG. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab you, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristleback through the game. You don't really care about Edge. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking, like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like, if they do go for some, if they do want to flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skidder.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That, I don't think that has ever happened before. They go for their clings.
There is no doubt in their mind at all with their draft, and I respect that a lot. And we've seen Arme with the Clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the Nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick, because you need some type of stun or lockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Clinks, very elusive. Puck as well, you don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a Primal Beast. You're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offline pick for Amar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on Skeeter who can do the blink stun? Because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid. Those do happen as well. There's also Faceless Void.
Let's see what they get. Baden it is.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away, playing behind you, because like Kez already mentioned, the elusiveness of Clinks, Puck, and Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wants to walk down the lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes that as the game progresses become very problematic, like Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a net worth advantage, you end the game before they're too strong, and that's another way to play into these Pucks and these Storms. So if Falcons have a stronger early game, this really works, and Skeeter's Abaddon is one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck. He can just go Radiance, Blink, into Orchid, into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Abaddon still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online, to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me, it's like why we're here in the grand finals. It's both teams. They have what they want. You have Falcons. They're gonna play together. They're gonna tower dive. They're gonna go on you. But XG too. I love this Clinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through to the gate. Klinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG, for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of, go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes,
here,
like they're gonna go in. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a Primal Beast charging, and you want an Abaddon that's helping you. You want a Ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival. Falcons, speed.
All right, let's see survival versus speed on the main stage. And also on the main stage, it's Zhao 8 with Flax.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Jack some noise! Come on!
鼓掌，鼓掌。
Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a wash your face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just wash your face.
Fantastic, thank you very much. All right, you picked that Klinks in less than 3 seconds. You have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Klinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛，你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍。你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome, everybody, to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X-Nova and that Elder Titan. Now, you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X-Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stun or Earth Splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X-Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell amp, and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG lineup.
It really does go to show just how amazing a player X-Nova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Extreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going high ground at that 25-30 minute mark, particularly with this Abaddon pick for Skeeter. I think they had a couple options in that last slot
Ame in some trouble. Falcons, are they going to claim first blood this time? The Quill, not enough, and Xnova gets the kill on Crit first. You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just get single digits away from first blood.
Mar would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game one, where we saw very early on, it was Extreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
I think a lot of that was that Mars. Like that first pick Mars, I think caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out of the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here, especially into the Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boards as strongly. You have to go the Axis build. Abaddon can shield it off. Not a fun lane for this Beast to fight into. And this Bristle can be annoying for the Clinks. It's one of the few melee heroes that can cause you problems because he can chase you down. He can build the stacks up. And Clinks, his tankiness comes online later in the lane, not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. Xnova, he's just going to work right now. Crit gives him the tonic, but it's not enough. Amar still falls. They both get dangerously low. Ame ends up going down in the end. And his dagger lands.
Dodge. Might go back in.
And Xnova, he's now going to challenge him. Crit, he's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. Xnova can challenge him, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of missed CS. Xnova shows Crit on the chase.
It's a big mana from XG on this lane. You go all in with that ET, you're committed. You got to get something out of that. That was very close with the Quill stacks building up. XG strike back. Put Ame back in a solid position. Finishes the full Falcon Blade. Malrine doing his usual Primal Beast shenanigans here.
Yes, that is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup for Falcons. It almost doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes. Let's cut between the mid-tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
It's interesting, they put this deep dire jungle ward, almost expecting these primal rotations through that jungle.
Right.
I don't think it's a move Malrine would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps you play the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Malrine, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Malrine make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. You can rotate these side lanes super successfully. You can just keep pulling waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some pretty decent side lanes to kill. Going in on this Clinks, going in on the Beastmaster, building momentum for your two side laners could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw a Clinks pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move, because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Clinks non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Malrine. If you can connect once or twice, it's going to feel great here. Not a lot of defensive options for Ame if he just gets trampled on.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an Arcane or Haste rune.
Malrine.
Will it spawn top for Malrine, or will it go bottom for XM? It's an invis rune for Malrine, so Malrine does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there. He'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game one. And I think he's on a hero that can just impact the fight a lot more directly. We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think it was odd that Falcons ended up in a position where they were last picking Malrine's hero. Very rare for them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress. As Xnova trying to threaten that Shrine Steal, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Shinkyu and set up for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
Perfect move from Malrine. At the exact point in this game, you want that mid to get over there. Set that kill up. Double Wisdom Shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game, with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Oh, not even close. I mean, his best tool is to counterplay the Malrine Beast, Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. Losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Malrine to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit. There
Secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here, which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12-minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down, similar to that Ursa. But that's a long ways away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making his way over here. So they can just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. An orb, he jumps in, hits the coil. And they finish him off. XM going to be slowed down and feared by Crit. Good response from Falcons, pushes XM away. The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. The puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low, we'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game. Back to Falcons MO, right? Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tankability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake King can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps, threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s, get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Malrine can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Xnova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers into the Viscous Nasal Goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear. And Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in game 1. They're getting it in game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG up 3K. Now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane. He is in prime position to do just that. Going first item Lotus, going to be a little early tankability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. And XG still looking for the support ults here, man. It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xingqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the Sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
They also, again, going straight Helm on this Hoodwink, potentially for Xingqiu. They have a Helm on the Beast. They do have some split push stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these items up, start pushing the lanes into Falcons, make these immobile cores show on parts of the map they don't want to, that could be a way to slow this game down and just get to some more scaling on your tri-core here. Especially if you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, we might see that smoke towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast blink.
Have you ever seen a helm Dom creep on a skeleton warrior?
I don't think I have. It's not the
Big
strongest
Brother
boy.
skeleton, man.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's Mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune Blink Primal Beast smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that much.
I mean, this is where Maureen can break the game open. If he finds a couple big core kills.
Backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside. He just used an orb. Perfect timing. Get the grab on him. While the orb is done, chain up the disables, push him into the wheel.
Nice connection, perfectly executed. That's an Arcane Rune, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. We could see another fast play come out from Maureen on the map.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting your mid-tier 2, or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snake. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing. A Bushwhack's but a Hurricane to push him back into the Shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Snaking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they've got.
And there's the Bristle rotation to mid ATF. He gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another Lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27% at 14 minutes. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG, it's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man.
Not even close. Not even close.
This is the last person on this map you should be going into right now. He is the hardest to kill for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snaking just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play for your Beastmaster Ags, Deso on Ame, and try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, through the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the Shard later on where you can bypass that untouchable. But for now, it's simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. They're just running around picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. They little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the mid lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this Skeeter Abaddon, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into the Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking down bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abaddon. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot of time for Falcons to support him off of the tier 1 that is still standing. All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid-tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Maureen, they've made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is going to go real bad, potentially. They get the grab, and already the squirrel is gone. And the Abaddon is back up to full HP. Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the game, and they're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
And a double kill for Maureen, 5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style at Dota. They just give you nothing. They present an unkillable sight across the map. You want to go on this Bristle? Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abaddon. The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1? Because last time, Ame was just able to play his own game and has nothing really to do with the carries, right? Extreme were able to run around as 4 and do a lot.
I think it's the Wisdom Shrine difference, right?
Yeah.
Supports for Extreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast. That just sets everything up way better. The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got all the shrines. Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker. And all these small things add up immensely in the highest pressure situation. The map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late. Teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
You can't ignore it. And it's a trap. Like, you want to play for the scale because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a grand final. But you risk getting run over. You are going to sacrifice some of your laning. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s. And Falcons are not a team that's afraid of taking advantage of that.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna do Roshan right in front of your face. And Extreme,
no response.
I don't think there is, yeah. I think that the most you have is the Spirit going in, slowing him down every once in a while, and every single time he does, it comes at a risk. He might get found by Maureen at some point.
Items are just way too fast here. I mean, BKB done on Primal Crimson for ATF on this Bristle. That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yep. Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control. Got to start ratting it out of it. No way you can take a head-on fight right now. Nova looking to steal this. He's set up here with a ward.
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we got to pause right as the Spirit hits. If I'm Crit, I'm like, yo, where the hell is the Spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care, though. That's a nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? You just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristle or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the vision control like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually, you know, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the gate, they try and chase after these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jin-Q, yep, breaking more smokes, playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose double Shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jin-Q, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero to find these rats around the map. Even scaring XM off this mid, just so hard to get the lane control. This will pick up though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up, right? Between the puck and the clinks, very elusive, very hard to catch here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially if he goes the Helmet Dom build. There's some decent hope if you're XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
And Amar takes some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take the outpost, more and more map control. I do almost wonder, like, would Falcons be strong enough to just hit high ground and say, you know, you have to fight us?
I think Amar is strong enough, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. Farmed the creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to the mid tier 2.
The thing is, Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early utility. You have sustain from Enchantress. You have shields from a bat. I think they will make this play. And that is the downside for the rat action from Extreme. You're not going to have time to see this style through. You can keep farming the side lanes. Puck and Beast are on the edges of the map. Your base is dying. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid wave. And then somebody's got to cut the next wave.
No one's in position to do that.
No. So then the other option is you either concede this mid lane of barracks at 22 minutes, or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be a really big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's gonna run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Maureen, he's gonna jump in, and he gets grabbed onto XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is gonna be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS. He tries to chase down crit, but it just will not work for him. Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Lamar still hitting your tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the gates are wide open.
They're trying to stall his damage, but he has just planted himself here. Truly invincible in this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game Clink scaling comes online.
And there's the gem at 24 minutes. Staking buys one. We'll see if he passes it off to somebody else or if he holds on to it.
I mean, take your pick.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get in a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, either a high ground or Roshan, Torment, or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here. It's just very difficult to catch the puck and the Clinks out on the sides.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the Escape Act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. It does let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Roar connecting on somebody.
I mean, you stop the save, but can you threaten the hero in the first place is my question, I guess.
Well, that was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There's always going back to X-Nova here on the ET as well, right? Like, if you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you.
Yes.
Now, BKBs can be annoying. It's blocking out a lot of your aura. You know, you're going to have to get through the Abaddon life. You're not probably going on the Enchantress, but some of these other heroes, you throw that Earth Splitter and you amp them up. You get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through, break the Bristle. Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Mulry. He loves this Rush Refresher build.
Yeah.
A bit tight on the mana, but if you're getting every power rune, you got a couple Arcane Boots behind you, it absolutely can work in the fight.
And Extreme Gaming, they bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off the smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. See him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed. Maureen starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Very few reliable stunts to play with this game outside of that roar. And of course, there's Skeeter on a bat. You just run in, shield whoever you go on. Have a good day. Now I'm hitting your base. All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. And a lot of his net worth got taken off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcons.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that Game 1's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft advantage from this sort of situation if Extreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from Maureen. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. It is worth pointing out here in case you commit some big spell on him.
Sure.
Just a little defensive capability. I mean, there's already an Orchid for Skeeter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck, and there's your ticket high ground. Second Roshan available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. And this will prompt a smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against the Aegis. Scan goes out. Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time.
Yes.
Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Both teams aware of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want.
They try and go for the nullifier, but the grab, no, the roar. It's gonna stop it. Ame gets a bit of distance, and the Earth Splitter does good damage. Maureen kind of has to retreat here. As tanky as he is, he backs away. Now chasing after the Hoodwink, doesn't get that either, and they got the ultimate out of the Skeeter Abaddon. This is going pretty well for Extreme, and now with the break, they go after the Abaddon. Escape back to help protect him. No nullifier back up for Extreme just yet. Maureen with the refresh, though, goes back in with a BKB, and a second round. No roar to protect him this time, and Skeeter on top of him. What a bushwhack, but Ame simply cannot output the damage. These heroes, the Falcons, they are just too big and too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons this game to win. And if it does, and you're XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because they're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in, and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can take this. They can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board. Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Extreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time, but Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit. and force Extreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push into their base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have the significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras in this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that XG have to jump. Just put ATF on the front line and dare XG to jump him.
Extreme definitely going to be put to the test of that bend, don't break style. Practically doubled over.
Oh, Ame, he wanted that
Ame,
damage.
just going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them. And Ame's just got to keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the roar stopping out Maureen, but look at the Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a 5 position, who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Aphotic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8k damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress' HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of Falcons' HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Sages could be a killing blow in this game.
Now, Ame, he picked up a Crystallis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Like, just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us. Now we have to reset a little bit. No, just let the Bristleback do his thing, huh?
There's Enchantress passing a core. I feel like we would see it at some point in this series with how well Snake King plays the hero.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament, but this is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes to take one lane of barracks. Falcons. This looks free. I mean, how does Extreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, land an ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody. ATF disconnects. It's definitely doable here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive, now what do you give the chances of that happening?
A lot lower.
He does have buyback, and that is certainly what Extreme are going to have to play off of. Lots of buybacks, as many as they can get. The Beastmaster and the Hoodwink with the other two to have it. Maureen just trying to make Extreme Gaming flinch at this point.
There's the banner drop. Let's get whittled down quite a bit, actually.
XM is trying. Whittling it down won't cut it, though. Extreme, they're going to need to do a whole lot more because the damage that Amar is doing right now, it's about to become permanent. You can't handle Megas this early into the game.
No shot. You have to take the fight here. Have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to wear him down. Shin-Q finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Extreme have yet to make a move. They're just going to concede this to Megas.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis. You see an Enchantress you can't kill. And there's an Abaddon sitting behind everybody. The move just does not exist in this game.
And I feel like it's almost insulting. Amar's just gone back for a 36-minute blade mail.
Why not? That's it. I don't know. I mean, is there even any damage going into him to reflect at this point?
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And if he does, He'll have the Blade Mail to respond.
I think you just get the Shivas up on Malrine here and you go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're Extreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it. You're just talking about plans for the next one?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Adjustments, what went wrong here. Got to plan something out to deal with these heroes, right? And it was going to be an issue in this series. Like, the tempo Falcons can set the laning phase they have is a lot stronger than what XG have shown. They get the upper hand. It's scary. You can rat it out. You can stall that game. We've seen XG do a tremendous job at coming back from these situations. This game is just impenetrable.
The Aegis Bristleback is already here, and the Shiva's Primal Beast is now behind him. So 40 seconds.
All right,
to get Extreme to respond. Here comes that all-in attempt onto the Aegis hero. Can't even kill him the once. Maybe with a stomp. No Earth Splitter yet. They gotta wear through this first life before they use big spells like the Earth Splitter. But the tier 4s are dropping pretty fast here. There goes the Shivas. Malrine tries to make his jump out the grab onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow him up? Or is the Primal Beast the one in trouble? He reframes Earth Splitter that actually interrupts him. Outworld step. Whoa, look at that! He goes right to the middle of them, and Malrine takes 3 down with ease. Falcons go into the Extreme Gaming base. And Extreme, they fight out to pretty much the bitter end, but they will call it quits, and we have a tie series now. The TI Grand Finals.
It has been some time without a 3-0, but we will get it here at the minimum. And this should be quite the entertaining series because you have to expect that XG are going to make some adjustments going into the next game. They will not want to give Falcons this kind of start with these kind of heroes that just become so tanky so fast. They take you out of the game completely. It doesn't matter how good your teamfight execution is. If there is no teamfight to take, there was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in Game 2.
As Dota fans, you love to see it, a tied series in the grand finals, meaning we are definitely getting at least 4 games in this one. Although if you're an Extreme Gaming fan, this one might have been a little bit too one-sided for your liking, T-Guff. This was brutal.
Yeah, this was the methodical beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons. And of course, XG probably going to learn about how it happened. But yeah, the snaking and challenge, just the way that they just break this map is so scary. Malrine Primal Beast as well. Incredible game from them.
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Klings could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malrine was off map so often too. So Klings not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malrine, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like, honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying, because Crit in Game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, you know, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to, like, boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game, because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. You know, this Skeeter a bad, and this is his type of carry. He helps Marine, he helps Omar, that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Eng, back-to-back, flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcons train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Eng. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to next, it's the tier 1 towers have fallen, Marine's ganking the map. When Marine's ganking, you got Crit behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like, the fact that there was zero pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill an Abaddon at a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the silence, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad. I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage in TI Finals?
A TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty. So absolutely, Falcons full beatdown start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in Game 1 too, but I would say the execution wasn't there. But in Game 2, they do it nicely. They come in clean. man, Malrine on this Primal Beast FE.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups. Because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Clinks, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start T-Gov, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that you're not really wasting any time. You know, Malrine, he comes to bot lane, he pressures the Hoodwink, Skitter's here, they're securing the rune. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for a little bit longer, farm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure, and critically, Malrine, he's actually going to go through the Twin Gate eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then Snaking, he's going to take mid tower. So every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant, just take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent, don't over waste your resources, because Malrine's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Malrine's sacrificing, but because of Malrine going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdoms. So everything is getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skitter, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, what happened with the net worth and how did, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time about how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Clinks and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there is so much pressure on XG, on Ame to try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this Nullifier timing later on, but now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Clink spec, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this Nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered versus the Ringmaster. So XG chalk this one up to a bad draft. Go next, but don't reconsider the Clinks unless it looks like a perfect Clinks game.
Now, we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively, but there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting Crit on a high damage disable layering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory, because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snaking continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snaking's space. Now this might look a little weird. He's running into enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make them think that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we gotta kill him. So they try to force a gank, he pops heal, 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily, and their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes, and everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Malrine rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time, So their safety border is kind of like this, less than half of the map, so they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is, but the Enchantress is really hard to kill in defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the ABBA very well either, so their options just feel kind of limited, and they eventually try to kill the ABBA. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the Beastmaster necessarily. And as they approach and dive him, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or TPing. They end up running into a bad team fight, which takes their disadvantage to a whole new level, just because of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting on Enchantress in the mid lane. It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't exploit enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm expecting Extreme to maybe address in the next game as well. I mean, there were a couple of issues to address in the next game. We also have talked a lot about how XXS, especially in that game 1, was the shining star, and he was definitely not able to do so in this game. It just was a rough lane for him, rough game for the whole team as a squad, of course. But if we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best offlaner of all time?
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Now it's time for offlane. Gentlemen, which TI winning offlane player do you think deserves to be numero uno in the Hall of Fame? Who would you choose?
Okay, may I guess one of them? Sure. I'm guessing one of them's 3-3.
No.
All right, you're crazy.
Okay.
Continue.
I've got Collapse.
That was my other one.
Faith Beyond.
Okay.
Collapse.
Reasons?
Not even close. That's my reason. Not even close.
Not even close?
Yeah, it's not even close.
In what regard?
It's just he's here and the other people are here. It's not close.
I think at various points in that TI, you have a team that has one of the widest gulfs in skill between them and any other team at that particular time. Mm-hmm. And you have an individual player on that team that was the best player on that team. So that's my argument for Faith Beyond, and still relevant nowadays.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being number one in the off lane. He may not have won TI 2 times in a row, but I think he had a similar gap actually between the rest of the offlaners.
My argument for 3-3 is that I feel like he did things that no one else could replicate based on heroes, builds, and team strategy all coming to like collective victory on 2 separate teams.
I'll spoil it for you now. Collapse is number one. Of course. Why Collapse? What do you see him do that makes him not even close?
I feel like I've already explained
No, you
this.
just said not even close. I'm going to press you for an answer. Give me an example of something he did that makes him not even close. You can't just say not even close.
Have you seen his Magnus?
Yes, of course I have.
So you understand that no other player is performing on Magnus close to his performances on Magnus.
I agree. I'm with you. I just want you to give me an example.
He can skewer somebody.
Okay.
They're not even close to their team. You understand?
Yeah.
The man plays Mars. He goes and he spears somebody. They are not even close to their team anymore. You understand what's happening?
Wait, Mortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control, looking for another round of this. Now, RP gonna get off the mark. It's the last. Pulls him back in. What in the hell? Sumail has a Ghost Scepter now inside the Found. I don't know if he fought that or not, but figure of death out. Usually when OG is in the Found, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No Tail dies.
Probably Collapse standout player for me at TI-10, and then Yatoro for TI-12.
Right.
So they've sort of juggled that back and forth between them, but I don't think you can hate anybody saying Collapse is their number one.
No, I agree.
But I mean, Collapse is incredible. Yeah, completely fair enough, deserved. He simply outplayed his opponents.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, especially I think anytime a player is able to make a particular hero their signature hero and win TI with it, you sort of think, that's got to be solidified. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like Collapse Magnus is just too good. So we're happy with Collapse.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, who do you think was second and third?
I mean, it should.
I know who's second.
Faith Beyond is not in the top.
He's not even top 3. He's not even top 3. I already knew that. You know who's number 2? I'll tell you. I'll tell you 2 and 3. I'm not sure about the order.
Okay, give me 2 and 3.
Seb.
Yes, he's in there.
And Mind Control.
No.
Wait, let's clap that. I think number 3 is Seb.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who number 2 is.
Go on.
It's Universe.
It is not Universe, no.
Number 2.
33?
Yes.
33.
Yes.
33.
It's 33. Well done. You can cut that together, and Avery will look like a genius. I'd like it if it jumped around all over the place at
Yes,
the end.
thank you.
Well. So that was Offlane. Well done, pros.
If there was a Hall of Fame collapse, it would be in there, right next to John Whipple's, of course, well deserved. And of course, Avery knew that the whole time round he was just playing.
Yeah, he knows everything. But I will say a cool name they also mentioned, like Universe, like taking it down, like Memory Lane. There's also other people, like maybe, you have to put like Amar in there or XXX. You can mention Zai. A lot of legendary players in Dota 2.
Yeah, a lot of legendary players. We got 10 of them on stage right now. And one team on the side of Falcons, we are going to get a little listen in from them during one of the fights in the previous game.
No cliff, by the way. Oh, this is so good. BT cliff. Look, I wanna go, guys. Oh, I don't think so. I'm fine. I'm fine, guys. I'm fine. You Crimson. I'll merge you after all. You're like a Lotus. He wrote himself. Someone's cheating here.
I love that, especially the team is so quiet, Tika, but then you know that they're just focused. So then the release of when the GG comes out is just right there.
What's even cool for me as well is Elder Titan's innate is one of the most looked over innates, right? Additional damage during glyph. Did you hear the comms there? They went strong glyph. The fact they're even talking about the types of glyph and also the energy, of course, that you're mentioning. I don't know. I just got excited when I heard them say strong glyph because they're respecting something that probably 99% of people in Dota. Fog loves this innate, by the way. Valve never removed this innate. Fog loves it. The fact they're talking about that shows how much they're thinking about every little thing in the game to make sure that they can win.
The best part was just Mallory yelling, and then a few seconds after, before the clip cuts off, you hear Snaking go, "Someone's feeding here." Okay.
Ooh. I mean, what I like about their comments is it was very cool and calm, but everything they said, it allows someone to be more aggressive. I have Crimson, I have Lotus, I'm shielding you, I'm fine, don't worry about me. And then at the end, Malvine with his Primal Beast cosplay with a little roar. I like it. Like, get immersed in your hero.
It was good energy coming out then, and I'm sure that all the 10 players are filled with energy again for the third game. Now that the series is tied, we've seen both teams taking one game. I will say that previous game definitely left Extreme wondering where they will go next, and I will ask you guys the same question because we wanted the teams to play a little faster potentially, and it seemed that Falcons really understood the assignment with dominating the lanes from the get-go. How is Extreme going to answer this?
I mean, Extreme have to build stronger lanes for themselves the same way they did in that game 1, but they also need to be more attentive of these Malrine rotations. Like, the reason why this Primal Beast looked so scary was because if you look at the supports in either side lane, they don't stop him. If he runs up their lane, they're gonna die. If you have an ET on one side lane and a Hoodwink on the other, these heroes are food for a hero like Primal Beast. Like, they don't have a means to shut down this hero. So either change one up in your support duo, or be more mindful that a hero like Primal Beast could come out later in the draft.
And absolutely, one of the big things that we did see in game 1, and also another way where I've seen Falcons lose games, is where Marine doesn't have a good game, or he's forced to gank his safe lane as opposed to the off lane. In game 1, they have the X and Quap, he slows him down in the mid lane, they play through it. In game 2, this didn't really happen. You don't pressure the Primal in lane, and yeah, you can match him, but also, that didn't really happen too. But for me, what's really important is going into this game, as we see a little sleeper man in the crowd, is the people that have the experience, what are they saying to their teammates? He's back.
He's back. Yeah, a little catnap in between games. This might be a very long night we got coming here.
Another important thing to look at here is that Falcons target banned XXS in that first phase. They did not care for anything else. They took out his Centaur, they took out his Mars, they took out his Earthshaker. XG have been making magic happen with these blink initiation type of heroes on XXS, and sure, Beastmaster has a stun, but it doesn't function in the same way as one of these initiation type heroes. Like, it's a great hero to rally behind, but it requires for you to have won those laning stages and won that early game. So they've identified a big problem here on Falcons, and I feel like they're going to keep target banning him for the rest of the series, unfortunately.
And that's where, as you already mentioned, if Marine has a good game, then it kind of compounds, right? Because if you have a bad offlane for XSS and XM is kind of getting shut out because Marine's playing quicker on the map, I really want to see either XM or XSS have a priority where they know their matchup to have a better lane. Because I feel like either of these players has the potential to grab XG and kind of throw them into the game, but when they're both shut out, there's no way Army is going to find the farm. Like, you need one other core to make time, make space for you.
There's also, like, Falcons are very, like, they understand heroes very well. They may not play Beastmaster as much on Amar themselves, but Skeeter's hero pool is very tailored to, like, stop you from what you want. And Beastmaster is an incredibly tempo-reliant hero. So when you open that hero and you know there's going to be the snaking Eng because, well, you're going to take out his Chen, you know the Eng is coming. In my mind, try to take those two out. Maybe just prepare yourself for a Pugna. You know, look at like an SD or something else, whatever you want. Take him away from these heroes that make your game incredibly hard to play.
Because the Ench actually was killable in game 1, right? You had Queen of Pain, you had Ursa, you had the Hoodwink Mars. Like, any way when you step up, put two of those heroes I just mentioned together, snaking dies, their information gatherer disappears, and then the fights can get harder. In the second game, you know, snaking kind of ran around for free, right? I'm not saying we need to rush to ban the Enchantress, but you need to respect that it's probably going to come out in the draft, and you need ways to stop him, because from the Purge clips, he had complete freedom. He was tanking coils, tanking camps, kind of doing everything he could to make the game super easy for all of his team to farm.
Yeah, I think that Enchantress also looked exceptionally good because she was playing into a Beastmaster. And I think that hero, now that I was thinking backstage, if you're countering all three of XXS's playmakers and then you are leaving a Beastmaster in the pool and your carry plays Abaddon, you're just going to pick Abaddon every time into this Beastmaster offlane, and you're not concerned whatsoever. If you're going to pick Enchantress every time the Beastmaster potentially comes out, you're not concerned at all. And it felt like XG thought they solved Enchantress with Klings. You know, he has that attack speed from Strafe. He's going to kill her regardless. He had a bad lane. He couldn't do anything. You can't just have your carry be the hero that kills. You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't snowball.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be in the next game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 3.
For the third game in a row, we will have Extreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get second pick and also overall last. We do have Extreme Gaming back on the Radiant side where they were on that first game as well, with Falcons taking Dire. And so far, Extreme Gaming, since they only get 3 bans every single time so far, they have been banning the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Sand King, but they changed it up this time around, respecting that Enchantress we talked so much about already.
I like this quite a lot. I think going into this, so the teams preferred the stage that they're in, like the pick order, right? So you take out the Chen and the Eng, the next most played hero from snaking is the Pugna. You give yourself the first pick Shadow Demon, you're quite happy about this. And I will say if there's one guy that knows how to cook after losing a game in Grand Finals, it's Jawed. Both of these coaches, they know what's up, they're gonna tell their team what they need to hear, go into the next game clean.
Yeah, take out the 2 tempo supports, and then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that Maorine's utilizing. But that's often with, you know, Sanking. Like, if disruption can break that completely. A Pangolier, you don't really care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero. So a good response from Falcons.
I wonder if Extreme Gaming are just going to do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. Like when they pick safe supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for X-Nova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament. They want to go for late game. They want to build a draft that lets them go to late game instead of having a Beastmaster that forces them to play tempo that they can't do.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the camps, look like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling, they have like, you go into the game like with your new strat, you try to scrape up, you know, the last 2 games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this idea, go in, have some fun. I do like the response though, like T already mentioned, you got the Pang against the SD, you don't care too much about this guy, sure. You save him, well, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds later, I'm still rolling on you. So it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot about how do these 2 teams continue to build on top of this.
And the offlaners are still getting banned out, right? You got the Bristle, the Sand King, and then of course in the first phase, the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. So a lot of bans being thrown out towards both of the offlaners.
And still the Ursa ban maybe indicating more tanky heroes to come out for Falcons once more.
Yeah, for sure. Like it could be the tanky heroes, it could be the... Generally speaking, Skeeter likes his melee carries, his melee strength carries, right? Your DK, your Sven. I mean, you saw Ame absolutely destroy them game 1 with this matchup, so could be setting up for this as well.
It could, might sound stupid, it could also be a vibes thing. You know, Marin and Mar, when they jump a hero, they want to lock them down. They want to be, you know, the showman of the game. You're trying to jump an Ursa when you're playing Pangolier, you're not doing anything, right, the entire time. So I think it really rallies your team knowing that Arme isn't going to be on this hyper-elusive hero.
I also think maybe their read is that Extreme Gaming, if they don't have an Ursa on the safe lane, they will lose that lane, most likely. And they just want to snowball off of the lanes just like last game.
So this is kind of interesting because SD is generally considered a counter to Pugna because, well, your SD ult and the Crab won't come out, but very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners. The other heroes are out. You can still heal the guy, of course, that's getting, you know, damaged over time. One hero that Extreme could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango. In other games it was banned. And in other games, they've also shown us a Mirana. They are the only team that have played the SD Mirana combo in this tournament.
But it fills the void of creating information, right? Chen Ench, they want to hit towers, they want to run around the map, they don't care if they get jumped. Same thing for Pugna. When you leave your safe lane and, you know, Skidder doesn't need help, he'll be poking mid tower. He'll then move in bottom, never blast here, he gets jumped, there's a decrep, life drain. Like, there's so many annoying things that XG, if you try to go on the Pugna, you're probably wasting 30-40 seconds not going on another hero.
A second save support comes out here for XG with the Nightmare. To me, this is just screaming that they want to build around Onmei. They're trying to hold out for the late game. They're going to just get wave clear through their 2 cores and hope that Onmei on a hybrid carry can take it to late game.
I mean, that is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now on screen too, X-Nova 5-0 with Bane. Hasn't lost yet. Now the question for them is, what do you answer? Because this is a hard pick in this stage. You double pick, you see one Pango. That was going to be one of the questions. Do you just lock in your mid? Maybe you can find a flex. You can go mid lane. You can go safe lane against the Pango. I like this actually very much.
And it gives a lot of life to XSS, right? We want him to have a game. We don't want him to be sacrificed if XG are to be competitive. And the way that Zhao Wei's drafting right now is they're giving him so much information to find the right hero.
I mean, I'm thinking about Falcons, like, because you still have, like, these 2 supports, you have to respect them. You have SD Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the backline, making them play against something like this. Zoo is incredibly annoying for these 2.
It's going to be off-lane Pangolier, mid Beastmaster most likely. Sure, they can flex it, but based on how they've been playing it so far, are we worried for XG not having the damage to deal with the early game tempo that Falcons showed us in game 2? Shadow Fiend does need Yashakai, a Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem. Both of the supports in XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill. The next 2 picks from XG need to respect that Falcons will sweep across this map in the early game.
I mean, if you're worried about that, maybe you could just go back to Road to TI and run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I mean, I wonder too where Falcons want to take this, because a lot of the fours that Crit plays, they're okay against SD Bane. Like, sure, like if you have some, is Snapfire still in? No? So they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SD covers kind of well. You've got the Purge against the box, you have overall, I think, good laning, you can stack for your SF, or whatever other offlaner you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
But also it flips the way towards the Bane, right? Now Bane was in a grip, you get escape pack, right? It's back and forth, saves on both sides, and the Slaughter, we've seen it obviously mid to off lane, but yeah. Minus armor.
Yeah, minus armor looking pretty strong, making the Sven maybe a little bit stronger. Are we not at all surprised to see the Ringmaster come out when both Snap and also the Hoodwink are both still in the pool?
Save is good.
Right? Save is good.
A little bit. I mean, the reason it surprises me is because the save isn't as good in this game with like the SD, so there must be something where they don't care as much about damage, they care more about staying alive themselves. So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents, which is a very interesting approach.
And I think that Escape Act completely counters Fiend's Grip. It makes it so that you have to go on this Ringmaster first in each fight, or wait till your carry has a nullifier. They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a nullifier carry, and it didn't look so good. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving against Grip, the team fight is going to be so easy to take from Falcons compared to XG, who are going to only want to go on Ringmaster and Pugna. They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
A key problem still is XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that does invoke quite a lot of fear in me. I am scared to, like, do they have enough map to actually get these items?
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slaughter combo. Like, when you play into these saves, you don't want, like, hard commit. Like, if you corrosive face someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like, you don't have to, like, go with this big spell and, like, commit. It also gives you an Aegis. It also helps you when Pango rolls in. You amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
yeah, I want to see Ghost Scepters and Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG's lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
SD can't ult everyone. There we go.
the issue is the Nullifier is like a key item for Extreme Gaming anyway. That's the timing they're playing on because of Decrypt 5, because of Escape Act. Like, eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
So what,
but as you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like, SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke. They have some options. Do we want the SF to go middle and you pick a new hero for Ame? Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down?
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like Alchemist carry or something. Super tempo, you get early blink, you push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent and your team can rally behind you. Such is life. They go for Sven, but...
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
I mean, lane's very strong, right? You've got your Bane, Sven. This is this is their recipe. ET Bane with a strong carry. You get high damage. I really like what's happening so far, and now it also depends for Falcons. What pick can you find? Because actually found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter, but the Sven as well in the Troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes, because the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning, the Fiend's Grip into a Requiem or the Slaughter plus the Sven jump, like it is so explosive. But I have to keep repeating it. It is items, items, items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize it. Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut that.
Maybe some Skeeter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked TB themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, they went like one step ahead. They could think, they want Sven, we're gonna take it, but it's really good with them too. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against Wagner. I like both these drafts so far.
Normally in this position, Skeeter can also, I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like, just shove wave, you go early butterfly, you push your team out, and yeah, they do go for the gyrocopter. I kind of feel like they need to have lane presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive damage that we're mentioning. You like buying Beekeeper and Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to dispel Slaughter's Corrosive Haze, but yeah, I like the gyrocopter pick. It is a statement to XG that they are willing to sacrifice a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
There's a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think supports will play the key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, they get this first Aegis, their draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like they also got what they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like bread and butter Falcons. Even though Gyro on paper isn't going to have the best matchup versus Slardar later on and Sven with his VKB, they're going to hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just going to be about XG weathering the storm and whether or not we're going to see XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his lane to go well. He needs to get those kills early on, get that nice blink timing, and make those pickoffs happen. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be a repeat of last game.
Okay, so you and Effie both mentioned Extreme Gaming has to weather the storm. We saw them unable to do so in the previous game. Is the storm going to be as strong as previous game?
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with Pugna 2 that can invade the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe at least Beastmaster could be a little bit slower from the mid lane as opposed to Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out who's going to take the lead in this best of 5 series with game number 3. First though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick versus Extreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw them off of balance. And I'm also noticing that in the first phase, in game number 1, you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane. This time, you didn't opt to do it, didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you feel?
I mean, Bane's a good hero for them. It's a hero that we're actually concerned about, but we just thought that we had to ban something. I actually don't even remember what we banned on 12, but we thought it was better to ban that instead, I guess.
They have a lot of heroes, I don't blame you. And last, I was wondering if you could give some praise to Amar, because he has been captaining this team this entire TI, and we saw how spent he was. That elimination game during the road against Spirit, he was on the desk, completely washed out, and now this is one of the highest pressure situations that any esports player could ever be in. How's he handling it?
No, I mean, Amar, honestly, he always surprises me, like, for his age, just the level of maturity, and he has, like, some online persona he does, but as a teammate, he's been great, and he's really come into his own in this role. It's just really, honestly, admirable.
Words of praise for the captain, the young captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating Game 1 loss, but they strike right back in Game 2, and now it feels like Falcons have the overall strategy advantage.
Potentially they do. I mean, it goes back to Zhao to kind of bring the team back in this Game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. He definitely took a new direction to try and counter that tempo that we saw Falcons put into Game 2. I don't know even what you call this. This is the Hyper Demon draft. I mean, he just went for you know, all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face. This lineup scales like an absolute beast. Like, this is not a lineup Gyro is going to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double BKB piercing supports. You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Slaughter to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons, I don't want to find myself in that position. I want a game like Game 2, where I have a strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks, and never give a chance for this hyper-scaling lineup to come online.
I guess I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in Game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale when the problem in Game 2 was they just got ran over in lanes?
I think they have been running to a corner a little bit on XXS's hero pool. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Batrider we saw him play earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good enough for it. So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that XG really need? It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe they were struggling to find it. If you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the lineup around him, and this is just kind of where it ended up.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession to Extreme Gaming. We heard from AUI 2000 himself. They are a very good Bane team.
Oh, yeah.
What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight. It's just such a huge threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep save can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that. This hero just feels good at almost every point in the game outside of the very early laning phase, which we have not seen go punished too hard this event.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's certain games like last where you get run over, but even that Game 2 was not a game that was won off the lanes. It was won off the draft, in my opinion. That
A lot
game
of damage on Ame here, as this duo of the Bane Sven are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango, but we have seen Amar, his item choices, he is really loving the early Lotus Orb pickup. I was going to ask you about this in Game 2. Why did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this, you know, first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early now?
Well, this man's been doing it for a long time. So maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization. It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in net worth, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the meta, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, kind of a pseudo farm item or, you know, resource item to stay out on the map. You just have to get it up fast enough. If you get a delayed Lotus, it's not going to feel great. If you're leading the pack with Lotus, it can feel amazing. And ATF likes these kind of builds. We could easily see some sort of Lotus Lincoln's Pango build this game, just so he can roll in and block some of the Slardar Amp, the Bane Grip. Demonic Purge, also very influential spell in this game off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Jin Q. Amazing Purge game. First the Pugna.
Yep.
Versus some of the buffs. Versus the Escape Act from this Ringmaster, right? The panel is talking about Nullifier. They might not need a Nullifier as fast as they normally would because they have Jin Q on the Shadow Demon that can provide that constant dispel for the first target you are trying to burst down. That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of how XG have built their lineup.
That's fair enough. I think it's also worth mentioning Lotusaur did kind of get a buff recently. It's just a little bit harder to see than he used to be.
I mean, maybe I'm just old. I always complain about the visual changes, but
Yeah.
you know, you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final. Step up or go home.
Nice two-man stun. And X-Nova almost kills Crit off of it. Two-man stun into a two-man blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first blood. That is still on the table.
Don't want to get baited by this Ringmaster in the laning phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. You can always bait you in with stick charges, Lotus, potential strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts snowballing off of those souvenirs he gets.
You just want to make sure he doesn't get anything out of it. If it goes even, you're pretty happy against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is a good matchup for Ringmaster. Crit's going to do a little stacking on top of it as well.
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash, into the crush, but the teleport is coming in, and now XXS is the one in trouble. It's first blood going to Snake King, and a second kill on the way. The Shadow Demon, he can do little to stop this Shinkyujo. It's what he can against Skeeter, but I bet he's wishing he never popped that poison.
Sick TP from Crit. Instant on time, turns it around. That's a tough fight without the support coming in from the Ringmaster and his extra DPS. Big turnaround for the Gyro on this lane. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead, it goes Falcon's way. Skeeter very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
Yeah, with the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit. Primal Roar and trying to secure the power rune. Don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain tap, no sleep for X-Nova there. Just gets taken down from the high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? Have to see. If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind in economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure Sven and SF are having a very good laning phase into that acceleration, and potentially making some plays, I don't know, through the Slardar, through the Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep people into Requiem if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it, and I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game too.
Absolutely.
You have to prioritize it a little bit here.
Yeah, Falcons are certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be
look at this.
Extreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have the stack advantage, that could really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not normally a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full resources out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Fiend for a long time.
Jin-Q gonna run into Snake King. A pick-off, perhaps? It's gonna be up to Snake King if he can get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to tail him. Nobody around to help him out. The Gyrocopter's not gonna join in on this. And especially if XM, they do have the Beastmaster. They're trying to sandwich this right now, but it's 3 heroes. So it's not so simple as Maureen just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the saves that actually have too. You're Maureen here. Like, you go in and roar a target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your teamfight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Extreme have the answer to, right? The Rolling Thunder is going to come in. They have Fiend Script for that. If there is the single target stuns coming out, they have Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snake King and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There is high potential for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snaking, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid towers claimed by Extreme, and the SF, well, he's free to move around the map. He relied on X-Nova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3 extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple raise, potentially. They let him get off the shield crash, though.
What was that?
And because of that shield, where was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem in there, but a little mis-execution from XG off a beautiful setup from X-Nova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Extreme. I think they're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having, you know, a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
The early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skeeter out. Now he's the poorest core out of this lane phase. This gyro just found almost nothing in terms of fighting, and after we saw that double kill that Crit TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stacks to fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition, but
this is great for XXS. He was struggling, now he gets a free lane, and XM, another ancient stack going to this Shadow Fiend. This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clear. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid-beast, who wants to protect those ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. You know, I think there were probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that game.
Yeah.
And just run it back all the way to an Aegis. And the answer seems to be no. They have run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect this Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him. Especially you can't just all in war him because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Maureen. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills. He's playing Beastmaster, he's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much, and we're seeing the impact of that. 12 minutes, an Invis room. They do have a sentry in place for this one. Can X-Nova get the right Nightmare? Mark got himself stuck. Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's Grip. Just to make sure the Shadow Fiend gets away, X-Nova will die for it, but he sacrifices his life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place or time to get stuck on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality and try again later. That's a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from X-Nova, though. I think he might have been able to bail him out even if that Pango didn't get stuck. That's very close, though. And you do not want to die on XM here. I mean, he is so far, and for him to go down, lose that presence on the map, that would be a huge blow to XG. That's why Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a Blink Dagger to set up these Requiems, right? He's got X-Nova, and he's got... I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption are probably good enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise, and anybody's going to die to that.
I think all that goes out the window if you just get gone on it.
Yeah, absolutely, which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme has set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of their heroes in this game.
And Snaking, you are not on Enchantress anymore.
They spotted and Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it as he wants it. The faster, looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken Snaking down in this entire series.
That's true, yeah. He's no longer on the Enchantress.
It's like,
gonna do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to feel.
I love this. Look at the XXS is hiding his Blink Dagger.
Oh, Every
It's sitting on this courier, just hiding in the trees.
We get some value out of this. There's that dire ward up there. Might scout it, but
yeah, I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time, or if it sees him.
That's a way better start for XG, though. Game even for them out of lanes. I feel like that's a slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a team, but draft-wise, do you feel like this is a draft that as long as you come out even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Sardo, right?
Yes.
You get one core pick off, the thing's just going to insta-die. Meanwhile, Falcons are like, yeah, nice Roche. We're going to take it way before you're expecting it.
I certainly wasn't expecting this. I've got free vision. And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into crit. They're going to chase after this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
What a snatch in this game. You'll gladly trade a support to take this away from this Sardar lineup.
Extreme had literally just gone for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taken away a critical objective.
That was very clutch on the timing. They got the Beastmaster eggs, they go in the pit, they read the map, absolutely on point. And if you don't run interference there with the Ringmaster, there's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Yep.
4 minutes on the clock here for Malrine. You can now push a little more aggressively, have a lot more presence in the team fight, work towards his scaling with that BKB, try and create some space on the map for this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at Skeeter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game. You gotta wonder how easily he's gonna be able to join the fight, but he can absolutely recover very quickly here. Malrine gets some action going. XG on the hunt.
They're going to fight into Malrine, but Crit and Snaking are behind him here.
Yeah, it's
give him the heals, wait out the Demonic Purge, and the Escape Act is ready now that the Demonic Purge is gone. Not required, though. Extreme, do not force anything. See few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango? Sure. Hunt this Gyro? Absolutely. They're eyeing him up. Look at X-Nova on the back. Can he get him off the haste, though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away. Out of range and now out of sight.
That was some sick positioning. That is not a move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. He just gets slept into Requiem.
Well, we haven't even mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Ame is certainly getting the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth on him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down, chasing after him.
That was so awkward with the tumbler toy. Didn't get over that little cliff. Dude, the little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves, they almost got it too early. Just because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from XG.
Sure.
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. And yeah, Falcons say that is not even close to whoa! XXX, what was that? Bungled the stun there that should have gotten them the extra kill.
That was almost harder to miss than hit.
It really was. He had to walk away from his blink. Whoopsies.
Extra life for Falcons to play with here. I mean, it's still a good rebuttal from XG. You bring Ame into the fight, you just decimate the Pugna. Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is excavating the map right now.
He is so far ahead of this Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15.5 on the Sven, level 12 on the Gyro. XG have the 2 highest level cores in this game, and it is the Sven and the Shadow Fiend. Those are good levels to have on these heroes.
Aura goes out, trying to blow up the Slardar, and they do manage to get him. X-Nova not there in time for a Nightmare save. And they know they've got strength that's on cooldown. The Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there, and pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much. They had 2 wards up on that top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. If you control this part of the map, could set that fight up a lot easier, and we're still seeing Malrine just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG while he has Aegis for another minute.
X-Nova Spotted by Maureen. They get, no, wait, he's faster with it, gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away, and Maureen does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons. Playing the objectives well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade if they can continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives where he can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
You're also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now, because if you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level, level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength would go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this damage up.
That's true. I mean, he gets to BKB. Blink, BKB, Requiem. I don't know if Maureen can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ooh, amp damage. I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that, but as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Extreme, aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job controlling this portion of the map, eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor to take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Got a little spotlight action, so we'll see 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Yeah, very true. Could be influential here.
Missing a single hit could make you miss the kill. XXS and Amar right next to each other. Oh, they both blink back in terror. Neither certain of their position in that one. Never mind, indeed. BKB. Done for the Beastmaster. I mean, we got to be coming to a point where these teams are going to come to a clash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's got to be next Roche. And that's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that team fight happens. And there is BKB done for XM. This is an insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine to get him to 18.
He is crushing it right now. And you're still looking at this Gyro, who's supposed to be your main carry, your main damage dealer in the fight that you can play around. He's just so far behind. And he can just die in 3 hits. If this Gyro gets amped into Sven damage or SF damage, you're gone. There's level 18 for XM. They want to smoke it up. Try and use something with the back end of this amp damage rune. Absolutely devastating if you can connect.
Double BKBs. XXS may not have his, but all they need for him is an initiation. But Ame already has that covered. They get the jump on a Snake King and XXS. The finishing blow.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And another
Arcane Rune. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane?
I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he's already